The Haunting of Mirevale House. A Tale of Shadows, Secrets, and the Ghosts We Inherit. By Adeline Pierce. Copyright 2025 Adeline Pierce. All rights reserved. Prologue. The house had been empty for 27 years, and yet the windows still watched. Each pane of glass along the west wing of Mirevale House caught the moonlight like an unblinking eye, its reflection trembling the fog that crept up from the cliffs. On stormy nights, villagers said you could hear the shutters clapping like applause from the dead, a sound that rolled through the trees, urging you to turn back before you reached the gate. But Iris Vale didn't turn back. The headlights of her car cut through the mist as she steered down the narrow road, tires hissing on the wet gravel. The sea stretched beyond the edge of the land, a vast black mirror broken only by the occasional crash of white foam. She had not seen the house since she was 8 years old. Even then, she remembered it as too large, too still, as if time itself had stopped inside its walls. Now it waited for her. The lawyer's letter lay open on the passenger seat, the paper softened by rain. You are the sole heir of the Mirevale estate, previously belonging to your aunt, Eleanor Vale. Iris had read the sentence a dozen times since receiving it. It still didn't feel real. Aunt Eleanor had vanished when Iris was 16, leaving nothing but rumors, a woman who had wandered too close to the cliffs, or too close to the truth about what had happened in that house. A flash of lightning illuminated the outline of the manor ahead. 3 stories of gray stone, ivy clawing up the facade, windows like rows of dark teeth. The iron gate stood open, rusted at the hinges. The sign that once read Mirevale was half buried in the mud, the letters eaten away by salt air. Iris parked at the foot of the drive and stepped out into the rain. The cold bit through her coat instantly. Every sound, the wind, the distant sea, the metallic creak of the gates, seemed louder than it should have been. She hesitated, keys in hand, before walking toward the front door. The door opened with a groan that echoed through the empty hall. Dust floated like ash in the beam of her flashlight. Wallpaper peeled in long, curling strips. The scent of damp wood and salt filled the air. She could hear the faint rhythmic drip of water somewhere deeper in the house. Her boots left wet prints on the marble floor as she crossed the threshold. The silence inside felt alive. She moved from room to room, tracing the outlines of covered furniture, the shapes of long-forgotten portraits. Everything looked exactly as she remembered, except for the mirror at the end of the corridor. The mirror had not been there before. It was tall, framed in black and silver, its surface hazy with age. When Iris lifted her flashlight, her own reflection flickered, then shifted, just for a moment, a shadow behind her shoulder. She turned sharply. Nothing, only the long corridor, stretching into darkness. A laugh, soft, childlike, echoed faintly from the floor above. Iris froze. Her heart thudded once hard before the silence returned. She tried to tell herself it was the wind, the pipes, her imagination, but when she turned back to the mirror, her reflection was still facing Awa. Why? Chapter 1. The House Wakes. Morning came thin and gray, like paper held up to a weak light. The sea mist had not lifted. It lay in the fields and hedgerows like a sleeping thing, breathing slowly, curling its fingers around the stone walls of the drive. From the bedroom Iris had chosen, a south-facing room that smelled of mothballs and salt, she could see only the faintest smudge of the cliff-top footpath and the darker smudge beyond that, where the land stopped pretending to be land at all. She had not slept much. The house had sighed and ticked and settled in deep, wordless waves that made her feel like a guest inside an animal's rib cage. Whenever she closed her eyes, she saw the mirror at the end of the corridor. Her own reflection turned away, the echo of that small laugh drifting down from the upper floor. She had kept the bedside lamp on until dawn, unwilling to watch the walls fall into total black. The electricals were a guesswork of fuses and stubborn switches. Twice during the night the lamp had guttered and gone dead, only to hum back hours later without her touching anything. The house, she discovered, had rhythms of its own. She dressed in layers and tied her hair back in a knot. The floorboards complained when she crossed the door. The air in the corridor was colder than in the room, the kind of cold that made breath visible. She lifted her phone to check for reception. One bar clung to the top corner like a fly. A swallow of coffee would have helped. The kitchen, if she remembered right, lay at the far end of the ground floor beyond a breakfast room with a bay window. She steadied herself, ridiculous, to need courage to walk through a house in daylight, and set off. Downstairs, the hall's marble tiles held a dull sheen. Soot smudged the edges of the great fireplace. The chandelier above the stairwell was veiled in the same gauze of dust that made every line soft, every shape a ghost of itself. The front door bolts were thick iron, flaking under a bloom of rust. Rain had driven in around the frame at some point in the night. A crescent of damp darkened the rug. She passed a mirror. In the washed-out light, it was a simple thing. Tall, silvered, a fog of age across its glass. Her reflection looked back, small inside the frame, her face paler than she'd have liked. No shadow behind her. No trick. She told herself she was grateful for the banality of morning. The breakfast room was a pocket of unexpected tenderness. Lace curtains, yellowed yes but intact, hung softly around the window, and a china bowl sat on the table with a scattering of shells inside it, long ridges and pink throats, and the dull white crescents of cockles. Her aunt had collected shells, Iris remembered dimly. Eleanor with her hem damp, waiting in the foam, saying the Latin names like prayers. Iris reached out and touched the shell with the tip of her finger. It was cold and faintly gritty with salt. In the kitchen, a football of a kettle sat on the range. The cupboards gave up a hoard of mismatched mugs and a tin of tea that must have been older than Iris. She found coffee instead, miraculously sealed, a jar with an expiration date 6 months out. On the window ledge, a little stone stood like a sentinel, tide-worn, egg-shaped, drilled through by a patient sea. A hagstone, her aunt would have said, for seeing what's really there. The tap worked. The water ran in a brown rush that cleared to a shiveringly cold stream. She filled the kettle and set it on the hob. The pilot light clicked and then caught with a small, triumphant whisper. While the water heated, Iris pulled the letter from the solicitor out of her coat pocket again. She didn't need to read it. She knew every line, but it felt like an anchor to something verifiable, dates and signatures and real-world procedures. Mr. Penhaligon will meet you at Mirevale House at 11 o'clock on the morning of the 14th to complete the handover and to supply the keys and inventory as held by Vale and Penhaligon. Solicitors, Penmire. There was a business card paper-clipped to the letter. On the reverse, in an older hand than the printed name, someone had written, "Mind the West Wing after dark." She had noticed a note last night and told herself it was a joke or a provincial flourish meant to spook a city girl. In the plain light of morning, the script looked less like a flourish and more like an instruction. The pen had bitten the card. The thick pressure of the hand was visible even now. The kettle wheezed into a boil. Iris spooned granules into a mug and watched the water go dark, then added milk from the small carton she'd bought in the village on her way in yesterday. Nessa at the shop had stared just long enough to make Iris feel plotted on some invisible map. Mirevale? Nessa had said, "Up on the headland?" And when Iris had nodded, the woman's mouth had drawn in. "You'll want bolts on the windows," she'd said, "for the wind." Then, after a beat too late, "For the wind," again, as though it were a password. She drank standing at the kitchen window, where the glass was old enough to warp the light into gentle rivers. The garden was wild. She would not have dignified it with the name garden had there not been, in the near lawn, the clear bones of intention. The ghosted oval where a rose bed had been, the gate under the yew arch opening onto a path of broken slate, the fountain sunk into nettles and crowned with a heron of green copper. Past the fountain, trees leaning toward the sea as if trying to hear what it said. At 10:30, she pulled on her boots and stepped into the hall to wait for the solicitor. She didn't know if he would want to tour the house. She hoped not. The idea of explaining her aunt's absence to a stranger, again, made something rigid lock into place behind her breastbone. She wished she had thought to bring more coffee. At 10:48 precisely, the crackle of tires on gravel announced his arrival. She opened the door before he could knock. A man with a damp hat, a fair mustache, and a coat the color of wet heather lifted his eyes to hers and smiled gently as if they were both apologizing for the weather. "Miss Vale," he said, "I'm Benedict Penhaligon." Please, forgive me for not telephoning. The signal up here is fitful." "I'm glad you made it," Iris said, and stepped back for him to enter. The house seemed to draw itself up, inhaling a stranger. He stamped his boots on the mat and removed his hat, revealing hair too neatly parted to be accidental. "I knew your aunt passingly, of course." Everyone knew Miss Eleanor. A careful sentence, balanced between condolence and distance. He set his briefcase on the hall table and opened it. The scent of leather and paper rose like something civilized. "Your drive was all right?" he asked, more to be kind than because he needed to know. And while she answered, he laid out the items of inheritance as though they were votive offerings. A ring of keys, heavy with age. A folded inventory on onion skin paper. A small parcel wrapped in oilcloth. A narrow ledger bound in black. The elastic strap long perished. "What's that?" Iris asked, nodding to the parcel. "Ah," he said, "Miss Eleanor left this in our keeping to be delivered to you if she did not return within a reasonable time." He cleared his throat. "Perhaps we should sit?" They did so in the breakfast room, where the tea stains on the table were round as moons. He talked her through the legalities, the tax position, the obligations regarding heritage listing and coastal erosion. He produced a smaller key and slid it toward her. "The safe," he said, "in the study. The documents within are yours. Of course. I should warn you that Miss Eleanor was, how shall I put it, reluctant to throw things away. You may find the contents of the house more comprehensive than the inventory suggests." "Comprehensive," Iris repeated. He smiled with half his mouth. "You'll see." "And my aunt?" Iris asked before she could rehearse. Did you have any sense of what she believed? About what happened to her sister? About what happened here? The solicitor's eyes moved. Not away. From her to a window, to the lace, to the shelves. "Miss Eleanor was a woman of strong convictions," he said at last, which was not an answer. "She kept a great deal to herself. If there are answers, Miss Vale, they will be inside this house, not in any file of mine." As if embarrassed by the honesty of that, he rose, repacked his case, and put on his hat. At the door, a thought seemed to catch his sleeve. He turned back and tapped the oilcloth parcel with one knuckle. "If I may," he said, his voice low, "open that when you're alone. There's nothing improper, you understand. Only private." "Of course," Iris said. He hesitated one heartbeat longer. "And if you'll forgive an old superstition, mind the West Wing after dark." He gave a little laugh that asked to be dismissed. "The wind," he said, echoing the shopkeeper, and then he was gone, swallowed by the fog. The house settled a fraction heavier around her. She carried the parcel to the kitchen because she could imagine her aunt approving of the plainness of it. Oilcloth, knotted string. Practical even when it came to secrets. The knot was stubborn, the string bitten with age. She fetched a pair of scissors from a drawer and snipped through. Inside, a book the size of her palm, bound in cracked blue leather. The first page was plain except for an inscription in a hand that knew it might be read by a beloved. For Iris, when she is old enough to choose what to believe. Underneath, smaller, E.V. Her throat tightened. She sat down and made herself breathe. The second page was dated, 27 years ago, and titled in a steady archivist's hand, "The House Book." The entries began the day her mother died. Iris ran her fingertips down the first lines. She did not read the words. Not yet. She only touched them, as if to reassure herself of their texture. Her coffee had gone cold. The light through the old glass made the letters waver on the page like fish under water. She closed the book. Not yet. She wanted, irrationally, suddenly, to know the house before she knew what her aunt had thought of it. She wanted her senses to be clean of other people's conclusions. The book could wait 1 hour. 2. The house could have the first word. She left the parcel on the table and went hunting for the study. The study faced west, catching what little light could be coaxed from the slate sky. Even with the curtains open, the room felt dusk-like. Bookshelves lined 2 walls. The third held a map. Cornwall, the headlands pronged like a stag's rack, punctured by a dozen brass pins, each with a paper tag hanging limp. There was a partner's desk under the window, the leather too dry for comfort, but handsome in a way that made Iris imagine letters written with serious pen. The safe was behind a painting of the sea that could have been any sea. She knew this because the inventory said so. She had not grown up in a world where one knew to look behind one painting and not another. The small key turned. The door swung open on a whisper of stale linen. Inside, packets of letters tied with silk ribbon gone the color of nicotine, a velvet box containing a coin with a hole through it, a glass vial, stoppered, with something like ash sleeping at the bottom, a roll of negatives in a paper sleeve, the label in Eleanor's angular hand. Hallway. Mirror. 1998. Her fingers faltered. The sleeve left a smudge of dust on her skin. She stood there half holding her breath, as though a wrong exhale might scatter contents. At last she laid the negatives gently on the desk, returned the other items, and closed the safe. She did not yet have a way to print negatives, but she had a camera, and the mirror was still where it had been last night. The house's central corridor stretched out like a spine. The mirror waited at its end. In daylight it reflected doorways, and within those frames, the suggestion of more doorways. The dust on its silvering made a faint galaxy. Iris raised her camera. The click of the shutter sounded like a door closing. She took a second, a third, experimenting with angles. The camera saw what her eyes saw, which comforted her for reasons she did not articulate. On the fourth shot, her breath clouded the glass. Without thinking, she reached out and wiped a crescent of clearing across the surface. Her fingertips left 5 clean ovals. Behind them, for a moment only, the glass seemed to show something not in the corridor at all. A child's chair, tipped on its side, a wall with a line of pencil heights and initials, a woman standing with her back turned, her hair coiled, her hands at her sides. Iris blinked and saw herself again, camera lifted, mouth parted. Memory offered up a stray sound. Laughter, small, delighted, not cruel. Her scalp prickled. She lowered the camera, took 2 steps back, and felt absurdly, utterly, like someone waiting to be introduced. A door banged somewhere above. Crisp as a book snapped shut. Anyone there? The call left her mouth before she could stop it. It hung in the air. Nothing answered. She found herself smiling at the foolishness of the question. The smile felt borrowed, as if she had seen someone else make that shape with their mouth and decided to try it. "All right," she said to the house. "All right." She climbed the stairs. On the first-floor landing, the air was colder still. The carpet, the runner her aunt had called it, had been rolled up and shoved against the wall years ago. The boards were bare and silvery with a bloom of salt. A framed photograph hung crooked at eye level. A woman in profile in a garden, her dress the decade's decisive proof. The face was not Eleanor's and not Iris's mother's, and yet something of the jawline set Iris's own mouth into the same tilt. The rooms up here had kept their shape better than those below. Doors opened on bedrooms with wallpaper like pressed ferns, on a sewing room where a mannequin stood in a patient stance, its linen skin punctured with pins, on a bathroom lined in mint green tile crazed with fine lines like the surface of a pond in frost. At the far end of the corridor, a small door waited hunched in the angle where roof line met wall. Nursery, Iris thought without deciding to think it, and the word implied other words, nightlight, mobile, lullaby, words the house seemed to breathe out as she approached. She tried the handle. It stuck. She set her shoulder, and it gave with a sigh. The smell inside was not rot, as she had half feared, but chalk and old paper, and something sweet, powdery, almost human. Light slurred through the single window, and pooled on the floor where dust had made a soft drift. Across the near wall, someone had drawn with a dull pencil, lines and dates. Ada, 5, Ada, 6, a gap of several inches. Eleanor, 8, the highest mark faint, made her throat tighten. Iris, 7 in a hand that made the S like a ribbon. She saw, vividly, her mother drawing a line and stepping back to look. The way her mother's hair had always smelled faintly of lavender and rain. On a low shelf, wooden blocks spelled nonsense where small hands had left them. In the corner, a child's chair lay tipped as she had seen in the glass. Not exactly. The angle was different, but the chair was there, and the tilt, and the feeling of vacancy that was not emptiness at all. She picked up the chair and set it right. There, she said, and felt foolish again. A floorboard creaked behind her. When she turned, something had changed. She could not at first say what. The air was the same, cold in the lungs, tasting faintly of pennies. The light was the same, but the dust on the toy chest near the door had been disturbed in a pattern that looked like no, she told herself. But her eyes would not be told what to see and what not to see. 5 smaller ovals, the shape of a hand pressed and lifted again. She retraced her steps slowly, like a diver who knows one sudden kick could stir the whole wreck and blind them. The oval marks were unmistakable, the size of a child's. They continued faintly on the floorboards past the chest, a scatter of pressure that died away halfway across the room. Her camera was already in her hands. She did not remember lifting it. She took 3 photographs because 3 felt like a number that could hold the shape of the moment without breaking it. On the last click, the camera gave a small, petulant beep that meant the battery was listening to its own future. She lowered the lens. "Are you here?" she said, and hated herself for the form of the question. She could have said instead, "I'm here," but she had asked what she truly wanted to know, and the house took the question the way the sea takes thrown pebbles, without comment, with a patience that felt like stone. Downstairs, the front bell rang. She started and winced at her own nerves, then laughed aloud, surprising herself at the sound. "Get a grip," she told herself, and went to answer. A man stood on the step, carrying a toolbox the size of a casket. He was younger than Iris by a handful of years, and wore a knitted cap with a pom-pom that should have made him look silly but did not. Rain glittered on his beard. "I'm Caleb," he said, "from Trelawney's." He lifted the toolbox fractionally as if it were a calling card. "Mrs. Nessa said you'd be wanting the boiler looked at, and the generator, and the boats." "The boats," Iris echoed, "for the wind." "Aye." His eyes flicked upward to the second-floor windows, as if counting them. "It comes hard in from the sea this time of year. I can start with the boiler, if you like. You want the heat working before night." "Yes," she said. "Please. I'd appreciate that." He stepped inside and wiped his boots, and when he looked up again, he seemed to register the house the way a musician registers a room's acoustics. One long listen as everything in him adjusted. "Big old lady," he said softly, almost with affection. He nodded toward the corridor. "That mirror wasn't there last time." "You've been here?" "Years ago," he said. "My dad before me. Miss Eleanor brought him for the gutters and the chimney. She said the chimney needed to be kept clean." He gave a small shrug. "Said smoke brought messages." Iris thought of the glass vial in the safe, the ash at the bottom like a punctuation mark. "Did she?" Iris said, and took him to the basement door. He vanished into the underworld, accompanied by the faint clangor of tools. She listened to the sound as if it could pin the day into ordinary. Boilers, boats, generators. Useful nouns. She went back to the breakfast room and, without sitting, opened the blue book. She did not begin at the beginning after all. Her thumb found a ribbon, and then a page that had been more heavily handled than the others. The paper softened and dirty at the bottom corner, where a reader had held it. The West Wing. The entry said in Eleanor's hand, and then, "Do not trust the mirrors after the last bell of the church at Penmire. They keep old hours and will not always give you back what you bring to them." Iris looked up reflexively, as if the mirror could hear its name taken in vain through a wall. The church bells were too far to hear in the fog, or perhaps they had already rung and she had missed them. She turned the page. The next entry was dated 4 days later and contained only a single sentence. Ada went where the house would have her. Underneath, a second hand, trembling, apologetic, had added, "We looked until the sea forbade it." The ink had bled slightly along a hairline crack in the paper. Iris put her finger on the line and felt the ridge of it like a healed scar. A cold draft lifted the hair at the back of her neck. She turned and saw, against the misted glass of the breakfast room window, the faint impression of a hand. Not from the outside, from where she stood. Her breath hitched. She stepped closer. The handprint was small, the fingers too short to be hers, the palm too narrow. It was the kind of print a child leaves when it leans to see who is coming up the path. Beyond the glass there was only fog. In that fog, a movement, the suggestion of something darker, taller, a figure at the gate. Head and shoulders only, like a sentence that had yet to find its verb. Iris blinked, and the figure was gone. Only the handprint remained, slowly fading as if breath could change its mind and go back into the body that had made it. Up from the cellar came the clatter of a wrench against pipe and Caleb's voice, cheerful, unaware, saying, "There you are, you stubborn old thing." Iris lifted her camera. The lens did not shake. She took a single photograph of the child's hand on the inside of the glass, and then, because the act is sometimes the only form of belief she could stand, she unlocked the back door and stepped out into the fog to see what waited at the gate. The air outside wrapped her like wet linen. The path underfoot felt unreliable, as if the house might have quietly inhaled while she wasn't looking and made the distance longer. The yew arch dripped onto her shoulders. The fountain's heron watched her with the polite contempt of a thing that has seen too much. At the gate, the sign that said Mirevale was as she left it last night. Half submerged, letters gnawed. No footprints in the gravel. Of course, no footprints. The mist drank them. She put her hand on the iron and felt the chill eat quickly into her bones. The sea spoke in that language of eternities that made human questions feel like gossip. When she turned back toward the house, she saw for the first time how the west wing leant slightly off true, how a seam had opened along the cornice like a mouth considering speech. From one of the high windows, a face watched her. Not a face, reflection, light, a trick. She told herself this as she stood in the cold and felt the old fear arrive. The one from childhood, the one with small hands and a ribboness that could write her name on a wall. She raised a hand in an embarrassed, reflexive greeting to her own possible reflection, and in the window the figure did not raise its hand in return. The bells from Penmire Church sounded then, once, twice, thrice, soft, swallowed by the mist. She could not have said whether it was noon or some other hour, only that the sound made the house seem to lean in to listen. Behind her, from the open kitchen door, a draft carried the smell of hot metal, the boiler coming alive. Below that, the smell of wet stone. Below that, the thin, indefinable sweetness of old powder that had not been touched in a very long time. She went back inside and closed the door carefully. On the table, the blue book lay open to Eleanor's warning. The handprint on the window had faded to almost nothing. The camera on the table blinked its tired red eye. Caleb, cheerful again, called up that the radiators would cough and spit for a while, but then behave. The normal world muscling in. Iris touched the ribbon in the book and made herself read the next line down, because sometimes the only way through a place is forward. If you must look in the mirror after the bells, Eleanor had written, "Make sure someone you trust is holding your sleeve." "I don't have someone," Iris said aloud, and then regretted saying aloud the way one regrets touching a bruise. Unnecessary, a proof of something already known. Outside, the mist shifted. In the corridor, the mirror waited, keeping old hours. Upstairs, the nursery held its breath around the space a child's hand had left. Iris closed the book, slid it into her coat pocket as if she meant to carry a part of the house's memory with her, and went to meet the sound of the first radiator rattling itself awake. Chapter 2. The Man from the Sea. The fog held all morning, a slow, stubborn weight pressing against the cliffs. By noon it had turned the world to silver and silence. Even the gulls seemed unwilling to call. Inside Mirevale House, the radiators hissed and clicked in uneven chorus, their heat thin as candlelight. Iris stood at the kitchen sink, rinsing her mug for the third time. The coffee had gone cold before she'd finished it. She didn't want to admit to herself that she was listening, for footsteps, for doors shifting upstairs, for anything that wasn't simply the house breathing. From below came the hum of the boiler and the occasional metallic thud as Caleb worked. Every so often his voice would rise in brief conversation with himself, punctuated by the scrape of a wrench. She found the sound comforting, an anchor in the strangeness. When the noise stopped, silence rushed back in like water filling a hollow. A moment later he appeared at the top of the basement stairs, wiping his hands on a rag. "That's the boiler behaving again," he said. "You'll get proper heat by evening. I flushed the pipes, though one radiator upstairs is stubborn as sin." "Thank you," Iris said, genuinely. "I don't think I'd have survived another night, like last one." He smiled quick and real. She talks to herself, this house. Don't take it personal. I'm trying not to. Caleb walked to a window, peering out through the warped glass. You can't even see the sea, can you? Feels close, though. You can smell it. Iris joined him. Always. It's like it lives in the walls. He nodded. Salt will do that. Gets into everything. Eats iron, eats memory. He said it lightly, but the phrase stuck with her. Eats memory. He turned, setting the rag on the counter. You said you're Miss Eleanor's niece? Yes. She was my mother's sister. I remember her. My dad used to come up here once a season to clear the chimneys. She'd wait by the gate, never let us until she'd said a prayer. For the wind, she said, for what it carries. Iris tried to smile, though the words prickled. She always did love her superstitions. Not superstition round here, Caleb said. More like precaution. Wind comes off the sea hard as iron. Brings things with it, sometimes. Like what? He gave a small shrug, eyes still on her. Depends who you ask. Some say the cries you hear in the fog are seals. Some say they're not. The radiator in the hall chose that moment to bang like a gunshot, making them both jump. Caleb laughed softly. See? Told you, stubborn. He went to check the valve, kneeling by the pipe. His movements were steady, precise. Watching him, Iris felt for the first time that the house wasn't entirely hostile, that it allowed his presence. When he finished, he stood and wiped his palms again. That should do for now. If she misbehaves, you give me a ring. Not that your phone will work half the time. I'll manage, she said. You live nearby? Penmire. 2 miles east, down the hill. My workshop's by the cove. He hesitated, then added, if you ever want to see the place. Not many do. Bit of a wreck, but it's got its charms. I might, Iris said. She wasn't sure if she meant it. Caleb nodded once and gathered his tools. At the door, he paused. Miss Eleanor used to say the sea keeps what it loves. Maybe she was right. Just mind yourself if you walk the cliff alone. She watched his figure dissolve into the fog as he crossed the drive, for a long while after he was gone. She stood by the window, listening to the faint hum of the boiler and the low moan of the wind against the eaves. That afternoon, Iris explored the west wing. She'd avoided it instinctively the night before, obeying the warning in both the note and her aunt's journal. But curiosity, like damp, always finds a way in. The west wing's door was heavy oak, swollen at the hinges. She had to shoulder it open. The smell was different here. Colder, older, tinged with something metallic. The corridor beyond ran long and crooked. Dust coated the skirting boards like frost. On the right, tall windows gave onto the sea, though the fog erased the horizon. She could hear the muffled crash of waves somewhere far below. Halfway down the hall hung a series of portraits. The faces were darkened by soot and time, their eyes pale from the fading of paint. One woman, young, hair pinned high, lips set in a faint smile, caught her attention. There was something in the tilt of the head that felt familiar. She leaned closer. In the bottom corner, a signature, E. Vale, 1891. Her aunt had painted, but not like this. Iris brushed a sleeve across the glass. Behind her reflection, for a fraction of a second, she thought she saw the mouth curve wider, as if the painted woman were about to speak. The sound of dripping made her turn. At the end of the hall, a narrow door stood ajar. She pushed it open. Inside was a small room, windowless, the walls lined with shelves. It looked like a storage space, but the floor was littered with glass shards, thin and square, fragment of picture frames or perhaps mirrors. In the corner sat a single intact mirror, smaller than the one downstairs but framed in the same black and silver. Her breath fogged the surface as she stepped closer. The air was colder here, almost damp. When she lifted her hand to touch the glass, a faint vibration ran through her fingertips, as though something on the other side exhaled in reply. She stepped back sharply, heart hammering. Her phone camera came up almost by instinct. She snapped a photo, then another. The flash lit the room in violent white for an instant, and when her eyes cleared, the mirror's surface was no longer blank. A child's handprint bloomed in the center, fresh as breath. Iris stumbled backward, catching her shoulder on the shelf. The The mirror quivered in its frame, but did not fall. She didn't scream. She simply turned and walked quickly, too quickly, back into the corridor, shutting the door with a firm click. Her pulse was a drum in her throat. Back in the main hall, she leaned against the wall, forcing herself to breathe. She checked the phone. The photos had saved, but when she opened them, the screen stayed black for the first 3, and then froze completely on the 4th. The image that did appear was not what she'd seen. Only her reflection, eyes wide, hand raised. But where her own hand met the glass, a second smaller hand reached out from the other side, fingertips almost touching hers. The device flickered and shut off. A low sound rose from the floorboards above. Slow, deliberate steps moving from one end of the corridor to the other. Iris tilted her head upward, holding her breath. The footsteps paused directly above her, and then came a soft drag, as though something were being pulled across the floor. She forced herself to speak, her voice too thin. "Caleb?" No answer. The steps resumed, lighter now, almost playful, then faded into stillness. She waited another minute before moving. The silence returned with its familiar weight. Finally, she exhaled, half laughing, half trembling. "It's the pipes," she whispered to no one. "Old house. Pipes." She picked up the blue leather book from the table, needing something solid, something human. When she opened it, a folded photograph slipped out, black and white, edges curled. Her aunt stood on the cliffs, one hand shielding her eyes from the sun. Beside her, a man Iris didn't recognize, tall, dark hair, his other hand holding Eleanor's. On the back, in faded ink, someone had written, "The day we found her, 1978. Found who?" The question hung there, unanswered, like a thread, leading down a corridor she wasn't ready to walk yet. She placed the photo back between the pages and closed the book carefully. The house groaned around her, settling, listening. Somewhere, faintly, the church bells of Penmire began to ring. 1, 2, 3. In the west wing, a door clicked open on its own. Chapter 3. The Mirror Room. The fog lingered for 2 more days, clinging to the headland like a second sea. It dulled every sound, blurring the edges of the world until even the birds forgot how to cry. Mirevale House seemed to drift within it, half real, half reflection. Iris spent the hours photographing what she could, doorways, peeling wallpaper, the faint handprints she still found on the nursery walls. Her camera had begun to misbehave. Images she was sure she'd taken sometimes vanished. Others she didn't remember capturing appeared in their place. An open door where none had been. A corridor darker than it should be. The outline of a figure standing just beyond the light. She told herself it was a fog, the focus, her own exhaustion. But the thought that someone or something might be watching through the lens refused to leave her. By the 3rd morning, she decided she needed company, or at least another living voice in the house. She called Caleb. The line rang twice before cutting off. Reception again. She tried a text instead. "Heating's fine. Mirror not so much." She didn't expect a reply. 5 minutes later, the phone vibrated. "On my way. Don't touch the glass." Iris frowned. She hadn't mentioned the glass. He arrived before noon, the fog breaking apart around his van like an obedient tide. His cap was gone, his hair damp from the air. "You look pale," he said as she opened the door. "You've been breathing this stuff too long." "I've been breathing the house," she said. "The fog's the least of it." He followed her inside, glancing around as though listening to the walls. "You said the mirror?" She nodded toward the west wing. "It's in there. I think someone, maybe my aunt, locked it up years ago. It's cracked. Or worse." Caleb set down his toolbox and took a slow breath. "All right, let's see it." The corridor was dim, light falling through fog-dulled windows and slanted ribbons. The air felt heavier here, as if gravity thickened toward the far end. When Iris turned the handle, the door protested, then opened with a sigh. The room was just as she'd left it. Shelves, glass shards, and the single mirror on the far wall. But the handprint at its center was gone. The surface gleamed, spotless, like still water. "I swear it wasn't like this yesterday," she murmured. Caleb crouched, running his fingers lightly along the frame. Old silvering, he said. Could play tricks in this light. It's not the light. Look. She held up the camera, scrolling to the image she'd taken. The photograph that had once shown the child's hand now displayed only darkness. No reflection. No glass. Just black. Caleb's brow furrowed. That's odd. It's more than odd. He stood, his reflection merging with hers in the mirror. For a heartbeat, the glass shimmered, not from the angle, not from light, but from movement beneath the surface, like something breathing inside. Iris stepped back. Did you see? Yes, he said quietly. Neither spoke for a long moment. The house seemed to listen. Then Caleb reached into his coat and pulled out something wrapped in cloth. An old object, flat and rectangular. My father found this here, he said, long time ago, behind the chimney. He told me never to bring it back, but you should see. He unfolded the cloth. Inside lay a small photograph, sepia-toned, curled at the corners. It showed a group of people on the cliffs near the sea, 3 adults and a child. The woman in the center was unmistakably Eleanor Vale, younger, smiling. The child stood slightly apart, hand raised toward the camera, as if trying to block the shot. But the strangest thing wasn't their faces. It was the background. Behind them, faint but clear, stood the outline of Mirevale House, though the photograph was dated 1873. This can't be right, Iris whispered. The house wasn't even built until 1890. Caleb nodded slowly. I know. He turned the photo over. Written on the back, in her aunt's slanted handwriting, the first house always remembers. Iris felt the chill spread through her bones. What does that mean? Depends who you ask, Caleb said. Some think this isn't the first Mirevale house. That there was another, same cliffs, same ground, swallowed by the sea and built over again. She stared at the mirror. Its surface had grown darker, swallowing their reflections. Only the faint outline of her own face remained, and behind it, something else, a child's figure, still watching. Caleb stepped closer before she could stop him. Wait, she began, but too late. His hand brushed the glass. The mirror rippled like disturbed water. For an instant, Iris saw the room reflected in perfect reverse, but in that reflection, she was the one reaching out, and Caleb was the one watching from the other side. Then the surface stilled again. He staggered back, pale. It's cold, he said, voice low. Colder than anything I've ever touched. Iris's phone buzzed. The screen lit up with a message notification. She glanced down and froze. The message was from her own number. Don't let him stay after sunset. Caleb saw her expression. What is it? She turned the phone toward him. It's from me. He frowned. From you? Yes. From my number. They both stared at the screen as the message disappeared before their eyes, the text fading, letter by letter, until only the blank screen remained. Somewhere deep in the house, a door slammed. The mirror quivered, faintly, as if laughing. Chapter 4. The Tides Remember. The rain began before dawn, a slow percussion against the windows that deepened into a steady, unbroken rhythm. By the time Iris opened her eyes, the world beyond Mirevale House had vanished entirely into a sheet of gray. The sea was invisible, though she could hear it, a low, pulsing sound beneath the wind, like something vast breathing in its sleep. The memory of the mirror clung to her like smoke. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw it. The ripple, the child's silhouette, the way Caleb's hand had gone pale when he touched the glass. She had barely slept, pacing from room to room with the blue leather book clutched under her arm, half expecting the reflection of another face in every darkened window. Now, in the weak morning light, the house felt changed. Not merely old, but alert. The air seemed to hum faintly with awareness. Somewhere deep inside the walls, water ticked in unseen pipes, or veins. She dressed, tying her hair back with unsteady fingers. The house was colder than it had been yesterday, despite the working radiators. Her breath fogged the mirror on the wardrobe as she buttoned her coat. She told herself she'd go down to the village. A walk, some distance from the house, air that hadn't been filtered through its bones. But when she stepped into the hall and saw the sea-stained keys glinting on the table, the idea of leaving felt impossible. As if the moment she turned her back, the house would shift, rearrange, forget her. So, instead, she went to the library. The library was in the east wing, a high room with tall windows and the smell of long clothes paper. The shelves bowed under the weight of old volumes, atlases, maritime records, local histories. Dust lay thick as velvet on the upper rows. Her aunt's handwriting appeared on small labels along the spines: coastal erosion, Vale family, Penmire parish records, local folklore. She traced one finger along the label that read folklore, then drew down the book beneath it. It was a battered collection of Cornish legends, printed in 1912. On the inside cover, Eleanor had written in neat ink, "Some truths hide best when called stories." The section on the Penmire cliffs was short. It spoke of tide wives, spirits said to live between sea and land, feeding on memory, drawing the living toward the water. According to the text, they could only enter a home if invited or reflected. Iris closed the book slowly. Invited or reflected? She looked toward the window. Fog pressed against the glass like breath. A sound interrupted her, a dull knock, rhythmic, deliberate, not at the front door, from deeper inside the house. She followed it through the corridor to the foot of the staircase. The noise came again, 2 knocks, a pause, 2 more. The pattern was strange, almost like a code. She climbed the stairs, heart steady but quick, until she reached the first landing. The sound came from behind the study door. When she opened it, the air was colder than the rest of the house, and the window had blown inward against its latch. Rain misted the desk and the papers she'd left there. She closed it quickly, locking the handle, then turned and froze. On the surface of the safe, drawn in a thin line of condensation, was the same sequence of knocks rendered in dots and dashes. Morse code. She grabbed her phone, opened the Notes app, and began translating. The message was short. For letters, AGA. Iris dropped the phone. The blue book lay open on the desk where she had left it the night before. The same name, Ada Vale, appeared on the margin of an older entry, one she hadn't yet read. She forced herself to sit, to steady her breathing, to read the page in full. December 4th, 1978. The tide took her again last night. She said the water was whispering. Eleanor swore she heard her laugh outside the nursery door, but there was only the sound of the wind. The mirror showed 2 reflections until dawn. I told her not to touch the glass, but she said it was the only way to see Mother. The entry ended abruptly. The ink smeared. Ada had been her mother's sister, the one no one had spoken of, the child whose name had been carved into the nursery wall. Iris pressed her fingers to her temple. The whisper of the tide outside grew louder, as though the sea were pushing closer, word by word. By mid-afternoon, Caleb returned. She heard the rattle of his van through the fog before he appeared, his shoulders wet, his expression unreadable. "I got your message," he said, without preamble. "You said the mirror was worse?" "It isn't just a mirror," she said, leading him toward the study. "It's the whole house. Something's trying to speak." He followed her quietly. When he saw the condensation on the safe, he exhaled. "You didn't do that?" "No." He leaned close, tracing the letters with a fingertip. "Ada Vale. She was my aunt's sister. My mother's sister, too." He nodded slowly. "There's a story in the village about a girl who drowned here. Some say she fell. Some say she walked straight into the sea. They say she comes back when the tides remember her name. And you believe that?" He hesitated. "I believe the sea keeps what it loves. And sometimes it lends it back." The room darkened, though neither of them had touched the curtains. Outside, the fog had thickened to the color of iron. The sound of the tide was louder now, a deep roar that seemed to come from beneath the floorboards. Caleb looked toward the mirror in the corridor, visible through the half-open door. "You still have that camera?" She nodded, pulling it from her pocket. "Then we'll see what it sees," he said. They stood before the mirror together. The silvered surface trembled faintly, as though breathing in rhythm with the sea. Iris raised the camera. Through the lens, The room behind them looked darker, the corners deeper. She took one photo, then another. On the third, something changed, a flicker, a pulse of light beneath the glass. Caleb's reflection turned toward her, though he had not moved. "Don't," she said. "Don't touch it again." He stepped back, hands raised. "I didn't." But his reflection reached out, palm flat against the glass. For an instant the room around them shifted, the air tasting of salt. The sound of waves broke against the walls. And behind the reflection of Caleb's arm, Iris saw a child standing ankle-deep in water, smiling. The camera flashed, and the vision vanished. Iris lowered the device, shaking. "Did you see her?" Caleb's face had gone pale. "A girl, about 7? "Yes." He swallowed. "Then it's true." The house groaned, a long, slow exhale that ran through the walls and floor. Somewhere below, the front door banged open as if from a sudden gust, though no wind touched their skin. The smell of salt intensified. Caleb turned. "That's the tide," he said quietly. "It's come in too far." They hurried downstairs. The entrance hall was slick with seawater. Thin rivulets ran across the tiles, carrying sand and fragments of shell. Through the open door, Iris saw the impossible. Waves lapping at the foot of the drive, the sea risen high enough to touch the gates. "The cliffs," she whispered. "They're half a mile down." "Not tonight," Caleb said. Lightning flashed over the water, illuminating the shape of something vast and indistinct beyond the foam. A figure, tall as the surf, its outline breaking and reforming with every wave. For a heartbeat, Iris thought she saw a woman's face in the tide. Then it was gone. Caleb slammed the door shut and threw the bolt. "It'll go out again when the bell rings," he said. "It always does." "The church bells." He nodded. "Every time the sea forgets where the land starts, they ring. That's the way of it." Iris pressed a trembling hand to her face. "And if they don't ring?" He didn't answer. That night, they built a fire in the library, using the dry wood her aunt had stacked decades ago. The air smelled of smoke and old paper. Caleb fell asleep in the armchair, head tilted back, breath steady. Iris sat by the desk, the blue book open before her, its pages fluttering as though stirred by unseen fingers. She turned to the last entry, written in a rushed, slanted hand. "If the house remembers too much, it begins to dream. And when it dreams, the tide listens. Keep the mirrors covered, and never say her name after the 6th bell." Outside, faint through the storm, the first bell began to toll. 1. Caleb stirred but did not wake. 2. The fire dimmed. 3. Footsteps sounded above, small, light, skipping in rhythm with the bells. 4. The mirror in the corridor began to hum, a sound like air drawn between teeth. 5. A child's voice, soft, almost kind, whispered from the dark. "You came back." 6. The fire went out. Iris turned toward the voice, her heart frozen in her chest. In the dying light from the embers, she saw the reflection forming in the glass door of the bookcase. A little girl, hair wet, eyes full of sunlight, standing inches behind her. The 7th bell never came. Chapter 5. The voice beneath the waves. The library held its breath with her. Ash clung to the grate in pale ribs. The last ember cracked to black. Caleb woke with a start, choking on the dark. For a heartbeat, Iris thought the room had no sound at all, that the silence had finally eaten even the ticking of the old clock, until she realized the silence wasn't empty but listening, as if the house had cupped a palm over its own mouth to hear better. "The 7th bell," Caleb said hoarsely. "It didn't ring." "I know." Iris's voice was smaller than she meant it to be. "Someone stopped it, or something did." He stood, the chair complaining under his weight, and reached for the matches on the mantel. The first struck and failed. The second bloomed to life. Trembling, he held it to the kindling, coaxing flame out of the wood with the patience of someone who'd learned to talk to reluctant things. In the glass of the bookcase, nothing moved now. No child, no sea light. Only Iris, a shade of herself in the dark, and behind her the pale corridor with its waiting mirrors. "Say it," Caleb said quietly without turning. "Say what you heard." She swallowed. You came back. A girl's voice. Close. As if... She couldn't shape the last bit. As if her breath warmed the page you're reading. Caleb's profile tightened. Ada, he said, but very softly, as if testing the name with his teeth. Don't. Iris said, sharper than she intended. Not after the sixth bell. The match burned his fingers. He hissed and shook it out. The second flame took better. When the fire caught, the room's edges reassembled, desk, rug, spines, the blue book where she left it open on Eleanor's last warning. Color eked back into the world. Caleb stared into the grate. Bells anchor things. Sound does. That's what my gran said. It ties the time of a place to itself. If the seventh didn't ring, then the tying failed. Iris rubbed her arms, and the tie came further than it should. It'll go out at dawn. He made it an offering rather than a certainty. Does it always? He didn't answer. They didn't sleep again. Dawn wasn't so much light as a thinning of the gray. When the windows admitted a little more of the world, they checked the hall. The sea had retreated, leaving the tiles filmed with salt and a scatter of tiny shells like milk teeth. On the inside of the door, 5 small wet ovals marked the wood at knee height. Iris knelt. The prints were not from the outside. They were the shape of a child hand pressed flat and lifted again, each finger a little crescent of evaporating tide. Why would she come to the door? Iris asked, more to the house than to Caleb. Sometimes, he said, the thing you want to come in isn't the thing that knocks. She stood. I need answers that aren't warnings. Then we go where answers are kept. He glanced at the blue book. The vicar at Penmire has the parish registers and the tower keys. If a bell didn't ring, he'll know why. The roads. Fog's easing. He touched the back of his knuckles to the glass. Aye, it's letting us go. He said us without thinking. Iris didn't correct him. The lane fell away from Mirevale House like a rope, slick with last night's breath. Grass jeweled their boots. At turns the hedgerows drew close as a throat. At others a headland opened, and the sea appeared, not blue but pewter, the light lying on it like beaten metal. In certain dips the fog still sat, pale, pooling, the remnant of a dream. And in those pockets the sound changed, as if each pocket kept its own weather in a jar. Penmire was a cluster of stone and slate, clinging to the fold of land above the cove. Boats lay turned like sleeping animals on the shingle. Nets flung themselves over walls. The church lifted a square tower above the roofs, practical rather than grand, its granite dark with damp. In the porch, a wooden board listed the week's bells. Angelus, funeral, Mr. Tregarthen, Sunday service, evensong. Someone had chalk below, storm watch, ring at need. Caleb knocked. After a pause, a woman with a wool cardigan and the sort of hair that answers to no brush opened the door. You're early, she said, then recognized Caleb and allowed a single smile. Or late, depending which list we're using. Morning, Mrs. Kellen. He lifted his cap. He found it somewhere between the van and the porch. Vicar about? Not yet, Mr. Trelawney. He's taken the north path to see to Mr. Dory's sheep. Foolish as saints are. You can tell him I said so. Her eyes slid to Iris with the curiosity of the truly rural, polite but absolute. And you've brought Miss Vale, isn't it? Oh, we've had our talk of that house, we have. She lowered her voice as if sea wind might be listening. Bells went wrong last night. You felt it up there? We did, Iris said. The seventh didn't come. Huh. Mrs. Kellen glanced at the tower door. Bell rope jammed itself. Rope doesn't do that on its own. But who's to say what's on the rope with the fog like a fist? The belfry's queer in weather. I went up to free it at dawn. She hesitated, then added, Found water on the stones there. Not the drip kind. Footprints. Little ones. Don't you let that house keep you at night, miss. She handed Caleb a ring of keys from a hook. You've still got the hands for it, Trelawney, and a head that knows when to duck. We like to see the registers, Caleb said. Births, deaths, the Vale book. Mrs. Kellen fished under a stack of newsletters and produced another key. Smaller, older. You know where they are. Keep your elbows in. Mice have a fondness for the margins. The church interior smelled of dampened books and old flowers. Sun-thin, improved by stained glass, laid pale colors on the pews. Iris's breath misted very slightly, as if the building had its own weather too. In a side vestry, a press of drawers gave up the registers with the reluctance of something asked to remember. Caleb spread the books on the side table. His hands were sure, serviceable. The grease under his nails looked wrong among the vellum and red twine in careful, clerkly hands. Iris stood close enough to read, without crowding him. The names gathered themselves in columns: baptisms, nuptials, passings. The ink changed decade by decade. Enthusiastic, smug, resigned. "Here," he said after a minute, tapping a line with his knuckle. Ada Eleanor Vale, born May 9th, 1971. Parents: Thomas Vale and Margaret Napen Wren. A small, slanted note in another hand. Baptized at home owing to fevered weather. Iris made herself breathe. And after, they found the funeral record a few pages on. Not a funeral. Exactly. Commemoration and burial in absentia, 1978. Ada Eleanor Vale, presumed lost to the sea. Psalm 69. The vicar of the time had underlined absentia as if annoyed by it. Iris touched the page. The vellum was cool as mirror glass. No body. Caleb shook his head. Sea keeps what it loves. Please don't say that again. He flicked back further. The Vale name went deep. Stonemasons, ship captains, one schoolmistress with persuasive hand. In 1873, a cluster of entries drew together, like birds startled from the same tree. Storm. The loss of 3 boats. Collapse at Mirevale Head, old house. Someone had pressed too hard with the quill. The gall had bitten through, leaving small black wounds in the page. Old house, Iris murmured. The first one. Caleb lifted an eyebrow. Your aunt's photograph. The first house always remembers, she quoted. They climbed the tower, because not to would have seemed like turning their backs on the thing that had refused last night. The stairs turned tight in the granite, the air growing colder in increments. At the bell chamber, they stepped into a spill of light that made dust into confetti, for bells hung on their frames like sober cattle. Rope tails hung through the ceiling to the ringing chamber below. The third bell's rope had tangled itself in a figure-8 around the iron. Caleb swore softly, practical, and ease it free. He was reaching for the knot when he stopped. Careful, he said. On the granite sill below the mouth of the third bell, a wet print shone in the thin light. A child's heel, the ball of the foot, toes. Another, slightly offset, as if whoever had stood there had shifted weight. And beelets leading away, down the inside of the wall, where no rain could have come. Mrs. Kellen wasn't wrong, Iris said, and felt the small world behind her eyes alter itself. A remeasuring of what was possible. Bells anchor things, Caleb repeated. He freed the rope with the deliberation of a surgeon lifting thread from flesh, then pulled very gently. The bell spoke a note, so clean it made Iris's teeth ache. Under it, very faintly, another sound uncoiled like a ribbon of thinner metal, out of tune with the first. A second voice inside the note. She touched Caleb's sleeve. He felt solid under the wool. Do you hear? I hear it. What is it? He listened, head tilted, like a tuning fork trying to hear its own note. A bell that isn't in this room. He pulled again, softly, and they both heard it more clearly. The twin ring, not echo, not overtone, but answer, coming from lower, older stone. From where a bell might have hung if there had been a tower, before there was this tower. The first house, Iris said, and then not chiliastic, but very simply. There was a chapel, and a bell, and it fell. Caleb's eyes were on the wall, as if he could see through it, or was carried down with the cliff. And when ours rings, it rings too. If it's under the water, he looked at her. Low tides at 7 tonight. You think we should go? I think the house will not let you not go. He could have been saying, I think you'll go even if I don't. The difference between those two sentences was a corridor Iris didn't want to walk yet. They thanked Mrs. Kellen for the keys, and tea she somehow pressed upon them. On their way out, she caught Iris's hand in both of hers. Don't take the cliff path after the third stile, she said. Folk walk it. And don't come out the way they went in. Go by the cove and keep the water to your left, not your right. And if a voice asks for its name back, you don't give it. What does that mean? Mrs. Kellen's smile was a narrow thing. Names belong to the living. The dead can borrow them. But if you lend too long, you'll forget where to return to. The cove wore afternoon like a bruise. The tide lay low, breathing out, the ribs of the shore showing, weed-slick stones, the spine of an old wall, a black notch that might have been a step. Gulls coasted the line where sand turned to tongue. The water had the thin, glassy look of a held breath. Caleb led, not with surety but with caution learned from winters of losing your footing and making it look like dancing. He pointed with his chin. There, those 4 stones in a square, that's foundation. And there, see the line? That's cutwork. He crouched, brushing green away with the back of his hand. Beneath the weed a carved cross revealed itself. Simple, Roman, worn to a whisper. A chapel, Iris said. He nodded. And here. He slid balance, caught himself on old iron. A hoop, salt-stung, set into rock. Bell tie. Iris felt the weight of air change very slightly. The way it does when a theater's lights dim one fraction before the house realizes. She knelt, the world reduced to salt on her tongue. Stone under her knees, the sound of the sea measured and slow. When she bent closer to the water gathered in the hollow of the rock, it looked back at her like a pupil. Use this. Caleb held out the hagstone from the kitchen sill, egg-shaped, drilled by the sea. It was warm from his pocket. My gran said you see what's really there through it. He almost smiled. She also said you'd catch your death if you didn't button your coat, and look how that turned out. Iris held the stone to her eye. The hole framed a circle the cove. Water, rock, the square foundation. For a second it was only that. Then the circle darkened, like a room where curtains are being drawn, and a shape resolved, a bell not large, not ornate, lying on its side in black weed. The clapper was missing. In its mouth, silt, carved around the crown, a name. She lowered the hagstone, heart thudding. Caleb, she said. It's there. Describe. A bell, without a clapper. It has lettering. She lifted the stone again, and when she did she understood the horrible neatness of it, the way names make bridges. The carved letters were not Latin like she expected, not a saint's name, not a family crest. For letters, A-D-A-E, the last worn to a ghost of itself. She whispered without meaning to. 80, Ada. The sea inhaled. Water rose into the rock's hollow as if a hand had cupped it from below. In the circle of the hagstone, the bell turned, no motion, and yet there was mouth toward her as if to drink her voice. The name around its crown brightened with a smear of unlikely light, as if freshly cut. Caleb's hand closed over her wrist. Steady. Enough. She lowered the stone. The world returned at its old size. She could hear the small noises now. The click-tick of shrimp in the weed. The whisper of a gust that didn't reach her cheek. She was shaking without showing it. Did you see it? She asked. I didn't, and I'm thankful, he said. You look too long. Don't look through that hole again today. But... No. He didn't raise his voice, only made of it something that could be leaned on. We've learned what we needed. The bell's there and the name that turns it. The name is hers. Iris tried to slow her breath. Why would they carve a child's name on a bell? Maybe it wasn't a child then. He rose, offering his palm. Maybe names pass like coats. They left the cove careful. Behind them, the water moved in a way water should not, without wind, without falling stones, puckering once as if to laugh. On the path, with land under their soles again, Iris said, There's a pattern. Speaking made the pieces less slippery. 1873. Collapse at Mirevale Head. Old house. 1891. A Vale painting, a house built again. 1978. Ada lost. Each time the sea comes closer. Each time a girl goes missing. Each time a mirror... She stopped because the word tasted brackish. Caleb nodded. And now the rope binds itself, and the 7th bell fails, and a hand knocks on your door from the dry side. The house remembers. Iris said, And when it remembers too much, it dreams, he finished softly, as if quoting the Blue Book. They walked without speaking after that. On the hill the light shifted, not brighter, exactly, but turned a degree toward human. At Mirevale House, the air inside was cooler than the air without. Sometimes old buildings hoard winter and give it back on a summer noon. This was different. The cold here had the clarity of attention. They set their wet things by the stove and made tea, because even in a haunted house a kettle must boil to keep the world married to its rules. Iris stood at the window with her mug. On the glass, the faint memory of the child's hand had dried to a pattern of salt, leaving tiny crystals like white punctuation. "I want to see the negatives," she said. "From the safe. The ones labeled hallway. Mirror, 1998. Caleb looked at the light. "We'll need a dark place. And something like a loop. The pantry has no window." She touched the hagstone in her pocket. The urge to look through it again huddled just behind her fingertips. She did not. They set up a rough darkroom in the pantry. Towel under the door, torch with a red cloth, a magnifying glass that had belonged to some Vale who hadn't wished to admit age. Iris drew the paper sleeve out with care. The negatives unscrolled like black ribbon. She held the magnifier to the first frame. "Slow," Caleb said. It sounded like advice he gave himself as much as her. The image swam into almost focus. The corridor downstairs, mirror at the end. In the glass, two silhouettes. A woman taller, Eleanor, and beside her, a smaller shape with the stance of a child. Iris went cold with a clean, sudden clarity. She moved to the next frame. The woman alone, hand lifted to the glass. The third, no woman, only the small figure, and in the reflection, a narrow bed behind the mirror, where no bed had ever been. "What do you see?" Caleb asked, because for some reason he was letting her be the eyes. "A room inside the mirror," she said. "A child's bed, a wall with marks on it, like the nursery, but reversed." She swallowed. "If the mirror keeps old hours, what if it keeps old rooms? What if what we call the West Wing is only the house on this side? Only," she almost smiled, "you know what I mean." The last negative in the strip shivered under the loop. The grain was coarse. Light had flared in the lower corner, like a wound. And in the center of the frame, very clear, a face looked back. Not a child, not Eleanor, Iris's own. Her hair shorter, her mouth set, her eyes unfamiliar in a way that made the room small. She pressed a magnifier to film until it hurt the bridge of her nose. Yes, her face. And behind her face, the suggestion of another cheek, another temple, as if two exposures had laid themselves atop one another, self and other, glass and sea, present and below. How could? She let the question go unfinished because she knew the movement it would make. They're dated 1998. I was 8. We left. Maybe the house made your image then and saved it the way a titapool saves sky. Or maybe someone carried it forward. She felt the thought like cutting a new key. Someone who knows how reflection works. How to borrow. She put the negatives back in their sleeve. The pantry seemed smaller now. The whole house did, as if thought had swelled inside it and pressed the walls inward. In the kitchen, the kettle pinged from cooling. Caleb poured and said, without looking at her, "There's a thing in the village we haven't spoken to." "Please don't say a wise woman." "I was going to say Yaroslav, who minds the school's keys," he said dryly, then relented. "And Mrs. Gwynn at the Hollow, wise as a sack of stones. She was midwife to half the parish and laid out the other half. She knows where the bones are buried because she's the one who told men with shovels where to step. And you think she'll tell us why a bell under the sea knows my aunt handwriting?" He shrugged. "I think she'll call me a fool and tell you to go home, and then she'll tell you the one thing we didn't think to ask." Tomorrow, he agreed. Not after bells. They ate bread and cheese like people who had done work that taxed more than the body. Afternoon turned toward evening. The house exhaled into its dusk. For a while they talked of small things. The boiler's temperament, the cost of slate, the way Penmire smells of apples in September, so that the larger thing in the room might imagine itself alone and show its back. At 6, The fog that had behaved all day unrolled itself again from the sea and came inland like a slow army. The light inside turned pewter. Somewhere a radiator coughed. Iris found herself in the corridor almost without deciding to go there. The mirror waited, tall and obedient. She stood at the just right distance where her face was a fraction too small, the self you might see just before waking. "Don't," Caleb said from the threshold, not command, not plea, something with both inside it. "I won't touch," she said. "I only want to hear." Mirrors don't speak. Everything speaks if you stand still long enough. She watched their reflection stand, hers closer, his further back. As the sixth bell of Penmire rolled to the fog like a slow coin, she felt the air gather itself, fine as hair on skin. Around the mirror's edge, the silvering darkened. A thin, almost private hum began, like someone singing under their breath, a child killing fear with tune. "Not after 6, Caleb said. "I know." Something cold stroked inside her wrist. Not a hand, not exactly. The memory of a hand. She lifted her arm by reflex. Her sleeve pulled back, bearing a vein the color of water under ice. "Hold my sleeve," the blue book had said. "Make sure someone you trust is holding your sleeve." Caleb moved without hesitation and found the wool at her wrist. His grip was not tight, but wouldn't let go without being asked. He didn't know he was doing exactly what the dead had told him to do, but the house did, and Iris felt absurdly, fiercely less alone. The mirror's hum tuned itself lower. The glass thickened into depth, she thought, and could not have said why, of the bell on its side in the weed. A voice came, not from glass exactly, but from the thin seam where it met silver. A child's voice, the rhyme of it almost sing-song, almost cruel only because children don't know what they say feels like a knife. "You came back," it said again, and then softer, a question that sounded like a request in a language Iris had once spoken and had to remember. "Do you remember me?" "Give me my name." Iris's mouth filled with salt. She did not speak. It cost something not to. The voice sweetened. "Just say it, so I can come in from the cold." She thought of Mrs. Kellen. Names belong to the living. She thought of the bell's crown. She thought of her mother lifting the pencil and the ribbon S on the nursery wall. She saw in a glass how her own face softened toward pity, and how dangerous pity is. "No," she said. "Not tonight." The glass furled, the way a face does when it is very angry and trying not to show it. The hum raised a half step, and then stopped. The corridor was a corridor again. "You did well," Caleb said. He let her sleeve go only when he felt the bone under his hand untense. "You did very well." She swallowed. "It isn't over." "No," he said, "but you didn't lend what it wanted." They backed away together, the way you do when a dog you don't know has saluted you with its teeth. In the kitchen, they stood without speaking until they could hear small sound again. The tick of the clock, the sigh the house makes when it remembers to pretend to be ordinary. "Tomorrow," Iris said, "Mrs. Gwynn, and then the cove at a lower tide. I want to see the bell without the stone." Caleb grimaced. "You might not like what it wants to show you. That's not the same as not needing to see it. You sound like Eleanor in that," he said, and then stopped, as if the name were a step too far onto a rotten plank. "Sorry, it's fine." It wasn't, but the not fineness was a door she would open only when she had both hands free. Night came properly. The 7th bell did ring, a clean blow that made the window glass think about humming and then decide against it. A small relief scattered its leaves over them, dry, crackling, gone at the first wrong draft. They set the sofa cushions on the library floor. Caleb refused a bed in the spare room above the west wing, and Iris did not argue. The fire held. The blue book lay shut under the weight of the little stone, as if to say, "Not you, not now." Sometime after the sort of hour you only know exists when you've kept it company, Iris dreamed, not deep, not ludicrous, the kind of dream that goes to the door in its stocking feet to listen. In the dream, she was at the threshold of the mirror room. She could smell chalk and old powder and something faintly sweet, like oranges gone a rind. She lifted her camera. The flash went off, and when the light died, the mirror gave back not her and not the corridor but the first house. Not stone but timber, not wainscot but whitewashed plank. A child's coat hung by a nail. In the near corner, a bell rope looped and looped and looped on the floor damp, as if it had been pulled and pulled from below. She woke with the taste of salt in her mouth. The house was very still. The embers had arranged themselves into a tiny geography. Caleb slept like men who learned not to snore in houses that scold snorers. From somewhere in the west wing came the softest sound, a pencil on plaster, a quick line, a second line, a hush, a mark just high enough that a small arbor had to stretch. Iris stood, because not it would have been worse. At the corridor's turn, she saw it. In the thin powder of dust on the nursery wall, under the old ribbon Iris 7, a new line a little higher. No name, only the measurement of a year that had not yet arrived. Ada, 8. Her breath went bright and small. She lifted her palm and set it next to the mark. Her hand was not the size of the print's anymore. Behind her, something shifted in the mirror at the end of the corridor. Too slow to be a trick of light. She didn't walk toward it. She walked back, quietly, each board choosing whether to speak. In the library doorway, she stopped. The blue book, though no draft troubled the room, had turned its own page. On the new page, in Eleanor's hand, a sentence waited where Iris had never read it. When you hear your mother call you by the name she used when you were a child, you must not answer. Iris closed the book carefully. From the hallway, very low and very patient, a woman's voice, her mother's, called the name only a mother earns the right to use. That little name makes a person into a child and a door into home. It came from a mirror and from the sea, and from some place under the house where bells speak in twos. I know, Iris whispered to herself or to the room or to the parlor that had already stood up, ready to go where names call. I know, not tonight. She lay back down. The voice called again, and then again, softer, as if it were choosing a different house to try. It can take a very long time for a voice to give up on the habit of being answered. She didn't sleep, but she kept something like sleep company. Before light, the fog loosened. Somewhere far off, in a place human feet can't go, a drowned bell turned a fraction in its weed and made no sound at all. Chapter 6. The First House. Morning carried the smell of rain and iron. The fog had loosened its grip, but hadn't gone. It lay in the folds of the headland like old lace. Iris and Caleb left Mirevale House after tea taken too fast. The blue book wrapped in a shawl under Iris's arm, as it were a child she didn't trust to keep warm by itself. They took the lower road, the one that cut toward a hollow where the land dipped and gathered water even when the sky forgot to. Locals called it the Hollow because they'd never needed a grander name. The place had acquired its own gravity, a bowl for stories to roll into and settle. In the middle squatted a cottage whose roof lines had learned to follow wind. Smoke lifted from the squat chimney, not straight, but with a patient curve, as if it remembered the way. She'll be up, Caleb said. She never sleeps past dawn. Says the dead hate a lie-in. Comforting, Iris said. He smiled without showing teeth. You like her, or you won't. Doesn't change whether she's right. The path sank under their boots, the mud giving, taking, giving again, at the cottage door. Caleb set his knuckles to the wood, as if greeting a living thing that had earned their respect. He knocked twice, then a third time harder. Before his hand fell away, the door opened. She was small enough to be underestimated and old enough to have had that happen to her too many times to forgive it. Her hair was the color of storm foam. Her eyes were the color of a pewter spoon polished and repolished until it knew your face by heart. She wore a cardigan knit from 5 different attempts at the same blue, and an apron with a pocket that sagged with the weight of stones. Trelor, she said, and tipped her head like a bird's. You've brought her. I told Mrs. Kellen you would. Come in, then, or the miss will take what's listening and feed it to what isn't. They obeyed. The cottage smelled of thyme and old sugar. Dried herbs hung from the beams like a line of small, turned bodies. On the table lay a church key, a sailor's knife, a bowl of salt. The salt looked recently troubled, as if fingers had tested it for texture the way bakers do flour. Mrs. Gwynn, Caleb said. This is Iris Vale. I know who she is, Mrs. Gwynn said. The house wrote her name on the inside of its teeth the day they made that lintel. Sit. You look like a pair of men waiting to be called in. I'm not a... T, she said, cutting across Iris's correction without apology. And then names, and then the thing you came for. She moved without fuss, kettle to heart the table, her hands sure. Iris watched those hands and thought a midwife and a layer-out, and someone who would set a bone with the same tenderness she would set a loaf to rise. When the cups were set, Mrs. Gwynn pushed the salt bowl closer with 2 fingers. For your left hands, she said, let's not have anything touching skin that didn't have the manners to ask. They salted their ring fingers. The ritual felt like the absurd sort of seriousness that makes children obey even in private. Now, Mrs. Gwynn said, what did it say to you? Iris told her. The mirror, the child's voice, the bell that rang in 2s, the cove, the name carved on the crown of the drowned bell, and the way the sea inhaled when she spoke it. She did not say the name itself. The blue book lay between them, and under the edge of its shawl, her thumb kept the place as if the page might make a run for the door. Mrs. Gwynn listened with her head slightly tilted, like a clock remembering how to keep time. She did not interrupt except to make small, satisfied sounds when Iris arrived at a point she already knew for herself. When Iris was done, silence settled like wool. The first house, Mrs. Gwynn said at last. Well, it wasn't much of a house, if you want comfort. A hall, a pair of little rooms, and a chapel so stubborn it tried to be bigger than the roof that had it. They built those timbers out of boats broken on the head. The men that did it thought they were making some clever thing, a house that remembered riding the sea, so it would stand when the sea came for it again. Men are clever like that. They call it cleverness when what they mean is I told the sea a joke and hope it doesn't mind. Dates, Caleb asked. There's a register entry. 1873 spoke of collapse. Before that, she said, it was a kind of place the church hates and the sea loves. They brought their children to the water there and named them twice, once for the land and once for the tide. Land names keep the parish happy. Tide names keep the child alive. My mother's mother had hers. Most did. They didn't write those down. You don't write masks. You wear them. Tide names, Iris said. Like, don't, Mrs. Gwynn said, and the word was a kettle removed from flame just before it boils over. Not in my house. Not after last night. Not with you smelling of the old mirrors like a girl lay home from the dance. Iris swallowed. Mrs. Gwynn's eyes softened. A touch. You're not in any special danger I can't see round, she said, which Iris understood to mean you are in danger, but I can walk you through the bit with the missing boards. You've read what Eleanor wrote. Some, Iris said. She warned against the mirrors after the bells. She would, Mrs. Gwynn said. Eleanor Vale had a mind like a harpoon. It went in straight. She wanted a world with rules. She was stubborn enough to make some. She carved a child's name on a bell, Caleb said, and the sentence to a shadow that ran the length of the table. Mrs. Gwynn's mouth pressed flat. She carved a child's mask on a bell that already had one. The bell was older than the first house, and the name around its crown was the one the men who cut it gave back when a thing could be baptized with a hammer. But names slip and wear. They become the shape of the mouse that say them. In Eleanor's time, the village had learned a new fear. It had nothing to do with saints and everything to do with how a tide can forget kindness. Your aunt thought she could fix that forgetting. She took a tide name and put it where a tide might hear it. She wanted a call to fetch a child back. Did it work? Iris asked, though her bones already said the answer. For a night, Mrs. Gwynn said. Maybe 2. And then the bell learned that when it answered, it was answering to the wrong side. We don't put children's names on bells if we can help it. Child. Bells call. Doors answer. Gates fall into bad habits. Then who put the name there first? Caleb asked. We saw letters that looked older than Eleanor's hand. Because they were, Mrs. Gwynn said. Because the bell carried more than one name and more than one century. Sometimes the tide gives you a ring back that you thought you'd lost, and it fits the finger you have now, not the one you wore 20 years ago. It's still the same ring. It knows more hands. Caleb leaned back, thinking, his thinking like a man feeling a wall for studs. All right, he said. What do we do that isn't only don't? Mrs. Gwynn smiled at him, brief and approving. That's why I let you in. She rose, working a key from the chain at her belt that had not been there a moment ago, and yet had. She went to a chest and lifted the lid. Inside lay the ghost tail of a bell rope and the small iron shoe from the heel of a child's boot. She didn't take either. She lifted a tin and shook 3 objects into her palm. A square of looking-glass the size of a matchbox, a bent nail to color dry blood, and a peppering of white crystals that might have been salt or might have been bone. First, she said, setting the little mirror on the table and covering it with a folded handkerchief, you keep a sleeping glass with you. If a mirror calls, you show it this one first. Mirrors like speaking to their own. It'll slow at one breath, too, long enough to look away without it pulling your eyes like tide. She put the nail across the handkerchief. Second, iron. Not pretty iron. Worked iron. Nail, knife, hook. Keep it over the mirror's frame at dusk. The old ones say iron remembers the shape of the earth before the sea found it. I don't know if that's true. I do know it's heavy enough to be rude, and rudeness is a kind of blessing at doors that don't mind their manners. She pinched a grain of the white and let it fall to the table where it shone like a tiny tooth. Third, salt, but used properly. Not on thresholds only, on names. If you must speak a name that is wanted, put salt on your tongue and say it into your palm. Then wash your hand and don't dry it over fire. Water knows water. She slid the 3 objects across to Iris. They clicked against the wood like punctuation. This won't save you from all stupidities, she said, but it will save you from some. What about the bell? Caleb asked. There are 2 voices when Penmire rings. If the one under the sea is answering, can we make it stop? You can't stop a thing for long when it is doing the work it was made for, Mrs. Gwynn said, but you can retune it. How? Find its clapper, she said, as if she were telling them to find the loaf in the bread box. The bell under the sea lost its tongue long ago. Something else speaks for it now. That's why it answers wrong. If you give it back its own voice, if you set back the right tongue in the right mouth, then when the church bell speaks, the drowned one will say what bells say. Here, now, enough, not more, not in. Caleb's eyes cut to Iris's. Where is it? Mrs. Gwynn's mouth twitched. If I knew, I'd fetch it myself and leave you to your householding. But anyone with a nose can smell where your aunt hid things. She put her secrets where she hoped the sea wouldn't think to look. The safe? Iris said automatically and then shook her head. No, that would be too simple. The sea has a better memory than that. Mrs. Gwynn nodded once. The nursery, then. The one place in any house the sea has the least right to. A fire is a kind of bell when it burns right. A chimney is a kind of throat. If I were Eleanor, and I didn't trust even my own hands, I'd shove the clapper where the smoke could guard it and the soot could hide it. The nursery chimney will be blocked. You'll think it's for birds. It isn't. Iris saw as she spoke. The little grate in the nursery, the blind mouth of it, the crisp smell in summer even when everything else smelled of damp. What will it look like? A length of iron with a heart, Mrs. Gwynn said, and there was nothing fanciful in the answer. You'll know it. It will look like the part of a bell that would do the most harm if you threw it at someone you loved. I can't dress that up for you. And once we have it, Caleb asked, once you have it, you don't sleep within the house, Mrs. Gwynn said crisply. You don't touch the mirrors with your mouth, still warm from its name. You take it to cold when the tide is at its lowest breath, and you set it where the bell can find it without your permission being heard as invitation. The sea will do the work if you make the choice. If you make the wrong one, the sea will do its other work. Iris felt the room narrow around the shape of the task. Tonight? No, Mrs. Gwynn said. Tomorrow night. It won't be low enough tonight to show you what you need, and you are not strong enough now to hear what it will say without giving it something it asks. Eat. Sleep by a fire. Keep iron above the mirror and salt under your tongue. And her eyes shifted, their pewter turning the shade of old sorrow. When she says your name like your mother did, when she finds a little name that fits in your ribs, you will want to answer, because that wanting is what it is made of. Don't, not even to say no. Don't offer your voice where your silence will do. Iris's throat hurt. She nodded because she could not answer and be obedient at the same time. What about the house? Caleb asked softly. There's more than a bell and a girl. There's a wall of years laid wrong. The mirrors keep time like a bad clock. Too fast, too slow. Can it be set right? Mrs. Gwynn looked at him with a kind of kindness that had learned to survive disappointment. Houses are like men who fought a war and came home with a piece missing. They can be lived in and they can be loved, but you change your walk. You don't pretend the steps are the same. You might set an hour right. You won't set a century. But an hour can save a life. So we do that. She pushed her chair back and stood, small and straight. Go now. We've put enough thinking in the morning. Thinking draws attention. Work draws breath back into your body. That's what we want. Fetch what's in your chimney. Don't keep your heads bent near the glass. If a thing knocks like a friend, call through the door, but don't lift the latch. At the doorway, she caught Iris's sleeve with precision that made Iris think of the blue book's instructions and of Caleb's hand at her wrist. One last, she said. Every house is a debt. The first Mirevale's debt was paid in names. Your aunt tried to pay in iron. The sea took a name anyway. It will try for yours. If it can't have that, it will try for the one you love best. I don't, Iris began, but Mrs. Gwynn shook her head once, brisk. You will, she said, and let go. The light broke and re-broke through clouds on the road home. Mirevale House stood with the resigned posture of the old proud, someone that has learned to make dignity by degrees. Iris didn't hurry inside. She stood a moment on the step, listening to how the air around the eaves thinned and thickened with each slip of wind. Do you believe her? She asked. Caleb lifted a shoulder. I believe she told us what she knows and what she guesses and what she fears. That's 3 truths, and I'll take them. In the nursery, the air had the chalk dust sweetness it wore at night. Iris knelt at the little grate. Sometime in the last 2 decades, someone had fitted a wire mesh to stop birds falling down the flue to die forgotten. Caleb found his knife and worked at the screws until the mesh came away in his hand. Soot fell in a soft rush and filled the room with the smell of old winters. He looked up into the black. We'll need a light. Iris brought the torch. The beam struck a surface and recoiled, as if light didn't enjoy touching what was there. The inside of the flue had been lined with something that had melted and hardened, tar or pitch, glossy, slick, an old trick to keep rain from finding kindling. Halfway up, the torch found something not tar-black, something dull and dark and not born of soot, a shape that was narrow and then, suddenly, round. It hung by a frayed rope and a length of wire tied in a careful sailor's bend. Eleanor, Caleb said under his breath, a prayer that made the air a little cleaner. She didn't trust not work to anyone else. He braced a foot on the hearthstone and reached in. Soot took his wrist to the elbow, then his elbow to the shoulder. He swore mildly when the wire snagged skin. Got you, he said to the thing, the way men say it to sparrows and boats and children. He lifted gently. It came like a tooth reluctant to leave gum, with a small wet sound and then a sudden willingness that almost sent him backward. He caught himself, coughed, and set the weight in Iris's hands before his own grip could slip. It was a clapper. The iron had the density of sorrow. Its ball had been used hard. It wore a bald spot where the metal had struck the same curve too many times, and learned that curve as a lover learns a shoulder's hollow by heart. Along the stem someone had scratched 3 letters with a nail. Evie Iris wiped her cheek with the back of her hand and left a black streak. She ran her thumb along the letters, and the letters did not change shape. She hid it here. She kept it, Caleb said, so the sea couldn't call without asking her first. On the hearth, the clapper lay for a moment with the authority of an object that knew itself. The room felt smaller around it. The mirror at the end of the corridor sent in a thin thread of interest you could hear if you felt for it with a bit of your body that is always trying to work ahead of the rest. Not here, Iris said. Mrs. Gwynn said not to keep in the house. Caleb nodded. He lifted the clapper with the careful disrespect of someone handling a sleeping dog with teeth. Where? The study, Iris said, and then shook her head at her own instinct. No, outside. The coach house. It's stone and damp, and the house doesn't count as its own. They took it to the coach house, which had retired from all its ambitions years ago and now held a wheelbarrow, a stack of old slate, and a bicycle with front tire that seemed to have forgotten circles. Caleb found a tarpaulin and folded the clapper into it like a body. He set a horseshoe on top for weight and for luck. When they turned to go, Iris felt the pain like a pinprick in the web of her thumb, the spot where Mrs. Gwynn had told them to salt. A single grain there had melted into the skin with her sweat, and left behind a sting that said not yet. She flexed her hand. The sting felt like obedience. Tomorrow at low tide, she said, we take it down. And if the sea tries to talk us into untying on the way, we don't give it names, Iris said. We don't walk between mirrors. We don't answer when our mothers call us like we were 5. He made a sound that could have been agreement and could have been pity. All right. Back in the house, Iris drew the little sleeping glass from her pocket and placed it on the hall table, a handkerchief folded over it. The bent nail lay like a line across the white. She set a pinch of salt in the dish by the mirror's frame. The configuration pleased some old parlor that had always liked setting things square. She wanted to tell her aunt that they had found the clapper. She wanted to say we're going to fix what you couldn't. And at once she wanted to take the arrogance back like breath pushed into cold hands. She turned to the blue book instead. The page had not turned again. Eleanor's line waited. When you hear your mother call you by the name she used when you were a child, you must not answer. Will you sit with me? Iris asked without looking up, and Caleb said, Aye, without looking away from the window. They ate soup that tasted of tin and heat. They spoke only when the silence swelled to the size that makes people shout to hear their own voices. The afternoon wore away its elbows. At 6, a call for bells came through fog that had found the house again by habit. Once, twice, thrice, 4, 5, 6. Each was a clean coin dropped from a respectable height into a respectable well. 7 came. It came like a promise kept. Iris stood slowly. The mirror did not hum. The corridor kept its wrongness shut like a book keeps its bent dog ears pressed flat to pretend they were never folded. She exhaled without meaning to let it sound like relief. In the kitchen, the window glass fogged with their breath. On the inside of the pane, a small oval appeared. Then another, then 3 more. 5 ovals at a child's height, set down gently. Not a knock, not a demand. Waiting. Iris lifted the sleeping glass and held it up, the handkerchief still covering it. She felt the mirror in the corridor turn its attention a fraction, annoyed in miniature, like a cat asked to move one toe. Tomorrow, Iris said to the handprint, to the house, to the sea, we will talk tomorrow. A low sound came then, not in the floorboards or in the pipes, but in her own mouth. It took her a breath to recognize it as a cry that hadn't finished being made. She shut it down with her tongue and tasted salt. The handprints faded one by one as if the child had lowered each finger and gone to do something else with its hands. Iris slept by the library fire because they had promised themselves that ordinary comfort was a kind of magic too. Caleb slept in the armchair again and snored exactly twice a night, and in the space between the 2 snores, a woman's voice asked for a name and did not get it. The house rearranged its weight once. The sea turned once in its bed and dreamed bells. Just before dawn, when even resolute people give into the kind of half-sleep that tells them lies with the voices they love best, Iris heard her mother say her little name again, the one that made risings to glass feet easier when she was small. The voice had the exact roughness of a woman who had cooked all day and laughed at a joke too hard. It said, come on, love, shoes, we'll be late. The simplicity of it almost undid her. The simplicity of it almost broke her spine to bending. She rolled toward the door instead. She put her face in the blanket and let herself breathe like a runner at the end of a race. She did not speak. She did not move. When light finally braided itself into the room, it came without the smell of the sea. The bells lay quiet, their throats oiled, their ropes docile. Outside, the fog pulled away from the headland in long, orderly strips. Low at 7:18, Caleb said, looking at his watch as if weather answered the clocks. We'll need to set off at 6. Earlier, Iris said, I want time to change my mind twice. He gave her half a grin. All right. They stood in the door of the coach house, and looked at the tarpaulin that hid the iron heart. The horseshoe lay on top like a benediction from an animal that had no quarrel with water, because water lets thirst be solved. "Ready?" he asked. "No," she said, and lifted the weight anyway. The clapper had the temperature of old stone. It settled against her ribs like an accusation and a promise. They didn't speak on the path. The cove waited with its rolled-back lip and its teeth of rock. The sea lay out polite. In the weeds, shrimp clicked. A bell under water turned 1 degree toward land and listened. Chapter 7. The Drowned Bell. By late afternoon, the sky had scrubbed itself to a dull pewter. The fog ran in thin ribbons along the hedges, not thick enough to hide the world, but clever enough to blur it. The air had that brittle clarity you get before weather you can't afford. Iris carried the wrapped clapper against her ribs as one carries a sleeping child, firm enough not to drop, careful enough not to wake. They left the coach house at 6, as planned. Caleb took the path at a steady pace that spent caution like coin. The sea below lay wide and low, its breath held, its margins showing. Weed draped the rocks in slick, black silk. Pools kept sky under glass. The cove narrowed as they approached, funneling them toward work. "Salt," Caleb said at the stile. Iris pinched a grain onto her tongue. It dissolved with a little sting, as if the mouth could remember brine better than mind remembered rules. She spat into her palm, Mrs. Gwynn's directions exactly, then wiped her hand on her coat. A small domestic blasphemy the sea would be forced to notice. The last of the light slid off the water. Gull prints wrote nonsense on the sand. They stood above the weeded shelf where Iris had looked through the hagstone and seen the bell sleeping on its side. "It won't be pretty," Caleb said. "We'll have to reach blind." "I know." Iris unwrapped the tarpaulin. The clapper lay in the dusk like a heart lifted out for proof. It was uglier than it had been in the nursery. A shape for hitting, not admired, not ornate. On the stem, Evie as before, in the dull round of the head, a shallow dish where iron had kissed iron for years and taught itself repetition. "How we set it?" she asked. "Under water, the way men who had worse rope than this did," he said, practical. He'd brought a coil of tarred line and a length of twisted wire. He held them up. "We'll get to the crown's loop, if there is one, and tie it with what will not untie." "And if there isn't a loop?" "Then the sea will refuse help it asks for," he said. "And we'll have to invent a loop, and it won't hold. But I think there will be one. Old bells, even the poor ones, were made by people who knew how iron finds its home." They descended the last drop onto the ledge. Cold climbed their shins. The water licked their boots as if tasting. Iris set the clapper down in a hollow, where the sea could not immediately claim it. Its weight deepened the rock's small depression, as if stone admitted kin. "Ready?" Caleb asked. "No," Iris said, and smiled because fear knew honesty when it heard it and didn't bother arguing. "Tell me what to do." He knelt, sleeves rolled, hands already dark with weed stain. "I'll go down and find a loop. When I come up, I'll say rope, and you'll hand me the line. If I say nail, you hand me the wire. If I don't say anything in a count of 20, you pull my hair and we go home." "That's not funny." "I wasn't trying for funny," he said, and the sea answered with a small lift as if amused anyway. He slid into the pool that held the bell. The water took him with the indifference that is sometimes mistaken for kindness. He disappeared to the elbows, then to the shoulders. Iris crouched, hands on the rope, knees on barnacled stone that put small, sharp warnings through her jeans. Caleb's head went under. The cove's noise changed to the quiet roar of a shell placed against your ear. Iris counted. 1 breath, 2, 3. At 9 he surfaced, hair slicked back, eyes bright with the depth. "Loop," he said, breathing, and held up one hand, the other steadying him against the rim. "Give me rope." She fed it to him, the tarred line tacky and sure. He went under. The rope went after him, sliding through her hands with a reliability that felt parental. She paid out length, then paused when the line took his knot's pull. Her palms burned from old salt in new cuts. When he came up again, he spat water and said, "Wire." She put it in his hand. He sucked in breath and went under a third time. The low sun slurred itself into the pool in pieces. Weed sighed. The first gull in an hour called once, then thought better of it. Iris felt the clapper's weight behind her like a mind. She wanted very much to look over her shoulder to make sure it hadn't moved itself nearer the lip. She did not. She counted. 12, 13, 14. Caleb broke surface with a sound the body makes when it insists on being in air. He threw the tail of the rope to her, his hand shaking just that much from cold. "Hold," he said, pointlessly. She was already braced, already a cleat hammered into rock. He caught the ledge with his other hand, closed his eyes once hard, then opened them. "It's set," he said in a voice clean of triumph. "Help me now." She pulled as he pushed. The rope found its angle. The bell in the pool turned in the weed, and the weed threw up a smell like pennies. They guided the clapper into the water, heavy, docile, its round head blacking itself with the first brush of brain. The rope read its own story through their hands. When the clappers had met the bell's interior for the first time, the sound was not a ring but thought, a lifted word that had not yet been said. "How do we?" Iris began. "Don't," Caleb said, right on top of her question. "We don't strike. We don't test." A muscle in his jaw worked. "When Penmire rings the 8th, it'll answer. If we got it right, the two will sing the same note. And if we haven't," he didn't look at her, "then the wrong thing will sing twice as loud." They cinched the wire until it bit. Caleb's knots were ugly but smart. He patted them once, in a gesture he would have made to a dog he decided could be trusted with babies. Then he climbed out, teeth touching in the quiet way men do when they're trying not to shiver. "Warm," Iris said. He shook his head. "We will be when we've got distance." He squeezed water from his cuffs. "We don't turn our backs on it. Walk backward to the sand. Watch the pool until the bell forgets we mattered." They did as he said. The sea pretended not to watch them watching it. On the beach they turned without consulting each other and moved toward the stile, both unwilling to spend the clapper's first silence by the pool that will remember their names if they let it. Halfway up the path, where gorse gnaws at trouser legs and leaves its smell on skin, Iris stopped. "Listen," she said. Wind and the pin scratch of insects. The small tick of cooling rope on rock. And under it, not sound exactly, but the correctness of something that had been returned to the shape it was made for. Caleb nodded once, eyes on the path. "Aye," he said. "Pray it holds." They didn't speak again until the stile, where the headland's curve gave them back the house. Mirevale sat in the middle distance, like a lesson you were about to be asked to recite. The windows had not lit themselves yet. The mirror inside could be felt from here if Iris tilted the part herself that listened in that direction. It buzzed, faintly, like a wire in wind. "Do you feel that?" she asked. "I feel one thread fewer where there were too many," he said, like a loom with a tangle pulled free. They reached the door at 7. Iris set a pinch of salt by the frame, not as an affront, as a negotiation. The hallway smelled colder than the outside, but without malice, as if winter had ducked inside for a minute to look around and would go soon. The little sleeping glass rested under its handkerchief. The bent nail lay across it like a dozing cat. They put the clapper's empty wrap under the desk, a crumpled skin. Iris touched the blue book. The page had not turned. She left it and went to the corridor. The tall mirror stood as they had left it, quieted, silvering dulled. She stood at her just right distance and lifted her hand halfway, the way one greets a person one has consciously decided not to embrace. "Not after bells," she said gently, and walked away. They warmed their hands over the kitchen range. Caleb's were scraped, 2 knuckles torn and flecked with weed. Iris dabbed them with iodine without argument. He hissed once and refused a grin about it. The clock above the pantry counted its sure seconds. They waited in that small, human way for something the sea might or might not choose to announce. At 7:16, Penmire's first bell called the hour's approach with a little call for practice strokes. Caleb set his mug down. Iris's throat went tight. She swallowed salt she'd forgotten she'd been keeping there. "Ready?" he asked. "No," she said again, and this time there was almost a light in not being ready. "But go on." The first proper stroke struck at 7:18, as promised by clocks and tide tables and men with pencils. The note fell clean to the fog and iron, and into the stone of the headland. It rang a second longer than ordinary. No, it shared its ring with second voice, such that the note widened like light through a new window. The answer came, true, not echo, not imitation. The underwater bell had found its own voice. A second C or AC turned older by weed, braided itself to the first. Whatever had been answering wrong last night now spoke alongside, not across. Iris felt it in her teeth, in her bones, in the tight muscle near her heart that had spent too long bracing. The mirror in the hall hushed. In the nursery, chalk dust settled. Caleb exhaled without quite laughing. "There you are," he said to no one they could see. "There you are." The second stroke came, and again the two rang together. On the third, the kitchen window rattled once, lightly, as if something outside had decided not to come in after all. On the fourth, a thread of water crept out from under the front door, and then stopped, embarrassed, like a guest who remembers he was not invited. On the fifth, the house shifted its weight, less crooked. On the sixth, the air warmed half a finger's worth. On the seventh, Iris felt her name stir in the house, as if called from a far room. It wasn't her mother's voice this time. It was something older and less skilled at pretending to love you. She closed her eyes and didn't answer. Under her tongue, the grain of salt held. On the eighth, something changed. Not in the bells. Theirs kept their marriage, note to note. The change came in the long corridor, in the way depth altered itself behind glass. The large mirror at the end of the hall dimmed, then cleared, not to show a room behind it, not to tender a corridor too long, but to show only what was there, her face in the darkness around it, and the pale rectangle of the kitchen doorway. "What do we do?" Iris asked, throat rough. "We taught the house which hour it lives in," Caleb said. He could not disguise the gratitude in it. For now, they went to the mirror, because not to would have been to waste grace. Iris stood again and lifted her hand. The glass swung her fingers back to her, obedient. No breath bloomed child height on the pane. No handprint came. She lowered her palm and felt the silliness of tears nip at her. "Don't be fooled," Caleb said, not unkindly. "I know," she said, not defensively. They ate bread and a stew that tried to be good and mostly was. In the breathing silence afterward they heard small normal things. A mouse reconsidering life in a wall. A drip in a place where drips prepare alibis. Iris took the blue book to the lamp and read old pages that felt less dangerous now. Dates where the ink was steady. Where Eleanor wrote about new gutters in the tinsmith's bill and a winter when the east window's putty needed prayer. It was like reading a woman's life backwards toward her courage. At 9, a soft knock sounded at the front door. Not the haphazard banging of wind. 2 beats, pause, 2 beats. The message on the safe, but this time in wood and air. Iris looked at Caleb. Caleb looked at the nail on the handkerchief, and then at Iris's sleeve. He rose the way one does to open a door for a person who might have brought the wrong night with them. Mrs. Gwynn said, "He began." "I remember," Iris said. They went to the hall. The mirror stood as a guest who knows better. The sleeping glass lay quiet under its little shroud. Iris put her fingers on the bolt and didn't lift it. "Who is it?" she called, because Mrs. Gwynn had allowed calling and forbade only latches. For a beat the person on the other side forgot what people say to that question. Then a girl's voice, clearer now, less tidal, said, "It's me." It sounded like those 3 letters had learned not to beg. "Me who?" Iris said. Silence. Then the polite smile of a lie arriving in time to be useful. "Your mother?" Iris didn't laugh. She said, "My mother didn't call herself my mother at my door. She used the name of the person she was and the name of the person I was. And whichever of those she forgot, I told her. And she apologized because women like her don't need to be right as badly as they need to be gentle. You aren't her." The breath outside the door made no sound, but the hallway's temperature leapt 1 notch closer to cold. Across the way, the mirror's surface flinched, then stilled, as if remembering how to behave in company. The voice tried again. It chose better. It used a nickname that fits under the ribs. The word went through Iris's coat as if the coat weren't there. She didn't answer. She put the bent nail gently on top of the bolt. She set the hand with the sleeping glass on the wood. Her other hand found Caleb's sleeve. He did not look at her, which was a gift. The bells in far Penmire were done ringing. The hour's work was over. A long breath passed through the house, as if the house had been holding it with them. When the breath was finished, the other side of the door turned empty, or sufficiently indistinguishable from empty that the difference was nothing a human could use. The chill went out like a tide that had been told there was no permission here, and finally, after a decent interval, remembered its pride. They didn't open the door. They went to the kitchen and made tea they didn't need. They stood in the light and didn't pretend the light had fixed anything. They were only grateful that the dark had not. That gratitude wore them out the way a good day's labor wears out your hands and sits in your bones as proof. Before bed, Iris walked the corridor one more time. The mirror behaved with the dignity of a scolded animal. In the nursery, the wall had not gained any new marks. The line that said Ada sat at its height and pretended to have been there for decades. She put her palm flat below it and did not say the name that would make the line a mouth. On the way back, something glinted near the skirting board under the last picture in the West Hall, the 1891 Eve Vale that once seemed to smile. Iris knelt. A ribbon lay there, pale, old, not rotten. She lifted it and found that time had not learned how to fray it properly. It had been tied in a child's bow and then pressed flat by years of not being a bow at all. She took it to the lamp. In the ribbon's naphtha salt had left a way of shining. You only see in things that have kept secrets in damp rooms. On the underside, pricked into the fabric with the end of the needle by hands that hadn't yet learned pen, for letters waited. A-D-A-E. The last cramped as if space had run out. She did not take the ribbon to the mirror. She put in the blue book and closed the cover. She put the book on the mantel and set the little sleeping glass on top, like a paperweight with teeth. Tomorrow, she said aloud to the clean listening room, we go to the vicar with a bell that speaks in twins. We ask for the story they don't put in registers. Caleb's voice came from the doorway, soft, acceptable to rooms that have earned their quiet. And then, she said, tired enough to be honest, we tell the house who we are hour by hour until it can't pretend otherwise. The sea turned in its sleep and made no argument. The mirror tried the air once more with the tip of its tongue, tasted iron and salt, and kept its hunger syllables to itself. Night came down with a sort of mercy that doesn't last because it isn't meant to. It only teaches you what a different kind of night will ask for. Iris slept in a way that left the corners of the room to fend for themselves. The seventh bell, when it came in her dream, rang in one voice. Somewhere beneath that note, a second bell lifted its mouth from silt and decided, quietly, almost shyly, to agree. Chapter 8. Names and Debts. The morning looked scraped clean, as if the night had taken a blade of fog and pared it down to a thin gleam. The sea lay iron-flat. Mirevale House was almost honest in that light, its angles crisp, its windows reflecting only what stood before them. Almost. Iris poured tea she didn't need and watched the steam make brief ghosts on the glass before it died. The bent nail still rested across the folded handkerchief that hid the sleeping glass. The ribbon she'd found, pale, pricked with letters on its underside, lay tucked in the blue book. Safe as anything can be in a house that remembers more than it should. Penmire? Caleb said from the doorway, already shrugging into his coat. Penmire, she said. They didn't talk on the lane. The silence between them had learned the shape of usefulness. The hedge glittered with last night's dew. Somewhere down the hill a dog made a sound like a yawn turned into a bark halfway through. The church looked almost jaunty in the sun. Its tower made a sensible shadow across the yard. When they pushed the door, Mrs. Kellen was already there with a polished rag, as if she had risen from a pew, not from her bed. She nodded at them like a toll collected. "You've a better color," she told Iris. "That house hasn't convinced you to live in its weather yet." "We retuned the bell," Caleb said, a statement that seemed to please the timber of the nave. Mrs. Kellen's mouth twitched. "I heard. The ropes behaved last night." The third bell made a sound like itself, instead of like a person pretending to be it. She tipped her head toward the vestry. Vicar's back. Mind you, he thinks he's a scholar because he's read one more book than the last man. Don't let him bully your knowing. The vicar turned out to be younger than Iris had expected, and older in the way men get old when they take on other people's grief, as if it were honest work. His collar was scuffed at the corners. He had the solid kindness of a dresser that hasn't learned to be pretty and never will. "Miss Vale," he said when Mrs. Kellen made the introduction, his voice politely surprised. "We've been praying for your aunt since. Well, since. I'm sorry we didn't have better news to give her when she asked." He gave Caleb a nod of neighborly gratitude. "Trelor, thanks for sorting the rope mess. Saved me a climb." "The rope sorted itself when something else did," Caleb said. Said the vicar, who seemed the sort of man who could without arguing. "We like to see anything you keep that isn't on the ordinary shelf," Iris said gently. "Registers, yes, but also anything the last men didn't know to ask for." He weighed that, then surprised her. "All right," he said. "If you're brave enough to ask in a way that tells me you'll look whether I say yes or no, I'd rather you looked with company." He led them not to the vestry drawers, but to a small door behind the organ that opened on a stair that didn't know how to be straight. The smell changed, less flowers, more stone. At the bottom, a low room whose walls had the seeping damp of grief. Here the church kept what it wasn't ready to throw away or show. A wooden press squatted with 12 small doors. The vicar fished a ring of keys from his pocket. "These are parish things," he said. "Not for taking. Not for talking about in the wrong ears. But they're not for mold either." He unlocked the second door from the left. Inside, neatly wrapped in oilcloth, lay the bell book. Narrow, bound in leather too thin for comfort, the corners fretted by fingers. He set it on a table that had made its peace with wobble. "The bell ringers keep a log," he said. "Not every vicar asks them to. I do. It helps me know who I'll be visiting after bad weather." He opened to the back third, to entries not yet yellow but not fresh either. Columns in 4 hands. Date/occasion/ringers/notes. The script thickened around certain dates, as if the pen had been pressed harder by men who wanted ink to act like rope. Caleb traced a fingertip down a margin. 1873, he said softly. The vicar flipped to the earlier section. Here the pages had browned like fruit. The entry for October 14th, 1873, Saturday, in a neat hand made Messier by haste. Storm watch. Second bell failed. Rope fouled. Sound of other bell under wind. In the notes, something scratched later. Collapse on head. Old house gone at vespers. No peal for dead. Clappers tied by order. The page after that bore a tear. A ragged V where someone had removed a leaf cleanly enough that only a man who loved books would mind. On the stub, one word remained, part of a name that might have been Vie or La. "Pages missing," the vicar said, making his mouth forgiving so his eyes didn't have to be. "It was missing before my time." "Before Eleanor's?" Iris asked. "I can't say," he said, "but I'd wager it went in the 90s. He reached for a later section. Here, he tapped 1998 with a finger that had baptized babies and rubbed oil on the foreheads of the exhausted. Storm watch. 7th bell failed. Rope jammed at crown. Missy Vale in tower. Child reported missing from head. No body. Peal rung in hope. In notes. Mirror and vestry covered by request. No reflection in sacristy window. The last line had been struck through by a more embarrassed hand and appended with error of observation. "Those aren't Ringer's notes," Caleb said. "No," the vicar said, the corners of his mouth admitting to knowledge he wasn't sure he wanted. "Those were the Reverend Potter's, who wrote everything he saw even when he was sure he hadn't seen it. He was a good man. He lasted 3 years." Iris's throat had tightened. "My aunt was in the tower. She was," the vicar said. "She had the right. You can win it by promises and work, even if you haven't got it by tradition. She got there fast because she kept the key. She said the rope had gone mean." He turned the page to 1999. Stormwatch. Peel kept. Miss E. Vale absent. Then, in a different hand, months later, Miss E. Vale last seen on head. Presumed. The rest of the sentence was a long line. A refusal to finish writing the thing that would make the thing finish happening. "I'm sorry," the vicar said, softly now. "I don't have more than you do. I have less mostly. Do you know why the page is gone?" Iris asked, the way one asks a doctor to lie kindly. He thought. "I don't know," he said, refusing to lie. "But if I were making a story out of evidence, I'd say someone didn't want the names that were rung that night written where a bishop might eventually see them. There's ringer's tradition to name the person you're calling in hope and the person you're ringing against in warning. It's not doctrine. It's the sort of thing parishioners think priests don't know they do. Names belong to the living," Iris said, and did not realize she'd spoken aloud until the vicar turned a little toward her as if to hear it better. "They do," he said, "and to God. What belongs to the sea belongs to no one I could write a receipt for." Caleb's eyes had gone to the lower corner of the torn page. There, impressed without ink, a name had left a ghost. The pressure of letters pressed hard enough to bruise the paper beneath. He angled the book. The light from the single window found the impression. "Look," he said. In the hollow of the paper, reverse and faint, lay Eleanor Vale. Below it, another impression in smaller letters. 88, no space, and a diagonal score to the last letter, as if the writer had caught the mistake or the pen had slipped. "Your aunt wrote their names," the vicar said, and if he was angry it wasn't with Eleanor. It was with understanding arriving too late to save anyone. And then someone took it away from itself. Someone who knew enough about bells to fear receipts, Caleb said. The vicar closed the book with care, as if not to startle it. He took a breath and put his hand flat on the leather. "What do you want to do?" he asked. Iris surprised herself by answering. "Finish what my aunt started, but without making the same debt." She looked at the vicar. "I don't want the sea to own my name. Or hers." "Then you do the work of the living," he said. "You put the right piece back where it belongs. You don't lend your voice where silence will do. And you let us ring properly when it's time. I can ring truth. I can't ring promises. Tonight?" Caleb asked. "Even song at 7, the vicar said. I'll give you 8 strikes after the Nunc Dimittis. If your bell under water wants to speak in twos, let it. If it wants to sing alone, that'll be prayer enough." Mrs. Kellen appeared with a tray of mugs from no door that made sense. "You'll be here at 10 to," she said to Iris, not a request. "You'll sit by the south aisle where the draft knows your name, and you'll not catch cold for nothing." "Thank you," Iris said, because arguing with kindness is the worst sort of pride. They left the church when the sun had climbed to its unambitious height. Outside, the wind had gone polite. The village green held 3 children, and a dog that had already learned to mistrust seagulls. What did the other torn page say? Iris asked once they'd passed the last cottage. Caleb glanced sideways. "The one in your face," he said. "The one you didn't ask the vicar about. The one where your aunt wrote 80 instead of Ada. I think she wrote the tide name because she was desperate," Iris said. The hill made breath cost. It felt good to pay. And then she struck it because she remembered who names belonged to. She remembered too late for someone, Caleb said simply. Mirevale House met them at the headland, as if it had been watching the lane and counting their steps. The windows reflected daylight, and made of it something a little colder. The front door opened with less sulk than yesterday. Inside, the corridor kept its depth to itself. Iris put the sleeping glass on the table and lifted a handkerchief just enough to check that it had not turned secretly into anything else. It hadn't. The little square lay dull and obedient. She went to the nursery because she had to, and because doing so before dusk would make doing so after dusk look less like surrender. The air tasted of chalk again, and of something like lavender that had forgotten it was meant to be comforting. The marks on the wall were as they'd been. Ada, 5, Ada, 6, Eleanor, 8, Iris, 7. The new line, Ada, 8, sat above them, the graphite soft, the height wrong for any child in the room, unless the room were old. She touched the line with the back of her knuckle. "We're taking your bell back," she said softly, and startled herself by saying we without flinching at the grammar of it. Somewhere in the house, pipes made the small dumb apology they make when they shift after hot runs to cold. The mirror in the hall considered whether to hum and decided to wait. Caleb spent an hour in the coach house finding rope that didn't lie and metal that didn't bend wrong. Iris spent an hour with the blue book, starting at the beginning, so that when she reached the part where Eleanor's hand began to hurry and smudge, she would have the sound of her aunt's sensible voice in her ear like ballast. She read about gutters and about a carpenter who took offense at the hedge and later married well. She read about the day the pantry shelves were moved an inch because the floor wasn't square and now the jars stand like soldiers. She read Ada wants a nursery window open and then not open, and she felt the human weight of those notes like a hand between shoulder blades steadying her toward a step she would take. At 5, the light went gold for 1 minute and then pretended it had never experimented with beauty. At 6, the air changed tension the way a violin string changes tunings from one song to the next. At 10-7, they were in the south aisle pew, and Mrs. Kellen was fussing with a lap blanket. She wouldn't let Iris refuse. Even song moved around them like something trained to do its work, without fanfare. The psalms made patterns. The lessons told stories the way the sea tells stories. The details change. The mercy doesn't. When the Nunc Dimittis fell away, the vicar lifted his chin at Caleb in the ringing chamber, a small tilt, ready. The first stroke came, and the second. Again, the underwater bell answered in the same voice. The third trembled a fraction. Caleb winced, but then corrected. The fourth carried warmth all the way along the aisle and into Iris's fingers where they gripped the pew. On the 5th, a draft went up the nave and curled around her throat, as if to test whether she would say a name without meaning to. She pressed salt to her tongue. She said nothing. On the 6th, something in the mirror at Mirevale House 800 yards away chose not to open. On the 7th, the sound spread wide, a sheet of metal laid carefully over water. Iris felt tears make their hot, abrupt decision and didn't resent them for it. On the 8th, the two bells sang in such agreement that the space between them stopped being a place. There was only the note, and in the note, an admission. Here. Now. Enough. The vicar held the rope a moment longer, head bowed, then let it still. Silence landed soft on the stone like ash. After the office, when the parish had scattered to doorways and car lights and Monday mornings, the vicar found them by the font. He looked different when he wasn't being official. Less composed, more useful. Sometimes that does it, he said. Sometimes it only buys time. We'll take time, Iris said. He nodded. Tonight, don't answer doors, unless you meant to invite what's behind them. Keep iron over the glass. If you have to speak a name, say it into your hand with salt, then wash and let the water go outside. We know, Caleb said, and the vicar almost smiled at we. They walked back under a sky that had decided to allow stars for once. Mirevale House didn't loom. It sat the way old dogs sit when they've learned to trust that you're bringing supper. Iris didn't force herself to hurry or to dawdle. She took the steps as if they belonged to her feet. Inside, the corridor held steady. The mirror's surface looked dull, like pewter that would shine if you had a minute to rub it. She set the bent nail across the frame and tucked the sleeping glass in her pocket. The ribbon in the blue book lay flat, accepting its place. "Tea?" she asked. "Tea," Caleb said. They were in the kitchen when the knock came. 2 beats, pause, 2 beats. The code the safe had learned to write in condensation. Iris looked at Caleb. He looked at her sleeve. She didn't go to the door. She turned instead to the back window, where the glass gave her the night in a cheap frame. On the inside of the pane, a handprint bloomed. Then another, smaller. Then a third, wider, the size of a woman's hand, not a child's. Iris stepped close enough to see her face reflected within the hand. The larger handprint didn't line up with her own. It stood a little to the side, as if the person who'd made it were not precisely where she was. A voice came, tired, composed. Not a child's, a woman's who had run out of time and chosen quiet. "I didn't ask you to follow me," it said, a sentence in Iris's mother's voice. But it wasn't her mother's syntax. Her mother would have said, "You didn't have to come," and then made tea. Iris set her palm against a glass beside the handprint, not touching. She could feel cold like a language she understood, and could decline, but would not speak. You don't get to borrow her tone, she said. You don't get to borrow my pity. The debt on this house is not payable in me. Silence, not offended, interested. Then the handprints cleared one by one, as if they'd been wiped from the other side with a dry cloth. The kitchen settled a notch. Caleb exhaled. You're very good at not being polite when it matters. I was raised by a woman who taught me the difference, she said. They drank their tea. They sat until sitting felt like action, not apology. Before bed, Iris checked the nursery. The marks on the wall had not multiplied. The mirror stayed a mirror. In the West Hall, the 1891 portrait kept its mouth closed, its eyes obedient. She said good night to the empty rooms not as a charm, but as a custom. Houses like customs. When she lay down, the blue book had turned itself to a page she hadn't yet earned. She didn't read it. She put the sleeping glass on top and the bent nail across it. And for once she fell asleep before the house could decide what to try. In the hour when even the seer remembers to rest, a sound came not to the mirror, and not the door but to the roof. A roll and a pause, a roll and a pause, like a bell being walked across tiles by careful hands that didn't want to wake the occupants. It crossed from the west wing toward the nursery and stopped above the chimney. Iris woke without startling. She and Caleb looked at each other across the breadcrumb dark. He whispered, "Hear it?" "Yes." "Do we?" "No," she said. "We don't lend our footsteps to other people's errands. In the morning we look at the roof. In the morning we decide what to do next. In the morning, the roof would show the print of something small and round dragged through dew. In the morning, the ribbon in the book would smell faintly of salt as if it had been outdoors. In the morning, Penmire would ring the Angelus with one voice, and the sea would answer with none. But for now, the house listened to its own breathing, and the bells held their true note, and Iris, who had borrowed a little courage from both, slept like someone who has put a debt on a ledger underpaid for now. Chapter 9. The Roof Walker. Morning arrived honest and cold. The sky held a pale wash that made edges precise, slate, lintel, gull. Mirevale House, though, refused to sharpen entirely. Its lines stayed slightly out of register, like a print where the ink had shifted. They ate quickly. Toast ashburn on one edge because the range referred its own timing, and stood in the yard looking up at the roof as if it might confess. "There," Caleb said, pointing. The dew had printed everything with equal fairness, but track broke the pattern. A narrow, deliberate trail where droplets had been rolled aside rather than stepped through. It crossed from the west wing's ridge, over the hip, toward the shallower fall above the nursery, and stopped above the chimney where soot had licked the slates darker. The trail was not boot prints. It was round, the width of a man's wrist, as if something cylindrical had been walked carefully across the tiles. The clapper, Iris said before she meant to say anything at all. Caleb narrowed his eyes, or something wanted to be it. They fetched a ladder from the coach house. It was heavier than it looked, and had learned to take a shoulder without apology. Caleb checked the rungs like a man who has fallen once in his life, and volunteers to remember it so others don't have to. "I'll go first," he said. "Your boots'll slip. Slate's not a friend, unless you're carrying it." "I'm the lighter one," Iris said, "if the ladder's going to argue." "It'll argue with me," he said, and set the feet into the earth with a small stomp that convinced the ground to pretend to be trustworthy. He climbed easy slow. On the roof, he tested weight with his palms before trusting his knees. "All right," he said down to her. "Hand up my bag. Then come slow. Follow the ridge. Keep to the batten line. And when you feel a slate give, let it go. Don't try to save it. Pride's a good way to break ankles." She did as he said. At the eaves, the cold came in a clean line under her coat. The height made noise different. Gulls bigger, the sea closer, the house under a creature breathing through its bones. The track was clearer up here, a broken polish where dew had been persuaded aside. Each roll making a thin line almost like a snail's, except a snail doesn't carry iron or intention. "See the start?" she asked. He nodded toward the west ridge, at the lead flashing by the stack. Something came out from there. They followed. Up close the lead showed finger marks no human hand could have left. Narrow drag prints where something had pulled itself over the soft metal and down onto slate. At the stack's base, under a lip of flashing, a small square of pitch had been lifted and put back slightly wrong, like a book returned to a shelf by someone who hadn't read it. Caleb slid his knife under the edge and raised it. Beneath, in the dry throat where wind lives, lay twine, tar-dark, knotted, cut clean, and a scrap of cloth, pale, old cotton, with a hem a child's mother would have sewn between two other tasks and a prayer. The cloth had been threaded through the twine and tied with a ribbon knot. Iris touched the edge gently. It crumbled with the softness of old courage. She turned it over. The underside was pricked with letters, the same small needlework hand as the ribbon from last night. 88E, the last letter cramped as if stitched from impatience. She tied it to something. Iris said. The cold went to her teeth. She tied it to the clapper when it was hidden. She wanted to find it again. Or be found by it, Caleb said, and the sentence put a dark taste in the morning. He bagged the scrap carefully. The wind tugged at the hem of Iris's coat like an impolite child. She stood and looked toward the sea. The tide was out far enough to make the cove frank. At this height, the bell's pool showed only as a darker circle among many darker circles, the water in it shaded like a pupil. They'll say we planted this, Iris said, surprising herself with bitterness. Let them, Caleb said. Truth's heavy enough to sink and stay. Lies are the things you keep having pulled back to the surface for air. They moved along the ridge toward the nursery. The track ended above the chimney in a neat, cruel stop, as if someone had set the weight down and then lifted it straight into air. Could a person, Iris began. Not unless they had more rope and less sense than I've seen in a decade, he said. He crouched by the flaunching, the mortar of faded mustard. Here. He traced a fingernail through soot that had been recently pressed. Not by rain, not by crow. Around, he said. Set down. Then up. Your clapper walked here because something with hands set it down and lifted it. But the thing that walked it, he touched the dew-roll line again. That wasn't feet. The bell under the sea has its tongue back, Iris said. The thought made a plumb line through her. If that's true, then whatever was borrowing the bell wants the shape of a tongue as well. Or it wants you to think it has one, Caleb said. They climbed down. On the ground again, ordinary scale came back rudely. The front door looked too domestic to belong to a house with a roof that had just borrowed a story from the sea. Inside, they set the scrap of cloth on the breakfast room table. Iris put the ribbon from last night beside it. The letters matched, the hand, the spacing, the cramped E. So there's a track from the nursery to the roof and down to the clapper's hiding place, she said. Eleanor threaded a path, either for Ada or for herself. Caleb's mouth went sideways. Or to keep something between the house and the sea that wasn't ready to choose. They worked until midday with practical things, checking the nursery flue, resetting mesh, brushing soot that seemed to breed when you scolded it. Work changed the room's temperature. At some point, Iris laughed at a stain in the shape of Cornwall, and because laughter was a kind of iron, the house pretended not to mind. After lunch, they turned to the West Hall. The 1891 Vale portrait had been an argument between them since the first day. Her mouth's almost smile, the way paint makes an eye into a room you can enter. Iris stood before it now, the ribbon in her pocket, like a small, restless thought. What's behind this wall? She asked. Void, Caleb said, between hall and the little closet. Then stone. Not a chimney? Not here. Help me, she said. If we lift the frame, I want you to look at the back. He fetched the screwdriver. He preferred not to lend. Together they eased the portrait off its hooks. It was heavier than it looked. On the wall behind, the outline of its longer life was printed in dust, a clean rectangle within the dirt, like an absence photographed. The plaster was smooth, no obvious door, no seam, except for a horizontal line at shoulder height, where paint had been made honest by a seam that ran beneath the paper and the skim coat. Not fresh, not ancient, a join. Caleb rapped it lightly with a knuckle, hollow. They looked at each other with the careful excitement of people who have learned not to celebrate until a door actually opens. Iris felt the ribbon warm in her pocket. Score the paper, she said. He did it neatly, turning a square out of the floor like a butcher, making a cut he knows by heart. The plaster beneath was newer than the wall deserved. It crumbled with a minimal persuasion of the chisel. After a few minutes of respectful mess, the tool rang against wood. "Boxed," he said. He cut further. A wooden panel revealed itself. A small door with a lip and 2 nails hammered in, as if someone making it had run out of patience to find the proper catch. Caleb pried gently, then with more intent. The nails complained and then relented. The panel came free. Inside the cavity lay a book. Not the blue one. This was larger, bound in brown leather mottled with damp. Beside it, a mirror shard no bigger than a palm, its edge taped with cloth. And beneath those two, wrapped in oilcloth that had failed in one corner, a bundle of letters tied with ribbon faded almost to the color of ash. Iris set them on the table, with the care of a person lifting a child out of a bath. The mirror shard startled her most. It looked asleep. She set the handkerchief from the sleeping glass over it by instinct. The room warmed a degree. Caleb cracked the book. The first page carried a hand Iris knew. Eleanor's, older than the blue book's earliest entries. The ink browner, the line warier. Mirevale, a record of reflections. Beneath, begin with what you know and move toward what you fear. Mirrors keep order if you insist. He turned a few pages. Entries. Experiments with covered frames and open windows, with bells rung at different hours, with names spoken under breath and into hands gritted with salt. Then a passage that stopped both their eyes. There are rooms on the far side that mimic ours but hold the things we lost. The first house made dry. You can see them when the bells agree. Do not step into them. The step is not reversible unless someone dear holds your sleeve and calls you by a name you have not lent to the tide. Iris looked toward the corridor. The mirror at the end kept its dignity. She felt, rather than saw, a depth behind its surface like a road in fog. The letters, Eleanor's and another hand she didn't recognize, were addressed to V. Hovel, which made no sense to the immediate story, but pricked a filament in Iris's mind that registered Prague, and a busker and a violin that belonged to a different life. She set the bundle aside. Not everything could be read today, without diluting what was needed. Shard, Caleb said, nodding to the covered glass. It'll want to look. Mrs. Gwynn said mirrors like speaking to their own. Iris lifted the handkerchief a finger's width. The fragment kept the light poor. In its surface, the room reflected backwards in miniature, but the tiny library against a far wall did not match the real one. In the shard, 3 books had been pulled half an inch out of line, where in the room itself the spine sat flush. "See," Iris whispered. "It's off by a breath." Caleb went to the shelf and looked. "Third from the left," he said. "Erosion, folklore, veering tides." He pulled the third, veering tides, forward finger's breadth to match the shard view. The mirror at the end of the corridor hummed once, an almost polite sound. The air changed, as if a door had been opened in a neighboring house. The shard surface darkened. The 3 books in the shard slid outward another inch without hands. "Stop," Iris said. "That's an invitation." They covered the shard. The room exhaled. She opened the brown book again. A later entry in a different mood. If the sea's voice is removed from bells, the mirrors grow precise. They will show only what is placed before them. If the sea's voice is allowed inside, the mirrors grow hungry. They will ask for names. They will trade. Then, underlined twice, a line in Eleanor's angrier hand. Do not bargain for children with anything that keeps time underwater. Iris closed the book with a gratitude that felt like grief. She tried, she said. She did more than try, Caleb said. She left instructions. As afternoon thinned, the house did its small rehearsal for evening. A radiator chose a new rhythm. A door upstairs decided to stick, and then changed its mind. Iris set the brown book under the blue one, and put the sleeping glass on top of both. If mirrors like talking to mirrors, they could chat among themselves all night and leave her out of it. At 6, she took the ribbon from her pocket and threaded it through her hair in a quick knot. She had no reason for doing it except a small, stubborn desire to co-opt an object before it could be used as an omen against her. Caleb looked at the bow, said nothing, and checked the nail above the hall mirror. They were halfway through soup when something happened that could not be called a sound. The light in the corridor altered, grew thinner by a degree, like soup stretched with water until it looked the same but tasted wrong. The mirror at the end of the hall brightened, not with reflection but with depth. The surface held like skin over a throat. In the mirror, first faint as a stain you imagine, and then real as the back of your own hand, a shadow stood. Not the child, not the woman from the sea. Tall, narrow at the shoulders, a weight about the head that might have been hair, or might have been a cap, or might have been a tilt of the world around it as the glass worked to form a shape where shapes don't belong. It stood behind the place where Iris's reflection would be if she had been in front of the mirror, and it did not move with the room's draft. Caleb stood slowly, chair soundless, the way men do when a dog in a field doesn't know yet if it wants to bite. "Don't," he began. "I won't," Iris said. She took the sleeping glass and its handkerchief and the brown book, as if the weight of Eleanor's voice could add ballast to the hour. She walked to the corridor and stopped at the safe distance, the place where the mirror cannot take your breath without you letting it. The shadow changed its weight from one foot to the other. It did not blink. It did not breathe. It was a silhouette whose edges fuzzed when the house exhaled and sharpened when it inhaled. And she saw it now, on the floor beside the shadow's left foot, the suggestion of a rope coil. "Do you see it?" she asked without taking her eyes off the glass. "I do," Caleb said, "and I wish I didn't." Mrs. Gwynn said precision was the price of retuning the bells. Iris said, not as argument, but as notes of the record, "We bought the shadow's clarity at the cost of its presence. Then we keep it at a distance," he said. Iris lifted the little mirror 1 inch, uncovered, so that the larger mirror could see it without catching her eyes. The shadow flickered, as if embarrassed. The rope coil disappeared, where the glass thought better of making a rope in partial light. She covered the shard again. The shadow steadied, interested but not impatient. "You can stop looking now," Caleb said, soft and almost coaxing. "I know," she said, and stepped back 1 pace. The shadow did not step forward. It held where it was, bound to its hour like a bell with its tongue back. She retreated to the kitchen. They waited without speaking, listening to the house test its own silences for faults. The shadow stayed until the second after the bells at Penmire sang the 8th. On that note it thinned, and then went away as a harbor goes away in fog. You don't watch the moment of vanishing. You look at something else, and then realize you've lost it. "Not a child," Caleb said. "No," Iris said. "What does it want?" She looked down at her sleeve. Her skin remembered the cold that had stroked her wrist the night the 7th didn't ring. "It wants to be told its name," she said. "Or to be given mine." He nodded like a man who had been hoping for a better answer and did not get one. "Tomorrow we take the brown book to the vicar," he said. "He'll have words for reflections and the bells. He'll have words for shadows. And tonight?" Iris asked. "Tonight we behave," he said, and the word had never sounded so comforting. They sat in the library with the fire taking its time. Iris laid the ribbon on the table between the 2 books. She thought of Eleanor's needle-pricking letters into fabric in the nursery's late light. She thought of a girl who'd been named twice and lent once to something that doesn't return what it borrows unless you make it. "Your aunt didn't stop this," Caleb said, as a confessing for her. "But she taught you how not to make it worse, and how to make it better in inches." Iris smiled without enjoyment. "I can take inches." A mouse reconsidered a career in the skirting board, and then chose a cloistered life. The house set its weight down on a different joist. The sea outside rehearsed the difference between enough and more. When Iris finally slept, she dreamed not of mirrors but of rope, rows of it, coils upon coils, each labeled in Eleanor's tidy hand. Names for calling, names for warning, names for not yours. She woke with a word in her mouth that broke like sugar and would not let her speak it. And she tasted salt, and beyond the wind of the morning tried out the idea of being kind. Chapter 10. The Names for Warning. The morning broke with a clarity that felt borrowed. The sea lay calm but not repentant. The sky had a thin color of paper left in a window too long. Iris made tea as if each step were part of a small sacrament. Kettle, leaves, pour, trying to teach the house by example what ordinary looked like. On the hall table, The brown book waited with the blue one under the sleeping glass. The bent nails set across like a line a teacher draws under the part of something they intend to carry. The ribbon lay between the covers. A pale worm of intention. Iris slid the brown book free and felt the weight of Eleanor's hand in the spine. "Penmire?" Caleb said, fastening his coat. The morning made his eyes lighter. Or maybe it had only taught them a new trick with color. "Penmire," Iris said. She tucked the sleeping glass in her pocket, handkerchief still folded over it, and salted the tip of her tongue. Habit now, like checking bolts. They left Mirevale House without looking back, which is sometimes the only way to leave a thing that watches. On the lane a wind moved sideways, harmless as gossip. In the hedges the fog hung in ribbons more decorative than dangerous. The church tower kept a square, honest watch over roofs, and a dog that had decided to believe in gravity today. Mrs. Kellen met them at the porch, as if the bell rope in her chest rang to warn her when stories were about to be opened. "You brought it," she said, seeing the brown book under Iris's arm. "Good. Better in here than where the walls clap when a thought goes by." She ushered them into the vestry, where the vicar already stood, sleeves rolled in a way that dignified men get away with when work requests it. He looked at the book with the wary gentleness of someone who had seen too many objects turn out to be keys disguised as weights. "May I?" he asked. Iris handed it over, her fingers reluctant in the way that feels like loyalty and is sometimes only habit. He opened the first page and read the title. Mirevale, a record of reflections. His mouth tightened. "Miss Eleanor liked clear names," he said softly. He turned pages with a touch that tried not to wake what slept between them. He paused at the section Iris had marked with a ribbon. "There are rooms on the far side that mimic ours. Do not step into them, unless someone dear holds your sleeve and calls you by a name you have not lent to the tide." She understood, the vicar murmured. "More than I wanted her to." She was alone, Iris said. The word stuck sideways in her throat. She didn't have anyone to hold her sleeve. The vicar nodded once, not as pity but as admission. He turned more pages, entries on coverings and bells, a sketch of the corridor and a notation about the west mirror's silvering being hungry and damp. Then he came to a folio headed names for warning. Below, in Eleanor's hand, a column of names written not as a list but as a litany. Each name had 2 columns after it labeled to call and to refuse. Some names were simply struck through. Others bore a salt mark in the margin. "What is this?" Caleb asked, peering. "A bell ringer's glossary," the vicar said, surprised into a little laugh. "Not church stuff, mind." He traced 2 entries. "There's a tradition here. Not ours alone, but ours thorough. That bells are rung for someone, not only about someone. There are names you call into the rope, when you want the sound to be taken like a letter to a particular ear, and there are names you never say unless you want to see the answer with appetite. Your aunt organized them for a mirror's hearing." He tapped the columns. To call, names you can spend safely to anchor a moment. To refuse, names you keep shut. If you say them, you ought to say them only into your palm with salt. He looked up. "Did Eleanor teach you this?" "Not in so many words," Iris said. Her mouth remembered an evening when Eleanor had said, "Some names make the house sit up. Don't waste them." She made me listen to bells and tell her which note was the church and which was the sea. I never got it right. Until now. The vicar scanned. The names meant little to Iris at first sight. Some human, some place names, some old words that felt like rope burns in the mouth. Ada was on the page twice. Once with a mark that looked like a cross, and once with an X that was more like a gate. Eleanor did not appear. A small notation at the bottom read, "If you must give an hour, not a person." Here, the vicar said, flipping to a later leaf, instructions in Eleanor's hand, underlined practical. Binding a glass without breaking it, domestic. Place iron over frame at dusk. Worked, not cast. Nail preferred. Set salt in dish by sill. Renew at morning. Keep a sleeping glass within reach, covered. If the mirror calls, show it its own. Speak your refusals into your palm. Washington, let water to earth. If the bells disagree, cover all mirrors and go to neighbors. If you must invite a person through, tie sleeves. Set your anchor name at the door. Do not use children's names. 2 ringers at the tower. 8 strokes only. Refuse the 9th. The vicar exhaled through his nose in approval. An Anglican with common sense, he said. I knew she was one of ours even when she shouted at my predecessor. He looked up at Iris. You can do this. We can do this. There's nothing here that asks for more than hands and a willingness to be stubborn. He closed the book gently. I'd like to copy this, with your permission, not to publish. To remember. Perishes long memories that get sloppy without paper. Iris nodded. The relief of being believed arrived not as tears, but as tiredness leaving her knees. Yes, she said. Please. Mrs. Kellen appeared with a stack of paper that might have been born when the church was. Knew you'd want it, she said. And I put aside the old hassock ropes. Good iron core in them. If you tie those over a frame, the frame remembers it's a thing that belongs to work, not to laughter. The vicar collected the ropes, soft red with a braided heart. Right, he said briskly, and turned from scholar to parish captain in one breath. Let's plan. You'll bind the hall mirror and the nursery glass. I'll ring at 7 again. 8 strikes. If the underwater bell speaks true, we keep the hour normal. If it answers in a different voice, we come to you, me, Mrs. Kellen, and whichever the ringers aren't half-legged with cider, and we sit the night in your hallway like a choir that refuses to go home. Caleb rubbed the bridge of his nose. And if the shadow appears again, we don't lend it names, the vicar said. We don't lend it pity. We remind it that this hour is paid for. We keep refusals ready. He looked at Iris. There's a sentence Eleanor uses here. Names for warning. Would you let me teach you one? Not a spell. A refusal that makes the glass remember which way a prayer goes. Iris inclined her head. The vicar spoke the line softly, so the stone could learn it too. Not mine, not yours, not this hour. What's named is named to land, not water. What's owed is owed to breath, not echo. The words were plain and tasted like oak and salt. Iris repeated them into her palm with a grain of salt and washed her hand in the vestry basin, letting the water run outside through the drain, as if it were a little river with a destination it could be proud of. Good. The vicar said, satisfaction unornamented. Bring the book back tomorrow. We'll keep copying. Tonight, bind your frames. And don't be alone after dusk. We're not leaving the house empty, Iris said, and surprised herself by how possessive it sounded. You don't have to, the vicar said simply. You only have to make it behave. They spent the afternoon in the quiet fury of preparation. Back at Mirevale, Iris set the brown book open on the breakfast table and read aloud each instruction, while Caleb did the kind of work that sounds like a man thinking with his wrists. He screwed small hooks into the plaster above the hall mirror and rammed the hassock rope over the frame, so that the rope crossed itself in a lazy figure 8. The iron core made a respectful thunk when it came to rest. Eleanor would approve, he said. A bit of church doing the parish's dirty work. In the nursery, Iris laid a line of salt along the sill. It glittered faintly, like frost choosing to be honest. She set the sleeping glass within reach and the bent nail across it. The mirror there was small, the kind meant to show a child's face to itself without frightening it. It had learned a different habit. Iris stroked the frame with the back of 2 fingers, once, the way one greets a horse that has been taught bad tricks by someone who didn't love it. On the corridor mirror, they hung iron, 3 bent nails on a wire, so their weight sat on the frame like a reminder. Eleanor's list didn't forbid overkill. The glass took the insult with good grace. Food, Caleb said after a while, and meant we need to remember to be human. He heated a stew whose best quality was its heat. They ate at the table with the books between them, and salt in a dish like an extra guest. At 6, the light did that brightening that isn't really brighter, just a day doing one last trick before it leaves. The hall smelled faintly of iron and lavender and soot. Iris tucked the ribbon into the brown book and shut it. Ready, she asked. No, Caleb said, and adjusted the rope above the mirror one last time. Penmire's bells began on time. 1, 2, the air learned its shape. 3, Mirevale's windows thought about singing back and then remembered their instructions. 4, the corridor kept its depth to itself. 5, Iris felt a tug at the back of her tongue, the old temptation to say a name to fill silence. She pressed her salt palm to her thigh and did not speak. 6. A ripple moved through the glass the way heat moves above a road. 7. The underwater bell answered true, a pleasure that bordered on pain. 8. The 2 notes braided, and the house stood still as if listening to someone else pray for it. Good, Caleb said on a breath. Good. They didn't trust the goodness. Sensible people don't. They waited. The house waited back, like a large animal that had been fed, and was deciding whether to sleep. For a while the normal small noises took up the space. A cupboard settling, the stove ticking to cool, the river of wind going through a different culvert under the eaves. It was full dark when the call came, not at the door, not at the window, not even in the mirror. From the cliff, a woman's voice, carrying strangely clean, as if someone had stretched a wire from the headland to the breakfast room and plucked it. Iris, it called, in the tone you use to ask a child to bring her coat. Not her mother's voice, not precisely. It wore her timbre like a borrowed garment that didn't fit in the shoulders. Caleb stood. No, we can hear it inside, Iris said, and to her own disgusting part her gladdened to be singled out, to be seen, even if the seeing wasn't love. The voice called again, softer, as if embarrassed. Don't be unkind. Then, cleverer, I'm cold. Mrs. Gwynn's warning woke hard in Iris's ear. If a voice asks for its name back, you don't give it. She lifted the sleeping glass and held it uncovered in the direction of the sound, the handkerchief in her other hand like a flag half raised. The little square took the room's light and kept it stingy. The voice dimmed a fraction, as if the glass had made a shield too small, but sincere. It's on the headland, Iris said. At the stile. I can see the line of it in my head the way you see lightning through your eyelids. We stay inside, Caleb said. We don't go to the mirror, she agreed. She set the sleeping glass down and took the brown book instead, the weight comforting. She turned the names for warning and took up the refusal Eleanor had written be said like a rope is thrown. Quick and aimed. She cupped her salt palm and spoke. Not mine, not yours, not this hour. What's named is named to land, not water. What's owed is owed to breath, not echo. The words didn't echo. They landed like sand on a wet floor. The wind's pitch changed. The voice tried once more. Iris, it coaxed and shifted its mouth to a sweet, false diminutive. Iris felt in the hinge behind her teeth. She didn't answer. She set her hand on a rope over the mirror and felt the iron core reduce the pull to something an ordinary person could refuse. Outside on the cliff, the night made a decision. The voice stopped. They waited 5 minutes more, because 5 minutes is a number that satisfies a superstition you don't admit to keeping. Then Iris said, we should check, because not checking can be a worse invitation than opening a door from the yard, not the path. They stepped out into a dark that had no malice to spare for them. It was busy being dark for foxes. The air smelled of iron and gorse and a hint of kelp. From the edge of the yard, the headland showed as a black against a softer black. The stile stood a smudged T against the sky. No figure, no lantern, only the sound of the sea working without an audience. But the grass between yard and stile had been parted, not trodden, parted like hair with a careful comb. A track led toward the house and died 2 yards from the threshold, as if a hand had reached to knock and remember refusal in time. Caleb crouched and touched the blades. They were wet from dew, not sea. He sniffed his fingers. Salt, he said, puzzled. It came up to the door like a person, Iris whispered. It still knows the manners it doesn't deserve. They went back in. The corridor mirror reflected the kitchen doorway and the dark beyond. It kept its precision. For a while, nothing. Then, just when Iris had begun to believe in quiet for the whole of an hour, the mirror deepened like a well. The shadow came back, not exactly where it had been, a fraction closer, as if the house had learned the length of the rope that held it and decided to use the slack. Rope, Caleb said under his breath, and indeed the shadow had its coil again, neater now, as if it had been handled by hands that enjoyed order. Iris didn't step closer. She wetted her palm with salt and lifted her hand just enough that her reflection could be seen by the glass, not her face. In that thin, precise airway between reflection and refusal, the shadow tilted its head. It did not ask for a name. It asked for work. Iris felt at the back of her mind like a knotted line pressed into skin. Ring. "No," she said. "Not here. Not for you." The rope above the mirror shivered faintly with the movement of air everyone pretended was only air. The shadow held. Then it did something new. It turned. That tiny motion shifted the depth, and for a wafer of a second Iris saw past it. Not a room, not a corridor, not her own reflection. The first house. Timber, whitewashed plank, a rope fallen in loops on the bare floor, and a small bed with a quilt folded with the crispness of hands that have learned to tuck grief into corners. The view snapped shut as if the glass had remembered itself. The shadows straightened. Caleb's hand found Iris's sleeve without asking permission. "Did you see?" he began. "Yes." The word cost her breath. "I saw her bed." "And the rope," he said. "Not yours. Not Penmire's." "A bell rope," Iris said. "Walked across our roof last night." The shadow flickered. Annoyance or hunger. It was learning both. Iris lifted the names for warning page and read another refusal, a shorter one, meant for moments when you needed to shut a window with one hand while holding a child with the other. "Wrong hour. Wrong house. Go back by the door you used." She didn't shout. She said it like a person who knows they have the right to speak where they stand. The shadow did not vanish. It thinned, which is sometimes all you win and enough. They stood a long time, a small human length of time that still tired the legs. When the 7 and 8 bells came in the distance, a piece fell that wasn't a gift but a contract honored. The mirror relaxed to a sheet of old silver. The corridor remembered how to be a corridor. Caleb let go of her sleeve and rubbed a hand over his face. "We should sleep in shifts," he said. "We should," Iris said. "But I want to try something first." She went to the library, took down Veering Tides, and pulled it halfway out, then pushed it back in. She checked the shard under the handkerchief. When she lifted the cloth a little, the shard gave her back the library. But this time the books matched the shelf exactly. "Good," she said, as much to herself as to the room. "Precision." "Careful," Caleb warned. "I am," she said, and covered the shard again. She set the brown book under the blue one, and the sleeping glass on top. She laid the ribbon across them like a line. "Eleanor," she said softly to the air, to the habit of a house, to the woman who had written in the margins of a parish that didn't want to know it knew. "We're doing it your way, without the mistakes. Help us remember the refusals." A draft passed her cheek, warmer than the room's temperature allowed. It might have been the stove. It might have been kindness. She took it and did not argue with the shape of the mercy. They agreed on watches. Caleb took first, on the armchair with a blanket and a mug that went cold too fast. Iris lay on the rug by the fire and watched the ceiling for the kind of crack that tells you load-bearing truths. The house shifted once about an hour later, the way an animal shifts when a fly insists. The cliff kept its own counsel. The bell under water slept like iron sleeps. In her hour, Iris dreamed a word stamped on rope. Names for calling war smooth warm. Names for warning had a burr. Names for not yours left splinters. She woke to the faint sound of child's footfalls running down a wooden corridor that did not connect to any room she knew. She didn't answer. She tightened the blanket around her shoulders and remembered to refuse even in sleep. Toward morning, the house practiced being ordinary so well that she almost believed it. The 7th bell, when it came, found no echoing 9th. The 8th didn't need an argument to be allowed. The mirror at the end of the corridor reflected a woman with wild hair and a man would sit on his jaw, and a rope crossed over a frame that was learning to be an object again. The sea yawned like a mouth that had finally eaten enough. Iris smiled without letting her mouth change shape. "Names for warning," she whispered to the brown book, to the rope, to herself. "And when we have to, names for calling." Caleb handed her a mug. "We'll tell the vicar we saw the first house," he said. "He'll say, for once in his career, that he needs another cup of tea." "And we'll need more iron," she said. "Always," he agreed. Outside, the day tried on a blue it would never commit to, on the headland. The stile stood straight, the grass under it flattened in a line that had learned its lesson. Down in the cove, the bell lay with its tongue set, sleeping, yes, but ready to speak the truth when asked. And on the wall of the nursery, beneath Ada, 8, a new mark appeared in the faint light. Half a line, half a promise, drawn too high for a child's reach, as if someone standing in a different room altogether had measured a height that belonged to tomorrow. Chapter 11. The Door You Used. Morning came in on a slow tide of pale light. It found a rope cross over the hall mirror, and the bent nails settled like sleeping crows along the frame. It found the blue book and the brown book stacked under the square of the sleeping glass, and the ribbon folded across them as if it had elected to be a bookmark for a house. Iris woke with the refusal still on her tongue, salt dry. Caleb was already at the range, the kettle beginning to murmur like a contented animal. "Today we finish binding," he said, as if it were a list item that could be struck through and not a way to argue with air. "We finish binding," Iris agreed. She lifted the brown book and turned to binding a glass without breaking it. The handwriting steadied her. Place iron over the frame at dusk. Salted sill. Keep a sleeping glass to hand. Refuse names into your palm. Wash the earth. So, blood simple, even a frightened person could remember. They worked the ordinary first. Iris took a cloth to the window panes, wiping away the last faint lattices of salt that lingered on the kitchen glass. Caleb checked the hooks he'd set above the mirrors, testing each with the ugly tenderness of a man persuading a stubborn mule. They tied the hassock rope, with more confident loop, above the corridor mirror, letting the iron heart sit heavy and obvious. "Church rope in a haunted house," Caleb said. "I'll never tell my gran. She'll say you shouldn't mix sacraments and plumbing." "Your gran would lay out a ghost with a tea towel and call a housework," Iris said, and the house tolerated their laughter like a patient landlord tolerates tenants who pay on time. At mid-morning, Mrs. Gwynn arrived at the back door without knocking, which was her way of announcing that knocking could be a kind of invitation if done wrong. She stepped into the kitchen and set a lidded crock on the table. "Soup," she said. "You'll forget to eat otherwise. Let's see what cleverness you've done, and we'll tidy the cleverness into sense." They walked the corridor first. Mrs. Gwynn flicked the rope with her knuckle and listened to the answering thunk of iron. "Good," she said. "That tells the glass it belongs to beams and bodies, not to ideas. Ideas are what swallow you." In the nursery, she ran a finger along the salt line, offered a small hum of approval, and then crouched at the hearth where the mesh had gone back, clean and bright. "You found it, then." "The clapper," Iris said. "It's in the cove now. The bell answers in the right voice." "And your shadow?" "Less hungry," Caleb said. "More particular." Mrs. Gwynn made a face that meant particular people are the worst kind to argue with. Will give as few choices as a polite woman gives a rude man. She lifted a small pouch from her pocket and pinched out a glimmering powder that might have been salt and might have been something older. She dusted it lightly over the nursery threshold. "For gossip," she said. "Rooms like to talk to each other when you close one where it can't help overhearing anything." They ended in the breakfast room, where the books lay beneath the sleeping glass. Mrs. Gwynn's hand hovered over the little square, but didn't touch. "Don't let that one learn your face," she said. "Mirrors at small are petty. Petty mirrors hold grudges longer." Iris told her their plan. A controlled opening at dusk, tethered sleeves, refusals ready, bells timed, the vicar warned. Not to bargain. "To verify," she said. "I saw a bed. I want to know whether the first house on the other side has the room we think it has." "Verification," Mrs. Gwynn said drily, "is the spice fools use when they don't want to call something a risk." But she didn't forbid it. Instead, she set her palms flat on the table and spoke as if to a class of two who would try their own methods anyway. "All right, if you must, then you do it by the door you used. You speak to glass in the hall, not to the small mischief in the nursery. You keep the rope on and the iron over, and you don't touch, not even with breath. You tie your sleeves together, and tie those ties to a thing that can't be moved without shouting. And you keep your anchor name in your mouth But don't spit it. Not unless the house tries to take your feet from you. And you will have a puller ready, the vicar, if he's got a rope hand left in him. You don't go near that glass with only love and a plan. We thought 2 people, Iris said, one on either side of the corridor, tied at the wrists, the vicar at the bells at the 8th. We look, we refuse, we close. No names, no calling, no bargains. No bargains, Mrs. Gwynn repeated, approving the sound of the phrase in the room. She turned to Caleb. Your job is sleeves and no. Then she turned to Iris. Your job is look and not naming. You don't tell it what it shows you. You don't thank it for the view. You don't say please and you don't say sorry. You look like a woman looking through a shop window at a dress she can't afford and wouldn't wear even if she could. Iris nodded. Her stomach had adopted a small, reasonable panic that felt like a pet bird beating its wings. What if it shows me my mother? It will, Mrs. Gwynn said, not unkindly. That's what it's got. Don't let the house teach you which grief to feel. You know your own. They ate soup because to refuse soup in Cornwall is to invite an entirely different haunting. While they ate, Mrs. Gwynn told a story about a ship that had rung its own bell when the captain died and then refused to ring for anyone else until the bell was married to a church that would forgive it. The story sorted the room into a shape that could bear weight. Dusk, she said when the bowls were honest. I'll be in the yard. If you shout the refusal wrong, I'll shout it back. If you pull the rope wrong, I'll whack your hands like a schoolmistress. If you try to bargain, I'll tell your grandmother you don't visit enough. Which one? Caleb asked. All of them, she said, and went to take the air where air still remembered before it had to carry other people's fear. They prepared like ringers before a peal. Caleb shaved 3 fresh lengths of cotton cord and tested each knot until it felt like a sentence he could say in his sleep. He screwed an eye bolt into floorboard just shy of the hall threshold, one that would be a sin in any other house, and fed a loop through it to tie their sleeves to. He brought 2 stout belts to wrap their wrists so the cords wouldn't bite. Iris set a dish of salt on the hall table, placed a sleeping glass within reach, and laid the bent nails across the frame of the mirror like a row of small iron saints. At 6:30, the vicar arrived with Mrs. Kellen, both wearing coats suited to graveyards, not corridors. The vicar carried a coil of bell rope, cut clean and kept for blessings. He looked at the setup and nodded once. Sensible, he said, which from him was thunderous praise. We'll be at the tower at 5:02. 8 strokes at 7:12 if I can get Mrs. Tregarthen to stop telling me about her bunion in time. Mrs. Kellen pressed Iris's hands between her own for a brief, scalding moment. If it says please, shut your ears, she said. The sea says please when it wants your pockets. The house settled, listening. The last day birds made the last day sounds. The rope over the mirror warmed to the touch from the day's margin of heat, and then gave it up. Ready? Caleb asked. No, Iris said and held out her wrist. He buckled the first belt snug, and then the second over her other sleeve. He tied the cords, simple bowlines doubled, with the care of a man who has learned that clever knots are excellent ways to fail in emergencies. He looped their ties through the eye bolt and back to his wrists, binding them together at a distance that allowed them to stand shoulder to shoulder without letting them be led like children. He tested the give once. The cord spoke to the floor with a small, honest creak. Anchor name? He asked. Not spend it unless I have to, she said. Good. He faced the mirror with her. On your word. She didn't speak the word open. She only looked. The corridor gathered itself as if pulling a shawl tighter at the collar. The silvered surface deepened, not to water, not to darkness, but to exactness. The rope across the frame showed as 2 ropes, the iron nails as a narrow fence. Within that precision, a second, quieter movement began, as if the glass were remembering how to breathe. Iris held her breath so she wouldn't lend it rhythm. Behind their reflections, the first house resolved. Plank walls whitewashed a mat that would steal light if he didn't feed it. A narrow bed under the line of a window with no glass. A coil of rope lay deliberate on a floor whose cracks had learned to widen in a particular pattern. The air on the far side looked still as a kept promise. Steady, Caleb said, though she hadn't moved. Iris lifted the sleeping glass 1 inch, not uncovered, only lifted. a reminder to the larger mirror that there were rules. The far room didn't vanish. If anything, the view sharpened. "Left," she whispered. Caleb shifted a half-step, the chords humming. From this angle, she could read the marks on the far wall. Not chalk, cut, small tally notches someone had made when counting days or tides. Above them, faint, a name she could not read, letters scored too shallow, but the end of it curved like a fishhook, a flourish she recognized from Eleanor's hand when she wrote Vale. It wasn't Eleanor's room, then, or not only. The temptation to step surprised her by how practical it felt. The doorway on the far side was where a doorway should be. The floor showed the continuation of a corridor at the correct angle. The depth had been calibrated by a mind that understood people believe distance when it behaves. "Refusal," Caleb said gently, reading the lean of her body. She cupped her salt palm. She didn't use a long refusal. She chose a short one Eleanor had underlined for situations in which politeness would be mistaken for permission. Her voice was steady. "Wrong hour. Wrong house. Go back by the door you used." The far room dimmed as if clouds had gone across the sun nobody here could see. Then a figure moved. No, that wasn't the right word. A weight changed place, as if something in the far room had stood up from a chair and decided to stand nearer the door. The shadow from the night before did not show in silhouette. Instead, Iris saw the suggestion of hand on the far jamb, like a person waiting to be introduced or hold themselves back just enough to be thought well-bred. It was clever. It did not speak. Clever things learn your refusals, so they can be avoided. It waited. The seconds went long. Then, from the yard, Mrs. Gwynne's voice came as neat as a seam. "Keep the no in your mouth," she called. "Don't put it down to pat anything." Iris didn't smile. She kept the refusal balanced behind her teeth like a coin not meant to be paid. The vicar's first practice stroke reached them like the idea of a sound. The far room stayed. The hand on the jamb tightened, a small skein of fingers hardening into a fist as if resenting a timetable. "Hold," Caleb murmured. The chords hummed. At 7:12 the first bell struck. The answering note came clean from the drowned bell, without delay or hunger. The view within the mirror shivered, not from the strike itself, but from the way names in the room agreed about where they were. The whitewashed plank lost its stolen shine and became wood again. The rope on the floor became rope instead of story. On the second strike, the hand withdrew. On the third, the doorway beyond emptied. On the fourth, a small shape appeared in the near corner of the far room, the size and patience of a child, sitting cross-legged beside the coil of rope, head bent as if tied to the act of listening so intently that even bells could be mistaken for breathing. "Don't speak," Caleb said, when the instinct to soothe rose through Iris like heat. On the fifth, a quilt on the bed lifted an inch and fell, as if a sigh had made it remember the shape of a body. On the sixth, the tally marks on the wall brightened a fraction, as if oil had been rubbed into cuts so old the skin had grown to the edges and decided, dutifully, to be skin. On the seventh, the far room leaned away. No, that was wrong. Their room leaned back, as if remembering an appointment elsewhere. On the eighth, the view thinned to silver. Iris exhaled, slow. She didn't drop the refusal. She set it down carefully, inside herself, where it could sit without becoming a bargain. She and Caleb stepped backward in the inching dance of people who had tested a well, and found it exactly as deep as their rope would permit. He loosened the cords only when the mirror gave them back the rough, forgiving shape of their own faces. "It was a room," Iris said. "Not a trick. A room that keeps waiting." "And something in it that's learned to wait with it," Caleb said. They sat on the floor, because that's what sensible people do after telling a mirror what hour it is. In the yard, Mrs. Gwynne knocked the dirt from her shoes against the step with irritation that meant she'd been scared on their behalf. "Soup," she announced when they let her back in. "There's always more soup." They ate in the afterhum. The house felt like a dog after a bath, offended dignity hiding honest relief. "What now?" the vicar asked, joining them with the calm of a man who knows what a bell ought to cost and is willing to pay. "You've proved a thing to yourselves." "Good. Don't prove it twice." "Now we shrink the hours it can use." Iris said, tapping the brown book's margin where Eleanor had written. If the bells agree, the mirrors keep manners. We keep agreement. We keep iron. We learn which names are for warning and which are for calling. And when we must call, Caleb asked, meeting Iris's eyes as if he had been saving the hardest thought for last. Not tonight, the vicar said, with the authority of Scripture and a farmer's sense of weather. Tonight, you keep your no polished. Tomorrow we'll talk about the yes that asks the living to be present when you speak. Because there will be a yes, Mrs. Gwynne said, as final as a latch. It will not be for the shadow. It will not be for the sea. It will be for Ada by the name she belongs to on the land, not the one the tide borrowed. And when you make it, you will not do it to be brave or tragic. You will do it the way people lay a table. As if you expect someone to sit, and you thought of everything they might need, and you left the door open only as wide as you can bear, not as wide as it would like. Iris felt the sentence take shape inside her. Not yet words, but an arrangement of spine and breath. She looked toward the corridor. The mirror reflected only rope and nails and a woman sitting on the floor, finishing soup she did not taste, because tasting would make the room too small for what she had learned to carry. Tomorrow, she said, not to hurry, but to choose. Night came down clean. The 7th bell rang and had no argument with itself. The 8th fell like a lid on a well. The shadow did not come. The house creaked once in a way that the living do when they settle into their chair after doing an errand decently. The first stars came out above the headland where the stile held still. Iris stood at the open kitchen window and put her palm an inch from the glass, not touching. On the other side, the air had nothing in it but air. She could feel the faint cool of outside. She could smell the sea the way one smells a person you have forgiven. Keenly, honestly, knowing what you know and choosing to live alongside it. Caleb came to stand beside her, elbows touching, because sometimes that is a whole of a blessing. The door you used, he said softly, quoting the refusal that had shut the view. We'll make sure we are the ones who say which doors stay open. We will, she said, and we'll decide when. They closed the window and set the bolt. Not a magical gesture, a domestic one. In the corridor, the rope over the mirror looked suddenly like a bandage, and then better like tack, something that makes writing possible, not punishment. Iris left the sleeping glass covered and the books in their orderly stack. She took the ribbon from the page and tied it back in her hair with a resolute, small bow. At the threshold of the library, the blue book had turned a page by itself again. This time the line wasn't a warning, but a sentence written in Eleanor's tidier hand on a day when ink did what was asked. When you hear your name and it's right, you will know it by its weight. A right name rarely begs. It simply arrives. I'll wait, Iris said aloud, to the mirror, to the bell under the sea, to the house with its memory, to the woman who had carved letters into a ribbon so a girl would not be lost for lack of thread. I'll wait until the right wait comes. In the far dark, some echo that didn't get to be a bell kept its manners. And above them, out of sight on the roof, the dew formed evenly on slate. No track rolled aside. The rope on the other side of the mirror lay coiled, still. For a little while, a house and its reflection agreed to behave. Chapter 12. The Right Name. Morning remembered itself. The sea had put its gray coat back on. The sky wore a color that didn't commit. Mirevale House stood undecorated by omen. The rope over the hall mirror looked merely like a rope. The bent nails resembled bent nails. These were mercies you could miss if you were greedy for miracles. Iris woke with a clarity that felt like an inventory. Rope, iron, salt, books, ribbon. The low mild ache along both wrists where the belts had held. In the kitchen, she lit the range and stood close, palms above the heat, as if warming a name she had agreed not to spend. Caleb came in with a smell of outside in his coat. Rain fine enough to be an idea. Today we choose the yes, he said, not as an announcement, but as an admission. Not to spend it yet. To know its shape. Iris poured tea. If we don't choose, the house will spend it for us. They took the brown book to the breakfast table. Eleanor's section names for calling sat opposite names for warning, as tidy as a ledger kept by someone who had learned caution the hard way. The list surprised Iris by how ordinary some entries looked. Angelus, Candle, Ember, Michaelmas, Hearth, bread. North wind. Ada, land. Others were older than the parish. Lantern. Ship safe. Tides turn. Anchor's breath. Besides several. Eleanor had drawn a small box and filled it with a cross, a mark that meant tested. Underneath, in Eleanor's narrower hand, a paragraph. Calling must be done with thing that belongs to the living. Bread, rope, bell made honest, water from a pump, not the sea. The name you use must be the name that lets the child sit down at the table, not the name that makes the tide lift its head. Call once. Wait. If nothing answers except pity, you are not ready. Do not confuse pity with presence. Iris traced a finger under Ada, land. Eleanor had written the name twice on the page, Ada, and then smaller, as if reminding herself, not 80. A faint smudge crossed a second, the kind your thumb makes when it refuses to let a mistake lie. We can't risk her tide name, Iris said. We won't, Caleb said. We'll say the one that puts shoes on feet. They made a list on paper, because lists turn fear into lines. Anchor, hearth, bread, lantern, Ada, land. They left Belle off. Bells kept their own counsel and were not to be recruited like a neighbor with free evenings. What do we need in the room? Iris asked. Table, Caleb said. Chairs for the living. A chair for the guest, not against a wall, by the hearth, where it can remember warmth. He hesitated. And a bowl of pump water, not from the tap, from the old pump by the coach house. Iris nodded. Rope to sleeves, but loose. Blessing for refusal under the tongue. The vicar to set the hour with the 8th. Mrs. Gwynn to say no louder when we forget. We invite no one from the village, he said. Too many names in a room, and you'll drop the one you meant to hold. They set the room, the library, not the corridor, because a table makes laws that corridors ignore. They pulled the table nearer the hearth. They set 3 chairs and a 4th with a blanket folded on the seat. Iris laid the ribbon where a child's palm could find it if the child were allowed to have hands. She set the sleeping glass on the mantel, covered, in case mirrors wanted to give back the dignity they had borrowed. She drew a line of salt across the threshold, then, as a seam, Caleb fetched the pump water in a blue enamel bowl whose lip was chipped in 3 places where someone else's morning had been clumsy years ago. The pump coughed once and then remembered how to be generous. He set the bowl on the table where firelight could make a tiny chapel of it. At 10, the vicar came with his collar slightly crooked and accepted correction from Mrs. Kellen without sulking. He carried a small bottle of oil and a face that had set itself to the work. Not a sacrament, he said as if confessing, but I'll bless the hour to keep it to itself. Mrs. Gwynn took the 4th chair and set her bag on her lap like a cat. Don't ask me to pray, she said. I'll listen and grunt at the right places. Grunts are a kind of amen, the vicar said, surprising a smile into the room. They talked through the plan one last time, the way people do before they lift a heavy object together. Where hands go, where to stop, what to say if a foot slips. The yes they were shaping had the temper of iron and the grammar of bread. It was not a sentiment. It was a job. Who speaks the name? The vicar asked. I will, Iris said, and discovered this wasn't bravery. It was ownership. Eleanor's handwriting steadied her on the table. When you hear your name, and it's right, you will know it by its weight. Iris did not intend to give that weight to a house that begged. Caleb tied their sleeves with looser cords than the night before, long enough to allow her to stand and set a bowl and sit without being jerked back by panic. He buckled the belt softer. The rope at the hall mirror stayed up. They were not fools. The library held no mirror larger than a picture's glass. The sleeping shard was covered. Where will you stand? The vicar asked Iris. Beside the chair, she said, not facing the door. My mother taught me that a guest needs to see the exit to feel safe. And if the wrong thing sits, Mrs. Kellen said. Then I'll be rude, Iris said, and looked at the vicar. You'll ring at 7:12 again? I will, he said. 8 only. Refusal ready? Mrs. Gwynn asked. Iris tasted salt. Ready. They occupied the day. Work is anesthesia. Work is prayer. Caleb checked the coach house door against a creeping habit of not catching. Iris mended a rent in a curtain. The vicar copied a page in the brown book with a patience that turned his hand into a bell rope. Mrs. Kellen polished brass that had no need to shine. When the hour came near enough to see without squinting, the room shifted to its evening self. They didn't draw the curtains. They didn't want the house to think they were hiding. The fire took a good draft and held it. The blue enamel bowl made a small, obedient light. Iris put her palm on the 4 chairs back and felt the blankness there. Space for a back that was not yet anybody's. She took it away. "Begin," the vicar said quietly. He touched the doorway with oil and drew a neat cross as if marking an address. "This hour belongs to the living." Iris stood. Caleb stood beside her, sleeves tied to sleeves. Mrs. Gwynn held her rope in both hands, a handkerchief wrapped round to keep skin from belonging to anything she hadn't married. Mrs. Kellen sat with her feet planted, as if bracing a skiff. The vicar's eyes were closed not in piety, but in the way a craftsman listens to his own tool. Iris looked at the chair and then at the bowl, and then at the place above the chair where any thinking person would put a head. She did not look toward the corridor. She did not look at the library's little frames. She lifted the right name and weighed it once in her mouth, and when she spoke, she set it on the table like bread. "Ada," she said, not the longer, borrowed vowel, the simple, land-held syllables you can shout across a field. "Ada Vale." She said Vale as if calling a roll at school. She did not ask. She did not beg. She did not say please. The room did not change its temperature. The bowl held its small light. The chair held its emptiness like a stubborn host. Iris's heart knocked a fist politely on bone. She waited. The vicar breathed a sentence that was mostly air. Caleb's sleeve tugged once, his muscles forgetting the cord existed, and then remembering. Mrs. Gwynn made a noise that could have been skepticism and could have been love. Nothing came. Iris felt the old humiliation of praying wrong reach up like tide. She put her salt hand in her lap. She did not repeat the name. Eleanor's page had forbidden repetition. She said instead, softly, a calling word Eleanor had marked safe. "Hearth." The fire leaned, as if hearing its title. "That was all." "Good," the vicar said. "Again." Iris let breath out and spoke a third name from the list that had learned to fit people. "Bread." In the hall, wood clicked, not floorboard warning, not door knock. The sound the breadboard makes when it sighs leveled back onto the table after being set crooked. The ridiculous specificity of it shook her. Her throat tightened because specificity is the opposite of haunting. Specificity belongs to people who forget and then remember where the butter knife lives. A draft went up the corridor. It paused at the threshold and pushed against a line of salt as if testing manners. The salt held. The draft came around another way, up the chimney, small as a hand reaching under a blanket to warm its own fingers. "Ada Vale," Iris said again, but only in her mouth. She did not spend it twice. The chair changed very slightly. Not weight, not sound. Something like expectation rearranged itself into an absence shaped like patience. The blue enamel bowl trembled once. A ring showed, then settled, as if a foot had stepped near it on the other side of the table and stopped short. The vicar's practice stroke murmured through stone. "Hold," Caleb whispered. On the first bell proper, Iris felt the weight she'd been taught to wait for. It did not beg. It arrived. It settled across the back of her name with the authority of a hand that had known her shoulder and had the right. It had no appetite in it. "Ada," she said then aloud, but only the land name. It passed across the table like heat. The chair took it without drama. Something sat. She did not look. She kept her eyes on the place where a child's feet would be if a child were sitting on a chair too tall, and had learned to tuck her ankles around the legs to feel wicked and stable at the same time. She saw nothing, but she knew that if she said 80, the bowl would turn dark, the chair would tilt, the rope at the mirror would think about singing. She didn't. "Bread," she said instead, beside the bowl, an indent appeared on the cloth the size of a small heel. Not wet, not cold, just the mark of something taking its balance. Iris's breath broke. She made it into a laugh by force. "Good girl," Mrs. Gwynn said to nobody into the room, as if praising a kitchen that had learned to boil at the right hour. The second bell found the drowned bell and braided itself. The chair stayed ordinary because the weight on it was ordinary. Human weight gives itself away by how it spares a piece of the seat for future movement. A mirror would have taken all the space and called that kindness. Iris didn't ask a question. She said the right things. Hearth. The fire lifted. Anchor. The blue bowl stilled as if remembering rock. Lantern. The light from the range found a line on the table and kept it. On the fourth bell, the ribbon on the table moved. Not dragged. Ticked, like a heartbeat becomes visible for one instant under a throat. Iris's chest pulled tight with a terrible gratitude. On the fifth, beyond the library door, the shadow in the hall formed and did not cross the threshold. It stood with its rope coil, reproved like a child told not to interrupt. It chose patience because patience had got it so much already. The sixth bell. Iris pressed her palm flat and spoke the short refusal without looking toward the door. Wrong hour. Wrong house. The shadow thinned to almost good manners. The seventh. A draft went cold and then decided not to come in. The eighth. Iris felt the weight lift, not dismissed, completed. The chair's absence turned blank again. The ribbon lay as ribbon lies when no one's fingers are under it. The bowl's ring smoothed the glass. The room did not applaud. It did not reward. It held. Iris swallowed. Her mouth hurt with the things she wanted to say. Are you cold? Were you afraid? Did you see me in the glass in 1998 and think I had left you? She said, none of them. She said only, thank you, directed not to the empty chair, but to Eleanor's handwriting, to the iron and the rope, to the bell under water that had learned not to beg. The vicar opened his eyes. He looked as if he had wrung a heavy quarter and was proud of his rope burn. You did not bargain, he said simply. No, Iris said, and only then allowed herself to feel the tremor in her hands. Mrs. Kellen blew her nose. That's enough for a morning, she announced. Any more, and you'll spend tomorrow's pluck today. They unbound sleeves. The belts left pale marks on skin. Caleb flexed his fingers and then used them to set the fourth chair back against the wall. We won't keep it too expectant, he said. Expectation turns hospitality to habit. Outside, the day had brightened poorly. Clouds scarred the sky in strips, as if someone had tried to comb it straight. The headland looked honest and temporary, the way land does when you've been thinking too long about what water remembers. Walk. Caleb asked. Yes, Iris said. Not to the stile, not to the cove, just the lane. I want the ordinary to scuff my boots. They didn't tell the vicar not to come. He went back to the church to file the hour in his heart where he kept baptisms and bad weather. Mrs. Gwynn stayed to tidy and to rearrange the salt into patterns that meant something in a language she had vowed not to teach. On the lane, the hedges breathed green. A tractor spoke in its vowels in a field further inland. Penmire's roofs made their small, human decorations. Laundry slates, a boy with a red bike who would fall and not cry. Iris and Caleb walked without deciding to touch and without deciding not to. Sometimes elbows do conversations backs can't handle. Did you feel it? She asked finally. I felt the right weight, he said, and he didn't try to name it further. They turned before the stile, as promised to themselves. On the headland's near edge, at the last place where the lane thinks about being a path, a figure stood, tall, narrow, the rope coil unmistakable at its feet. It did not move. It wasn't in a mirror. It was on the cliff. Don't stop, Caleb said without changing his pace. I won't, Iris said, but her legs are the small cheater slow that pretends to be steady. The figure held itself like patience with a plan. Its edges blurred and sharpened with the shift of air. No face. Faces are favors you earn. The wind went sideways, sure of itself. The figure tilted its head the way night jars do to hear what is not yet decided to be noise. It did not step toward them. It did not step away. It let the path carry Iris's feet past it. When they had gone 10 paces beyond, Iris's mouth, traitor and child, wanted to say a name, any name, to pin the figure to a grammar she could control. She bit the inside of her cheek instead and tasted iron until the want receded. Rope, she said, when they were past the second gate. Yes, Caleb said, and no bells out here. It wants to be asked to ring. He made a face that wasn't disgust and wasn't fear and was related to both. We'll keep our hours indoors. Back at the house, the library kept its shape. The fourth chair didn't look lonely, which is the best you can ask of furniture that has earned its keep. The ribbon lay in the brown book, a small worm of steadfastness. The bowl had a skin Iris broke with her finger, so the room would know she respected water and the living things that drink it. The rest of the day practiced being day. They did 3 chores too small to mention, and 1 conversation too large to finish. At dusk, the bell braid held. The mirror-minding returned without being reminded. The shadow stood once in the corridor like a question with its hand half raised, and then went away at the 8th the way good questions are willing to in a classroom with a clock. Night set the house in its proper dark. In bed, with the window open a cautious inch, Iris lay listening to the sea make choices she could not refuse or persuade. Her mother's voice did not come. Thank you, she thought toward the part of the world where not everything wants you all the time. Thank you. Just before she slept, something small touched the ribbon she'd set on the table. Not a hand, not weight, a draft that had learned a habit. It lifted the free end and let it fall, the smallest of nods. She smiled into the pillow, eyes hot with the tired she trusted. That's enough, she whispered, for tonight, on the headland. The tall figure waited until the stars had found their arguments and then turned its face toward the cove. It did not walk. It arrived, as some things do, by remembering where it was. The bell under water did not answer. It had been given back its right to be silent. The figure held its coil and listened for the wrong name. It did not hear it. And far inland, in a dark drawer with polite lock, the vicar's copy of Mirevale, a record of reflections, dried its ink and decided to last. Chapter 13. The Chair at the Hearth. The morning's first decision was ordinary, porridge or eggs. Iris chose porridge because it required the kind of stirring that lets a body be useful while a mind keeps watch. Steam made ghosts on the kitchen glass and died, without leaving a mark, on the hall table. The sleeping glass that covered, the bent nails like a row of small dark birds above the mirror frame. The ribbon lay on the brown book, obedient, as if it understood schedules. Caleb came in from a yard with both sleeves powdered faintly with lime. He'd been scraping the coach house threshold level. Ground wanted convincing, he said, setting his gloves by the range. Did it listen? Iris asked. It agreed to discuss terms, he said, which was his way of admitting a draw. They ate standing, then sitting, then standing again, as if chairs were luxuries granted only to people who had paid the hour's rent. In the library, the fourth chair kept the shape of a guest who had not come. Blanket folded, seat pulled forward a polite inch that says we expect you. The blue enamel bowl from yesterday had been rinsed and returned to the pump shelf. Iris left it there on purpose. Calling would not be a habit. The day busied itself with small decencies. Caleb oiled the front door hinges. Iris cleaned the inside of the nursery window until the glass had no argument left. She paused with the cloth in her hand when she noticed, at the very bottom edge of the pane, a line scratched so faintly it might have been malice or mischief or mercy. A, and nothing else. A first letter in the beginning of a measure. She didn't bring the shard. She didn't hold her face close. She noted the way one notes a knot in a floorboard, a fact to step around, not a trap to admire. At 11, the vicar arrived with a paper folder under his arm and moisture at his hairline, the way men carry weather into rooms without meaning to. I made a fair copy of Eleanor's Binding a Glass, he said, tapping the folder, and a transcript of names for warning and names for calling with the worst temptations removed. You'll keep the originals. The parish will keep the instructions if your house tries to forget. He opened the folder on the breakfast table. His copyist's hand was sure, his small notes even surer. At the bottom of one page a thin line of ink read, and under no circumstances ring 9. He tapped it with a fingertip. About this, he said. 9. Iris asked. The number came like cold up a sleeve. An old rule, the vicar said. We finish proper peals on 8 in this parish more often than not. 9's for the dead, on some coasts. But there's an entry in the bell book I didn't show you yesterday, because I wanted to check another source. 1873, Storm Watch Week. after the collapse on the head. Someone wrote in a hand, "Not the ringers and not the vicars. Do not let the ninth strike alone." And in 1998, Potter underlined a line with a fury I gamely admire. "If the ninth rings itself, do not answer in rope or voice." Caleb rubbed a thumb along the table's edge. "We heard 8. Nothing after." "Good," the vicar said. "I intend to keep it that way. But the shadow on your cliff, if it is what I think it is, will try to argue the number. 9 is the hour it wants. 9 is the note that opens the wrong kind of door. You think the ninth is an invitation," Iris said. "I think the ninth is a debt called in," he said, blunt. "So when I ring this evening, I'll give you your 8 and not a hair more. If the rope tries to pull my hands, I'll tie it off. If the bell tries to go without me," he stopped, as if unwilling to finish the thought with bravado, "I'll pray for a good ladder and loyal ringers." "Well, listen," Iris said. "Inside, no doors, no windows, no answering calls from the land." He smiled with a stubbornness she had begun to trust. "If the land rings, send Mrs. Kellen. She answers faster than God on days that end in Y." As if summoned by flattery, Mrs. Kellen appeared with a tin of shortbread and the look of a woman who knows the schedule of other people's tea better than they do. "To keep your blood obedient," she said, plunking it down, "and to give your jaws honest work when your head wants to borrow trouble." Iris laughed to spite herself. Trouble already had a generous credit line at Mirevale House. By afternoon, the sky had stretched thin with light, the way butter goes when a cook is trying to feed one more mouth than planned. The mirror in the corridor kept its precision, the rope over it unshowy and firm. The sleeping glass stared at its handkerchief. The fourth chair waited like a trained dog. "Not tonight," Iris told the chair. "Unless the house behaves so beautifully that it would be rude not to thank it. Chairs like being thanked," Caleb said. "Not too much, though. Suspicious objects chairs." They kept busy. That was their strategy and their superstition. At 5, when the light found the edge of the headland and decided it was tired, Iris carried sticks to the fire with the solemnity of a pallbearer at a cheerful funeral. Caleb checked the bolt on the back door and set a horseshoe on the lowest shelf of the pantry because he'd found it lying in the yard, grim with rust, and it seemed a pity to have a horseshoe doing no horse any good. After a bowl of soup they didn't name, they looked at one another and admitted without saying it that the room wanted the thing they had agreed not to give it. Another call, not a habit, not indulgence, a necessary stitch to keep yesterday's seam from loosening. "Short," Iris said. "1 name, 1 hour, only if the bells keep their marriage." "Short," Caleb echoed. They set the library again, chair drawn, blanket folded, ribbon placed. Iris did not bring the bowl. She didn't want water between herself and what might be coming. She set the breadboard instead, a single slice on it, and a butter knife laid across to make the idea of later obvious. The vicar, punctual as nature, came at 6:45, his collar straight this time, which either meant he'd had a moment to look in a mirror or he hadn't. But the room had decided to be kind. He anointed the door again. He said nothing because he had learned not to spend words to make himself feel better. Dusk pressed his thumb into the house. The rope above the hall mirror creaked once and settled. The iron nails thought about falling and did not. Down in Penmire, the ringers stood their posts. Mrs. Kellen had insisted on 2 men she trusted and 1 woman who had rowed before she could write. The practice call for the bells came up the headland like a rumor that wanted to be useful. Iris checked her sleeves. They left them untied. Colin was not crossing, but the belts lay coiled beside the chair in case the hour changed its mind. She set her palm to the chair back. It was cool. She left her hand there, as if to warm space for a person who might yet need convincing that warmth belongs to the living. The first bell struck. Penmire Stone caught the sound and gave it back longer. The drowned bell answered on time, note for note. Air found its marriage. On the second, Iris felt her name settle inside her with the right weight, like a spoon in the drawer where it belongs. She did not spend it. She said hearth instead, and the fire lifted a degree. On the third, she said bread, and the bread smelt like supper rather than symbol. On the fourth, she said Ada, land name, roll call, shoes on. Not a question, not a plea. She didn't look at the chair. Nothing came. That was all right. Enough could be empty. On the 5th, something small knocked once on the underside of the breakfast table in the other room. The hollow little thwack a child makes with a heel when she forgets, when her body answers music no one else hears. Iris half smiled and refused to turn her head. On the 6th, the ribbon moved as it had the day before. One tick, no drag. Caleb's hand, hanging at his side, closed and open as if remembering a weight. On the 7th, a smell came that Iris had not expected. Oranges, not Vex sweetness, not rot, but the high note of zest in the kitchen where someone has grated peel for a cake. Eleanor had sometimes made a cake when the house was difficult, as if sugar and patience could convince timber to behave. On the 8th, the hour completed. Iris let out the breath she hadn't confessed she was holding. She did not thank the room. She let the gratitude settle, where it would not be mistaken for invitation. Good, Caleb said quietly. Enough, the vicar said, satisfied to the exact measure. They had time to make tea and to play at cards with dignity for 3 hands before the attempt came. It didn't begin at the door or the mirror or the chair. It began outside on the headland. An extra stroke rolled over the cliff. Too late, too thin, not married to the church's throat. A 9th that found itself a mouth somewhere other than the tower. The vicar swore a priest's oath. Nothing blooming. Only a sturdy Anglo-Saxon used to shore up timber. Not mine, he said, already out of his chair, already at the door, already listening for whether the sound would try to borrow the rope in his hands, even from a distance. It came from the head, Caleb said, not the tower. From the cove, Iris said, throat full of iron. From the bell. No! The vicar snapped, sharper than she had ever heard him. Not from the bell. From something that wants us to think it owns the bell again. He set his hand to the bolt and did not move it. We don't answer, with hands or mouths or feet. The 9th spoke again, thinner. It was a poor sound, a string on a toy, a mockery. It had the power of suggestion, which can unmake a room faster than force. In the corridor, the hall mirror deepened by a finger's width. Rope, Caleb said. Iris lifted her palm and spoke a refusal into her hand with salt, the short one, hard and final. Wrong hour, wrong house. Go back by the door you used. The mirror flattened, not to nothing, not to harmlessness, but to obedience. The shadow did not appear. Obedient things are sometimes the most dangerous, but tonight obedience held. Outside, the figure on the headland, tall with rope, had come to the stile. It stood with one hand on the post, as if asking permission it had no habit of asking. The air around it made the kind of quiet that comes before a storm decides which barn it wants. Not our business, Mrs. Kellen said, before the room could think to feel sorry for the sky. The land will see to the land. We will see to the door. Iris stood where she was and let the old impulse drain out. The foolish gallop toward cliff edges because edges promised definition. The 9th tried a 3rd time, weaker still. The vicar closed his eyes and said very calmly, no, the word did not carry. It did not need to. He said it as if to a child reaching toward a kettle. Silence came back because it wanted to. That was the dangerous part. It meant the thing outside was choosing its hour, not merely failing. The wind shifted. From the cove came the sound of water rearranging itself against rock the way men rearrange chairs when they plan to leave. Watch the glass, Caleb murmured. They watched. The mirror, which had kept its precision like a soldier keeping step, changed. Not depth, not room. Angle. It tipped a fraction, as if the wall had leaned. The frame did not move. The image did, in that wrong geometry. For a heartbeat, the first house appeared as if at a slant. Bed, rope, tally marks, and near the far door, the shadows coil in miniature, as if it had gone home to fetch something it had left on the bed and wanted to pretend was innocent. Iris didn't look aside. She said a longer refusal, the one Eleanor had underlined for nights when politeness would only encourage. Not mine, not yours, not this hour. What's named is named to land, not water. What's owed is owed to breath, not echo. The image corrected. The rope over the frame took up slack by the breath of a sigh. They waited. Minutes are long when you placate nothing. The wind settled by degrees. The ocean forgot its plan and took up the older one. The night did not try again. When the room had been quiet long enough to make tea feel less like a bribe, Iris went to the library and stopped dead. On the seat of the fourth chair lay an object that had not been there an hour before. It wasn't wet. It wasn't cold. It was precise. A tin soldier, no higher than a thumb. Paint rubbed from his cap, one leg bent a fraction, so he leaned to set on a slope. Iris recognized the soldier because she had seen him in a photograph. The black and white image that had slipped from the blue book days ago. Eleanor on the head, a man she didn't know, and a child whose hand tried to block the camera. The soldier had been on the ground near the child's foot, a gray blur you could dismiss as a smear if you wanted. Iris picked him up. He was dry. The paint on his jacket had worn to red only in the places a child's thumb would rub. Lapel, elbow, the top of the head, where you touch to see if a thing you love is still there. On the underside, scratched poorly with a pin or a nail, A.V. Ada Vale, Caleb said, reading over her shoulder. Or Ada's father, Iris said, because someone must do the dull arithmetic that keeps grief from drowning the room. Thomas Vale. He would have marked toys to win them back when cousins came. Maybe, Caleb allowed, but his voice had gone gentle in the way of men who know a gift when they see one. Iris set the soldier on the table and felt the ache arrive under her breastbone, like a bruise you don't remember earning. We didn't bargain, she said. We didn't ask. We set a chair and said a name. The house left us a thing. Not the house, Mrs. Gwynn corrected with soft ferocity from the doorway. The living left it. And that is the difference you will hold on to when the sea tries to tangle your head. The house got out of the way. Let that be its virtue tonight. The vicar exhaled. I think I shall go and sit in the church with the bell book, he said, and be grateful for paper for a change. He looked at the soldier the way a priest looks at a child at baptism. Someone has brought something they love, and the job now is to name it rightly. You'll keep that safe, he said to Iris, not a question. I will, she said. He left. Mrs. Kellen tidied crumbs that had not been made. Mrs. Gwynn set the soup to warming, because soup belonged to all hours. Caleb stood quiet, big hands still, as if any quickness would frighten the room. Iris touched the soldier with one finger, once, and put him on the mantel between the brown book and the sleeping glass, under the ribbon. There, she said, and let herself imagine a small hand reaching up to check that he had not gone again. The evening folded itself down, without new tricks. 8 came and went on the bells, no 9 stowed away between ropes. The mirror kept its manners like a dog tired enough to obey. The sea and the wind forgot to coordinate their malice. Iris slept later than she meant to. She woke to the sound of rain that had only just decided to be rain. She would have rolled over and kept the hour if not for the second sound, a hollow clink, metal on stone, from the roof. She was on her feet in a heartbeat, shawl clutched out of habit rather than need. Caleb was already in the hall, boots unlaced. Roof, he said, not question. They went up the ladder together, slower than adrenaline wanted, faster than sense would usually allow. On the ridge, in the wet, the track had returned, a rolled line where dew had been persuaded aside. It came from the west ridge again, slid across the lead, and stopped, this time not at the nursery stack, but above the library, directly over the spot where the 4 chairs sat within. And then it vanished, as if whatever had carried round weight had been lifted straight into air. And on the slate, above the library, someone had left a ring of something that hated water, a bruise the size of a hand spread, faint, circular, as if an iron hoop had been set down for a breath and then removed. Caleb crouched, rain pinning his hair flat, and touched the mark. Hoop, he said, from a bell crown. The drowned bell? Iris asked, though the bell lay where they had set it with its tongue. She knew its weight like a house knows its own shadow. Or its twin, he said without looking up. Or the memory of one, walked to the roof by something that thinks it can ask for 9 at our chimney. He straightened careful, old. We go down, he said. We add iron to the library threshold. We lay rope, not only on the hall mirror, but across the hearth. We keep our yes small. We keep our no ready. And we do not, under any sort of sky, answer a bell that rings without a human hand pulling it. They climbed down. The rain gentled. In the kitchen, the soldier on the mantel tipped a fraction and held, a small figure learning how to balance on a house that had decided to behave for an hour. Iris put iron across the library threshold with a seriousness that made the nails look like sacraments. She tied a length of hassock rope low across the fireplace opening. Ordinary, absurd, exactly what Eleanor would have done. She set the ribbon on the chair and did not speak to it. She set her palm an inch from the sleeping glass and refused to lift the cloth. When the bells came that evening, the 8th shone like an agreement signed in front of witnesses. The 9th did not come. Whatever had tried for the cliff had learned its perimeter. Only then did Iris lift the ribbon and tie it back in her hair. Only then did she take the tin soldier down and set him in the center of the table, while they ate soup that tasted of carrots and relief. Only then, when the house had kept an hour like a decent room, did she say, very quietly, as if addressing a child at the end of a good day, "Tomorrow we'll try again. A small yes, a safe yes, only for as long as the bread stays warm." The house, which had finally begun to understand a grammar it had tried to unmake, made one creak in the good way, with remembering wood, and kept the rest of its thoughts to itself. Out on the headland, the tall figure held its coil and looked toward the cove, where no bell would ring without a human's permission. It turned its head toward the roof and toward the library and toward the line of wind that runs between worlds, and it learned a new word it did not love. Enough. Chapter 14. The 9th that wasn't. By morning the rain had rinsed the headland clean enough to pass for innocence. The air smelled of tin and new nettles. Mirevale House had the withdrawn look of someone who has decided to behave for a day and expects praise it will not get. Iris brewed tea, not because she craved it, but because the kettle's slow insistence kept the room staked to ordinary time. On the mantel the tin soldier stood where she had left him, leaning a degree left on his bent leg. The ribbon lay beside the brown book, a diagonal of pale cloth as modest as good thread. She resisted the urge to check the soldier's underside again for the scratched initials. She already knew they were there. Knowing twice wouldn't make knowing truer. Caleb came in with damp on his sleeves and mud at the heel. "The track's gone," he said. "Roof looks like roofs ought to in weather." He set 2 nails on the table, as if the house might need bribing with small iron. Vicar sent word. He's found something in the 1873 papers, and wants us to hear it with our own ears, not after it's been improved by telling. Iris poured tea into mugs older than she was. "We'll go as soon as the kettle stops asking." They walked the lane without haste. Penmire's tower shouldered the sky with its same argument, a square of granite that claimed the hour and returned it in usable pieces. In the porch, Mrs. Kellen had pinned a note about a bring-in share for Saturday, and below it in softer pencil, "Storm watch. Ring at need." Someone had underlined at need twice, as if the parish had learned the distrust necessity that arrives with its own definition. The vicar met them in the vestry with paper laid out like a map of a country, where weather kills crops if you laugh at it. He had the bell book open to the brittle years, and a second ledger none of them had seen yet. Harbor Board minutes. Ink turned the color of tea left on a stove too long. "Before we read," he said, "hear the shape of it. In 1873, after the old house on the head went, there were nights when people on the cliff heard a 9th strike. The tower did not provide it. The ringers swore until swearing was boring that they did not pull it, yet the sound came." Caleb's jaw set in that way Iris had begun to recognize as the shape a man's mouth makes when he refuses to let fear squander his strength. "Imitation," he said. "An imitation that fooled the ears and tried to bar the hands," the vicar answered. He turned the Harbor Board minutes so they could see. Here, week of the collapse. The sounding of a bell from the water at the head causing alarm to fisher wives. Committee notes the church bells were not rung in the 9th, and that a second sound forgot itself to follow. The scribe had a knack for careful disrespect. He flipped to the bell book's 1998 entries and tapped where Reverend Potter's underlining had scored the paper. "If the 9th rings itself, do not answer in rope or voice." He wasn't playing at poetry. He had climbed the tower with Miss Eleanor's key and found the rope stirring of its own way. He tied it off. He put his body against it and said a no that bruised his ribs. Iris felt the memory of last night's thin 9th go through her pockets like a thief who knows where you keep the envelope of cash for the boy who cuts the lawn. Then the 9th is a door that pretends to be a courtesy, she said. A door that will not open cleanly, the vicar said. It opens the way mud opens, his mouth twisted, embarrassed by metaphor. It pulls. Good, Caleb said, as if the word could nail something down. We know what we refuse. We refuse that. That, the vicar said, and anything that asks for gratitude before it has earned it. He closed the bell book with a touch that stopped short of affection. I will ring 8 this evening as usual. We will listen for cleverness and answer it with rudeness. Mrs. Kellen slipped in with a tin mug of something that was probably tea and tasted like authority. And you, she told Iris, will not so much as open a crack in a window if the sky says please. You'll set your bread on the table, if you must thank the hour, and you'll keep it brief. Bread still warm, the hour still decent. That's the bargain on the land. They went back to Mirevale with the parish's grammar folded between them like a sturdy scarf. The house let them in without a draft. The corridor mirror kept its precision, rope across like a sober thought, iron above like a scolded eyebrow. The library looked like a room that knew what chairs are for. Short call at dusk, Iris said. Bread still warm. No water. One name. And the chair, Caleb said. If we're teaching the room to keep manners, we'll keep ours. They filled the day with tasks that would not endure, but were worth doing anyway. Caleb shaved the library door where damp had made it swell. The Plains whispered turned a bad fit into a reasonable one. Iris sorted a drawer of cutlery and found a spoon that claimed it was silver and turned out to be stubborn pewter. She rubbed it until it shone like a minor truth. She put with the others and let it pretend to be precious. At noon she opened a blue book to Eleanor's ordinary pages. Putty and gutters and paid the tinsmith, and found, inserted like a leaf kept for luck, a scrap of lined paper the color of dishwater, folded twice. Eleanor's hand, crabbed by a day that had hurt. A single sentence, not finished. If I ring her land name after the 7th and before the 8th. There the line broke, as if ink had gone dry or breath had. Below it, in a different pen, a tiny arrow to the margin where Eleanor had written in the smallest letters Iris had yet seen from her aunt. Not alone. Iris laid the scrap flat and weighted it with the tin soldier. The soldier leaned on the sentence, as if guarding the rest of it from invention. Not alone, she said quietly. We won't be. They made the late afternoon a picture of restraint. No salt set a show. No ribbon fussed with more than needed. The bread baked, came out of the oven, and set its small weather into the room. The 4th chair was drawn, blanket folded. The sleeping glass stayed covered. The right kind of silence. The vicar arrived at 6:45 with fewer words than yesterday, and a face that had chosen plainness as its defense. He looked at the bread the way a parish priest looks at loaves made for a harvest altar by hands that have known hunger and market both. Good, he said. Warm belongs to the living. They did not tie sleeves. They kept the belts ready as objects, not promises. Caleb stood by the hearth. Iris at the breadboard in the center of the table and said nothing. The house listened without leaning. At 7:12 the first stroke fell through the roof timber and made the nails talk in their sleep. The drowned bell answered in its patient voice, a note that had learned obedience without shame. Iris waited for the second and then spoke. No borrowed vowels, no tied name. The smallest shape of the name that fit a school register and a birthday cake. Ada Vale, she said, as if calling a child to wash hands. Nothing shifted. The bread smelt honest. The knife lay across it like an intention. She waited. Heat from the loaf lifted and died. A new curl took its place. That was the extent of miracle she permitted. On the 3rd, the chair moved that imperceptible amount that can be argued in daylight and accepted in dusk. A small weight the size of a 7-year-old's patience sat where the blanket waited. No cold, no wet, expectation, not appetite. On the 4th, a sound came from the corridor that made their shoulders go wrong. Not the knock the code had learned, not the ask of a door, but a voice shaped into words of the competence that did not belong to wind. Iris, a woman's voice, not her mother's, close enough to be an insult, clever enough to be a weapon. It did not beg. It tried for authority. Caleb's hand flexed on the back of his chair. "Don't look," he said, "because looking is a kind of answer." Iris did not look. "Hearth," she said, to the room, to the chair, to the old stone. The fire rose half an inch, as if agreeing to light a face it couldn't see. The voice used a small name then, the one under the ribs. It put on the mild roughness of a woman whose day had been spent and who had kept her temper longer than she promised herself she would. "Shoes," it said gently. "We'll be late." Iris's eyes stung. Memory is a skilled thief. She laid her palm on the table and pressed until the sting converted itself to instruction. She said the refusal into her hand, without showmanship. "Not mine, not yours, not this hour. What's named is named to land, not water. What's owed is owed to breath, not echo." The voice paused, then altered its pitch. She could hear it assembling new consonants, like a child picking the right blocks to convince a tower to stand taller. It tried again. "Miss Vale," it said, "Eleanor's waiting." The chair took on the flinch of a child whose body has remembered the name adults use when they mean to scold. The knife on the board trembled. The bread cracked a whisper at one end and let out a sigh baked into it earlier by a hand that knew the measure of flour and grief. "Anchor," Iris said, not to the voice but to the loaf. The sound of the sea outside went out of the room and left the room to itself. On the 6th, Penmire's bells made the walls enjoy the idea of singing, then think better of it. The voice in the corridor discovered politeness. "Please," it said, and put down the soft S as if it had been trained by someone who deserved thanks. Mrs. Gwynn's instruction ran through Iris again. "Keep the no in your mouth. Do not put it down to pat anything." She kept it. She looked at the bread and said, simply, "Enough for tonight." The 7th, the 8th, the hour closed like a lid fitting a pot correctly for the first time in a week. The voice did not linger. It recognized the poverty of the moment and withdrew, as a predator does when the fence is higher than expected. The corridor returned to its square. The rope over the mirror read as rope again. From the chair came a movement so slight Iris might have invented it. The tiny forward lean of someone standing up because the class has been dismissed. Caleb let out his breath. The vicar rubbed his fingers, as ringers do when the rope burn is imaginary, but the muscles know what they've carried. They did not declare victory. They cut the bread. "Before it cools," Iris said. The first slice steamed. She laid a small piece on the plate set in front of the fourth chair, and another for herself, and another for Caleb, and one, finally, for the vicar who didn't like eating standing up and did it anyway, because this was not a parish hall and not a Sunday. They ate. The bread was bread. Not sacrament, not symbol, not charm. It was a taste that assumes the next hour. After, when they were clearing plates, Iris opened the brown book to put the ribbon back and found that the page had changed while the ribbon lay elsewhere. Not flipped, changed. At the bottom of the section for names for calling, under the list Eleanor had compiled, a new line of handwriting had been added in ink the color of watered tea. The pen stroke was Eleanor's. The words were not hers. The sentence was brief. Hearth took, bread took, Ada took. No flourish. No date. No name. Just 3 words with taken attached, like approval with a stamp. "Did you write this?" Iris said without thinking, though she already knew none of the living in the room had touched the page. The vicar bent close. "That's Eleanor's hand," he said, but not her mood. She would have written a margin note and apologized to the paper for the intrusion. This is a ledger entry. "Then the house left us a mark," Caleb said. "The living left it," Mrs. Gwynn would have said if she'd been there. Iris said nothing more, because to narrate the grace would be to spend it. She slid the ribbon into place and closed the book softly, as if allowing a child to sleep longer than planned, because sleep was doing the better work. They made the evening as boring as they could. Cards, a page from a book about erosion, that misused the word literal in a way that made Caleb mutter. The range coughed and recovered. The wind, having failed to be important, contented itself with rattling something that had always rattled. The house did not try any voices. And yet, close to midnight, when Iris had convinced herself that coffee was a poor choice and bet a reasonable one, the voice returned. Not in the corridor, not at the door. From outside, far, high on the headland where the stile drew a neat T against stars too few to be useful. It did not call her name. It called, like a person trying out a phrase at the kitchen table before saying it in public. Miss Vale, it said, and this time it used a man's timbre, polite, official, a clerk sending a letter. It put authority into the title and nothing into the name. Miss Vale, you're needed. Iris stood in the doorway of the library, the fire lowering to comfort, and held the door frame as if it were a rung on a ladder that did not yet know it would hold. She did not answer. She did not go to the window. She did not imagine a face to match the voice. Not tonight, she said to the room. Not by that hour. Not by that name. The voice faded into the kind of silence that doesn't leave a bruise. She went to the mantel and tapped the tin soldier once with her fingernail. The sound was small and cheap and perfect. You stay, she told him, and left him to guard a book that had learned to record only what the living permitted. Sleep came. Morning promised a different weather. The parish would ring 8 and keep its hands clean. The 9th would remain what it had become, a story that tried to pass for a bell and failed. And under the first scribbled light, on the nursery wall where the marks kept their patient count, a new notch appeared, exactly between Ada, 7, and Ada, 8, as if a day had finally found somewhere to stand. Chapter 15. The caller's name. The wind had changed again, that much was certain. It came from inland now, heavy with the scent of wet earth and barley, as if the land itself had remembered it was still capable of breathing without the sea's permission. The air inside Mirevale House was cool, but not hostile. It moved through the hall, like a guest who had learned its manners after too many warnings. Iris woke before the light reached the window. She didn't know what pulled her from sleep. No sound, no dream, but her eyes opened with a clear certainty that something in the house had shifted, like a word being placed differently in a sentence. She listened. No bells. No voice. The only noise was a range ticking in the kitchen, cooling from the night before. She rose, wrapped herself in her shawl, and crossed the corridor. The air had a faint metallic scent, the kind that came when rain met stone too quickly. In the library, the tin soldier still stood on the mantel, though the photograph that had appeared 2 nights before had fallen face down on the hearth. She turned it over. The image had faded slightly, as if the faces within it had retreated a step. Eleanor's expression, once calm, was now unreadable under the thinning emotion. Caleb entered quietly behind her. "Storm again?" he asked. "No," she said. "Something else. The quiet feels hollow." He nodded toward the photograph. "Maybe the house is done with showing off." "I hope so." But she didn't believe it. By noon, the vicar appeared, his coat plastered to his shoulders, hair uncombed and expression grim. He carried a book wrapped in a towel to keep it dry, but the towel had failed. "I found something," he said. "Not in the Bell book, but in the harbor registers. The handwriting's foul, but I'd know the style anywhere. Potter copied it into his private notes, the same year Eleanor moved back here." He unwrapped the towel and opened the ledger on the kitchen table. The pages were swollen, edges soft as cloth. He pointed to a column dated 1873. The line was thin, the ink nearly gone, but legible under the slanting light. Thomas Vale, Master Bell Foundry, Penmire Harbor. Shipment. 1 crown, 1 clapper, 1 hoop, consigned to the head property. Rejected for tone. Returned to sender. Marked, callers due. Caleb frowned. "What does that mean?" "It's a record the Bell made for the house," the vicar said. "There were 2, one buried under the cove, what you've been hearing, and one rejected before it could be hung. Potter wrote that the second bell was melted down, but he added a note years later, in Eleanor's time. Mold not destroyed. Name persisted." Iris traced the words with her fingertip. "The bell had a name?" "They all do," the vicar said. "But this one wasn't a saint's name. It was a word from the sea tongue, a dialect the harbor men used when they wanted to speak about weather as if it were a person. Potter wrote it phonetically, Myrcall, or Merkel. Hard to tell. She said it softly, and the room seemed to draw breath. The sound had felt wrong in her mouth, like cold iron. Caleb's hand closed on her wrist. Don't. She stopped. The air settled, but not all the way. From somewhere deep in the house came a slow, deliberate creak, as though a hinge had remembered it was capable of complaint. Mire call, the vicar repeated under his breath, testing it. The lamp on the table dimmed for an instant, then steadied. It's not a name, he said finally. It's a call, a reversal of calm. It means the hour that demands to be answered. The 9th, Iris said. He nodded. Exactly that. When they struck 8, the bell under the cove was satisfied. But when Thomas Vale refused to hang its twin, the mole kept the hour alive. It waited for the missing strike. It still waits. Caleb rubbed his thumb against his palm, a nervous habit. You think this word has a hold on the house? I think it's what the house was built to contain, the vicar said. Eleanor must have known. Why else keep her records so precise? She wasn't studying reflections. She was teaching the house to answer by name. Iris opened the brown book. Her aunt's handwriting filled the margins like a map of obedience. There, near the end of the section marked warnings, she found a line she had never noticed before. The mirror knows the name that built the house. Never speak it when you mean to sleep. She closed the book slowly. She knew it all along. They ate lunch without speaking. The weather held its breath. The sound of the sea was distant, as if the tide had chosen to listen rather than speak. When afternoon came, the vicar prepared to leave, but at the door he paused. If you hear anything tonight, he said, anything at all, don't try to speak over it. Silence will do what words can't. After he left, Caleb lit the lamps. Their flames were steady, but the shadows they cast on the walls stretched longer than they should have. Iris sat by the window, the photograph in her lap, tracing Eleanor's outline with her thumb. What if it isn't a ghost? She said. What if it's the hour itself, trying to finish something it started before we were born? Then we don't finish it for it, Caleb said. We outwait it. Outside, the wind began to change again. The air grew colder, more deliberate. The mirror in the corridor groaned once, the rope above it tightening without being touched. Iris rose. It's testing us, she said. The lamp nearest the door flickered. She heard a sound, not a bell, not quite, but the soft ring of metal turning in water. It came from the direction of the cove. Caleb moved beside her. It's too early for bells. I know. The noise came again, closer this time. A second tone followed, higher, like an echo chasing its parent. Iris stepped into the hall. The mirror's surface had changed. The reflection no longer showed the corridor behind her, but something darker, a place where light did not belong. At the center, a shape moved. Tall, narrow, patient. It carried a coil of rope. Don't say it, Caleb warned. But the sound in the air completed the words she had almost spoken, drawn out like breath on cold glass. Mire. The mirror trembled. For an instant she saw not herself but the cove, the water black and restless. Something rose from it. Not a person but suggestion of one, the outline of a bell with hands. Then silence. Absolute, the kind that breaks clocks. The reflection snapped back. The corridor was empty again. The rope hung still. Caleb exhaled. We can't stay here tonight. No, Iris said, but we can't leave either. It knows the name now. She went to the mantel and lifted the tin soldier. The paint was warm to the touch, as if the metal had just come from the foundry. She set it in the center of the table, beside the brown book. We'll keep the lamps burning, she said. No mirrors uncovered. No prayers allowed. Caleb looked toward the door. And if it speaks again, then we listen, she said, but we don't answer. Night came with the slowness of a hand closing over a candle. The house kept its silence, but it was not peace. It was waiting. Chapter 16. The Hour Between Bells. The house began with the small sounds, the ones you can excuse. Timber resettled with a soft click, as if two boards had shaken hands. A window thread sang once, a faint high note, then forgot the melody. Somewhere in the pantry a glass breathed in and let out the thinnest ring, like a coin deciding whether to be dropped. Iris sat at the library table with the brown book closed and both palms flat on the wood, as if touch could weigh the room down. Across from her, the tin soldier leaned on his crooked leg. Caleb had set the lamps so the light fell evenly and left no corner to practice mischief. In the corridor, the rope on the tall mirror lay quiet, the iron above the line of refusal written in another alphabet. "It's tuning itself," Caleb said, listening, learning which parts of the house answer which notes. "The way men test a bell," Iris said. "Tap. Listen. Tap again." A longer tremor moved through the floor, hardly sound at all. The beams under the library went from still to almost singing and back. The air thinned, not in temperature, but in intention. "Not bells," she said. "It's using what it has." He nodded. "The hour won't beg to borrow the tower if it can teach a house to ring." They did not speak for a while. The room kept teaching them how to listen. A crack in the plaster answered with a soft thread of tone when the wind at the north corner found its seam. The coal bucket chimed once when something shifted in the scuttle. The picture glass in the west hall made a close, private hum that stopped as soon as Iris thought of it. She took the sleeping glass from the mantel, kept covered. She did not uncover it. She set it near her elbow like a guest who had decided to behave. "The vicar said silence," she murmured. "We'll let the house pull against that," Caleb said. "It'll tire." He rose to check the windows. In the kitchen, the latch had been lifted one notch and put down again. In the breakfast room, the curtain had taken up a new crease. On the back door, a horseshoe sat where it had left it, but seemed more iron now, as if reminded of work. By 11, the house had a pitch. It was not a single note. It hovered somewhere between tones and breathed there, using the long bones of the hall, the short, brittle panes of the nursery window, the stubborn throat of the study chimney. Standing in the doorway, Iris could feel it in her wrists. She tasted salt and did nothing with it. The rules were simple and brought dignity. No names, no bargains, no thanks. Silence like iron. Work if needed. They kept the small work. Caleb rewound the clock in the library with care, as if steady seconds could contradict whatever the hour intended. Iris folded the blanket on the fourth chair and unfolded again until the crease lay true. She straightened the blue book on the mantel so it did not lean on its neighbor like a drunk. The first big sound came at 20 past 11. The stairs spoke in sequence, top, middle, bottom, as if someone heavy had walked down and stopped at the newel post. Nothing stood there, though it kept the weight anyway, a memory of feet. "Not yours," Caleb said to the air without saying it aloud. In the corridor, a picture frame ticked. The tall mirror did not deepen. It seemed almost insulted by the way the rest of the house had been recruited to sing beneath its authority. "Listen," Iris whispered. From the cove came a deep murmur, not the bell, but water meeting rock with purpose. The sound entered to the north wall and traveled along the skirting board like a messenger with orders not to be detained. Where the board met the library hearthstone, the murmur paused and made a decision Iris could feel against her ankles. "Fire," she said to herself. She laid 2 sticks on and stirred the coals, so the draft chose the chimney over the room. The sound went up obediently, a letter posted in the correct slot. The pressure eased. Midnight brought quiet of the deceptive kind, a level surface over deep water. The house had learned which parts would answer and which would not. It had a plan now. The plan felt like a turnkey. Caleb set a mug of tea by Iris's hand. Steam lifted and thinned with the room's breath. "You want me in the corridor?" he asked. "I want you here," she said, surprised by how sure she felt. "If it wants to talk to that mirror, it can stand in a queue." She glanced at the tin soldier. "We keep the living at the table." He smiled briefly. "Aye." The next sound moved through glass alone. It began at the nursery window. A faint tremolo as if a child ran a finger around the rim of a goblet. The note slid up a pitch held, then slithered sideways into the framed photo in the west hall. From there it slipped into the small square glass on the bookcase door and nested. A quick trilling that made the hair on Iris's arms lift. The sound flicked toward the kitchen window and died. "It's mapping reflections," Caleb said, "seeing where its voice rides easiest." She set her hand on the sleeping glass through the handkerchief. The little square lay dull, a pocket mirror that had chosen to eat rather than show. "Hungry things don't get fed," she said softly. Wind turned and came down from the churchyard, carrying the stone smell that always made Iris think of Sundays and damp shoes on flag floors. The room brightened by a fraction, then withdrew to itself as if remembering not to waste light on practice. He checked his watch. 1 hour, he said. "Between bells," she said. They sat like that, like a bell team waiting for a late peal master, for a long time, not trusting the quiet, not honoring the noise. The house breathed around them. The rope over the hall mirror gave back a low answer once, as ropes do when wood inhales. The iron did nothing at all, which was its duty. At 20 past midnight, the first invitation came, a soft, almost compassionate toll inside the plaster, down near the baseboard, so low that if you were sleepy you would have called it the settling of the house after a day of weather. It sounded once, then once more. The second was nearer. Caleb did not move. Iris kept her palm where it was. She thought of the vicar's face when it said indifference, and held to that image as if pictures could be weights. The third invitation shaped itself a little better, finding timbre in the radiator pipes. The fourth took the chimney's throat again. The fifth tried the kitchen door and failed. The sixth crawled into the clock and tapped twice on the case like somebody too shy to knock. She smiled then, not kindly. It's knocking for itself. On the seventh, the house learned how to be a bell. All the parts that had practiced took their places. Glass and plaster, and rope and wire, and even the fly screen in the back pantry window, each humming the part of the tone it could. The note that resulted was nearly honest. Iris lifted her salt hand and did nothing with it. The eighth did not come. It held itself in the air like a question a child is almost brave enough to ask. Caleb's watch ticked in the shallow. His mouth opened and closed on a word he did not spend. Outside, wind pressed its face against the kitchen window, like a boy against a sweet shop pane, then took itself away, as if offended by its reflection. The nearly ninth arrived without the courage to be heard. It rolled slowly along the ceiling joists, found a loose nail, and made that nail sing a true high harmonic that almost undid Iris, because truth, even borrowed truth, is heavy. She pressed her palm to the table hard enough to hurt and kept her mouth shut. Something changed then, not in the house, but in Iris. The pressure that had been asking for sound remembered that a person is not a wall and shifted its attention toward her throat. It is a strange thing to feel a word decide it would like to be said using your mouth. She let climb one rung, and no more. She gave it nowhere to put its foot. Caleb's eyes flicked to her face and away. Respect like a touch that does not invade. "Salt?" he asked under his breath. She kept silent, spit, breath, all obedient. The urge retreated slowly, offended but not wounded. It went hunting for an easier instrument. The copper pans in the scullery offered themselves. The smallest clinked once as if volunteered. The air between the corridor and the library tightened. "Enough," Caleb said, not aloud. He rose, moved with steady pace to the scullery doorway, and set a folded tea towel between the smallest pan and the hook so its mouth could not ring. He did not look toward the mirror. The pressure wavered, then concentrated in the floorboard just beyond the threshold of the library, the place where the ribbon had fallen the night before. The board lifted the fraction you feel only through the thin leather of a shoe. The room went held, as rooms do in the second before glass breaks. It didn't. It chose a trick instead. A woman's voice spoke in the kitchen, small and domestic and conscientious. The way you call a child when you found her gloves and wanted to say thank you because you have remembered on her behalf. "Miss Vale," the voice said. Not Iris. Miss Vale, given a choice between two names. It had chosen the one that felt less like love. They did not answer. The voice waited, already planning which tone it would try next. The bells at Penmire did not help. It was not their hour. The tower slept, heavy and useful. Iron has no pity. Across the lane, the church thought about its own drafts and did not offer them. The voice tried again, trying gratitude on as if it were a new coat. Miss Vale, thank you. Iris thought of every adult who had said that sentence to a child in the wrong way, making the child receiver of a kindness that was only a preservation of rules. She kept her silence and looked at the tin soldier. The paint on his cap shone and dulled with the movement of flame. At 1/2 past, The house gave up the trick of voices and tried a new one, rhythm. It learned their breathing. The next set of not-quite strikes came not through wood or glass, but through the pattern of air in Iris's lungs. Every fourth breath threatened to bring a sound, as if a word waited in the place where air becomes speech. She changed her cadence. She put a shoulder against the rhythm and slid it aside. The house missed its swing, grew petulant, tried again, then chose a clock because clocks forgive insult. The hands on the library clock hesitated for 3 seconds. Then 5, then 10. Time did that unsettling fold where you look at a second hand, and it doesn't move until you feel observed, and then it leaps like a startled animal. It was annoying rather than frightening. Annoyance can be a kind of shield. Iris let herself be annoyed. The minute they had been dreading came with no announcement. The house had tried voices and glass and rhythm and failed to spend them. The only door left was the one they had refused since morning, the mirror, at 1 minute to 1 o'clock, without deepening, without throwing false corridors, without a show. The tall mirror in the hall cleared to an impossible, respectable shine, and within it stood the figure with the coil of rope, not as shadow now, but as absence cut out of presence, the shape of a person removed from a photograph. Behind it, in a pale intensity that did not belong to indoor light, a room stood, whitewashed, rope on floor, bed precisely made. The doorframe on the far side held the mark of too many hands. Iris did not step. The figure lifted its not hand and did not beckon. It invited by existing. This was more dangerous than bells, more dangerous than names. It was correctness. It offered only what their eyes had already taught their bodies to believe. Her impulse surprised her. She wanted to straighten the rope on the far floor, so its loop lay tidier. She wanted to put her hand where the doorframe had been worn. She wanted to be useful. "Don't," Caleb said softly. She didn't. She kept the sleeping glass covered, though her fingers itched to show a mirror to its kin and take the second it would buy. She did not speak the long refusal because it would be a conversation, and conversations waste hours. She did the simple things she had learned as a child and relearned in a house that demanded to be taught. She stepped back 1 pace and made no sound. The figure leaned forward the smallest degree and matched her movement exactly, as if it were a reflection after all. This broke the wrongness of it. Reflections are allowed their tricks. People are not. She took another step back, and it came no farther. The room and the glass did not advance or retreat. The desire to adjust rope and touch old would subsided, embarrassed. Time, stubborn and blessed, resumed. The library clock stuttered and remembered its seconds. The figure kept its coil. The air thickened with the feeling of a question left waiting in a doorway. At 1 o'clock the real bell in the tower far below was silent. The house, which had earned no right to ring, tried anyway. It gathered the tones it had taught itself, glass and duct and board, and reached for a ninth, ready to put it in their mouths if their hands would not serve. A draft sneaked under the door, carrying the smell of stone that remembers a Sunday. It felt like the vicar's face when he had said indifference. It needed only agreement to be strong. Iris did nothing. That was her agreement. The house missed. The ninth failed to arrive, not because it had been pushed away, but because the hour did not find a person to inhabit. It ran out of architecture. The figure in the mirror did something both small and frightening. It lowered its coil, not to strike, to lay it on the floor beside the neat rope there, nearer to the threshold than before. It left the loop open. It expected a foot. Iris's thumbs pressed against the table until the nail beds hurt. The pain was specific and human. It told of the size of her hands. "Enough," she said to the room, barely above breath. Not a refusal, not a bargain. A description. The figure thinned. The neat rope on the far floor brightened for 1 second, as if touched by sun. Then the glass returned to its ordinary filth and rope and iron and tired silvering. The corridor was a corridor again. They did not speak for a long minute. When they did, their voices sounded like honest voices in a room where people had work to do. "Tea," Caleb said. "Tea," she agreed. They drank it hot, and without ceremony. Hot things are often the best answers left. The house continued to try minor instruments. Pipes, door seams, the chip in the kitchen plate. But the lesson had gone home. The hour between bells had not been granted permission to become a mouth. At 10 to 1, Iris stood and stretched the way a person stretches after writing letters, small aches in wrists and back where attention lives. "We'll sleep in turns," she said. "I'll take first," he said. She laid the sleeping glass on the mantel, still covered, tucked the brown book beneath it, and set the tin soldier on its edge as if it had become a paperweight for a particular kind of paper. The soldier's paint looked duller. Or maybe the lamp had dimmed. She did not test it. In her hour of rest on the rug near the hearth, the house practiced a few more sounds and gave up each without sulking when it found no answering human. Once she woke to a soft knock at the back door. 2, paused 2, and did not move. Later, the scullery pan remembered it was metal and forgot again. Near 2, the wind shifted, bringing a warmer draft that smelled faintly of sheep and lane dust. It was as reassuring as the sound of familiar engines starting in the morning when you have somewhere to go. When Caleb woke her, his face was creased from the chair, but his eyes were bright in the quiet way of men who have done nothing and feel justly proud of it. "Your turn," he said. She took the blanket. The room had the tired peace of a place that has been argued with and survived. She thought of the vicar's strong, plain word, indifference, and wanted to thank him for teaching them its weight. In the hour before dawn, a last attempt came, not as noise and not in glass, but as memory. Her mother's voice spoke her land name in the exact inflection that meant wear your shoes. There was no demand in it. There was the old, everyday love, unadorned. Iris wept because bodies have to choose something to do with pressure when they will not spend it as speech. She was quiet. She let her breath take up the work her mouth refused. She kept her hands where they were and did not open them to invitation. The voice faded. It did not resent her. It let itself go, as mothers do when they've taught all they can, and the rest is the child's. Light found the kitchen window. The house lost interest in pretending to be a bell. It took up its ordinary creaks and smells with what passed for humility. The rope over the mirror looked like rope again. Iron returned to being iron. At 7:12, when the first true bell rang from Penmire, it sounded cleaner than it had any day since Iris had come back to the headland. The drowned bell answered at once, honest and in tune. The air in the library lifted like a weight taken from a chest. The hour arrived. It did not need to be explained. Iris poured tea. Caleb buttered bread that had the good manners to be bread and not symbol. They ate as if their bodies could be taught new habits of ease. When the dishes were done, she took the brown book and opened it without plan. On the page where Eleanor had written binding a glass, a new ink mark sat in the margin, pale as the memory of a bruise. It was not words. It was a small check, the shape an examiner makes when a pupil has got a problem precisely correct. She smiled then, helplessly, the way people do when they realize they have been seen by someone who intends their good. "We'll keep to 8, she said aloud, to the air that was only air now. "And we won't name you." The house answered in the only polite way a house can. It allowed the kettle to boil quickly and the toast to brown evenly and the back door to open without sticking. It promised nothing and kept it. Outside, the lane had the innocent look it can manage for 1 hour after dawn on a weekday when most bad ideas are asleep. The cove lay quiet enough to imagine it had never spoken. On the headland, the stile made its honest tea against a sky undecided about blue. Caleb hoisted his coat. "We walk." "A little," she said. "Not to the stile." "Not to the stile," he agreed. They stepped out. Behind them, in the library, the tin soldier leaned on his bent leg and watched, as if keeping count. The mirror in the hall reflected only what stood before it. The rope and the iron wrote their short sentence above the frame. The house held to its hour, and the hour held to them, and the ninth, stubborn, clever, hungry, waited outside with patience. Chapter 17. 8 keeps its promise. Morning came in without theatrics. Cloud lay thin and even across the headland, like linen pulled over a table before guests arrive. The sea was undecorated by foam. Nothing asked for attention. The ordinary had finally remembered its job. Iris woke with a distinct sense of not being watched. It took a minute to trust it. She lay still and counted the small sounds. The range breathing, a gull insulting a rival, Caleb's tread in the yard kept to the pace of work rather than worry. She sat up, surprised at the ordinary heaviness of her limbs, and smiled at the extravagance of being merely tired. In the library, the tin soldier had not moved. The brown book lay where she left it, the sleeping glass still covered with the same handkerchief Eleanor had embroidered badly years ago. Iris lifted the cloth a corner's worth and let it fall again. Not today. Mirrors that behaved deserved to be ignored. Caleb came in with the warmth of outside in his coat. "Fence by the lane's leaning," he said. "Might as well put it right while the house is pretending good manners." "Do it," Iris said. "I'll make a list that pretends to be useful." She did. Mending to be done, mesh to check, flour to buy, a note to carry to the vicar about the clock that sulked in damp. Making the list felt like putting weight in the right places, so a plank wouldn't spring. The house liked lists. You could feel in the way doors stopped inventing new cliques of themselves. They were at the table with tea they hadn't earned when the knock came. Twice, paused twice, ordinary as post. Iris exchanged a glance with Caleb, then opened the door with a calm she would have paid for yesterday. It was Mrs. Kellen, brisk, cheeks weathered by an errand done in the correct coat. "You'll want the vicar's note," she said, thrusting an envelope forward without fuss. "He's at the tower till noon. If you want to answer him, write, don't tell me. I've no head for sentences this early." The note inside was the vicar's usual spare hand. Harbor minutes confirm a second entry on Mire Call, a warning from a harbor master, name smeared, that any nine struck without witness is no bell and should be refused in the ear. Also, Potter's margin, "Aid is a promise, keep it. I'll bless the north wall plot at dusk, and bring 2 rope ends knotted for doors. Don't be clever today. Clever is how we lose. V." Iris folded the paper and set it under the sugar bowl as if to sweeten the instruction. "Aid is a promise," she said aloud. "Feels like one," Caleb answered. "Felt like one all last night." They spent the morning making good on ordinary. Caleb lifted the lane fence and tamped its footings true. Iris sorted linen in the big drawer under the stairs and found, in the far corner where housekeepers show what they cannot bear to throw, a small iron hoop the size of a child's crown. It had a notch where something once fitted, and a solder scar that suggested a repair done badly on a bad day. She turned it in her hands. "Come and see." He dried his palms and took it. "Crown hoop?" he said after a moment. "Not from the church. Not with that solder. From the head. The second bell's kit." "It's been here all along," she said, oddly irritated. "Sleeping under someone's napkins." "Where else would you keep a problem?" he said, and the sound of it pulled a brief, unwilling laugh out of her. They took the hoop to the library and set it on the mantel between the tin soldier and the books. Its dull iron steadied the shelf. The room made a small, approving sound. Timber answering weight. "Let it live there," Iris said. "Not on the roof. Not on the cliff. Here, named by furniture." By noon the vicar came, hair combed now, collar straight. He took in the room at a glance and nodded at the hoop. "Good," he said. "If it comes looking, it can find its tricks in a place where chairs reminded of manners." He brought 2 lengths of rope as promised, each terminated in a tidy Matthew Walker knot. "For your thresholds," he said. They read as doorways to us. To the other side, they read as hands. They set one at the hall door and one at the kitchen. The knots were ugly as potatoes and just as comforting. The vicar drank his tea and looked at the ceiling, as if listening to a story the beams were trying to tell him in a dialect he wanted to pretend he didn't understand. "I've been thinking on your Mire Call," he said finally. "There's a theory, the harbor master's, not mine, that the 9th isn't number at all. It's a habit, a way a tide behaves when men have taught it to expect a strike it has not earned. He called it caller, yes, but he also called it a ledger. The sea keeps count. If you refuse long enough, it learns there's nothing to collect." "Can seas learn?" Iris asked. "They learn shape," he said. "They learn stone. Why not learn refusal?" Caleb tipped his chair, righted it again. "You'll bless the north wall tonight?" "I will," the vicar said. "It's not doctrine. It's decency. An empty grave ought to be told the hour, even if it never learned it." He left his rope ends and a biscuit he pretended he did want and took himself back to the tower, where stone eats up worry usefully. The house let him go without comment. Afternoon carried itself forward like a barge with patient horse. Slow, sure, willing to scrape a little if that's what the bank demanded. Iris scrubbed the breakfast table until the grain shone. Caleb wrote a list for the ironmonger in Penmire and crossed out line by line even before anything was bought, as if the writing were the buying. The tin soldier leaned and kept his own counsel. At 4, Mrs. Gwynn appeared for the first time since the long night, as if she had been waiting to see whether the house could be trusted alone. She wore her work coat and the expression of a woman you can pay with soup to do a very hard thing, and she'll do it for free anyway and scold you for the soup. "You've kept your 8, she said by way of greeting. "Good. Keep it like you keep keys. Don't lend. Don't ornate. Don't talk about it while doing it." Iris showed her the iron hoop. She harrumphed in a way that meant approval. "Crown," she said. "Looks like trouble that decided it was bored. Leave it where it can be bored." They made a slow circuit of the house together. In the nursery, Mrs. Gwynn paused at the window and tapped the lowest pane with a knuckle. "Chips," she said, "from a day when someone's patience wore down to the bone. Be grateful you've got new patience to waste. Some women never got a second set." They came back to the library in time to watch a small, precise thing happen without comment. A draft that would have been nothing on any other day moved a ribbon on the mantel the length of half a word. It lay back down with the self-respect of an object that knows it is not ornament. "Child's habit," Mrs. Gwynn said. "Not a ghost trick. Learn to tell." "I'm trying," Iris said, and spent a breath she had not realized she held. Dusk found them at the churchyard's north wall, where nettles bowed as if to accommodate a congregation. The slab lay warm again. The vicar read nothing florid. His blessing spoke to ground as if to a creature that could be reasoned with. When he finished, he took the rope ends from his pocket and tied one round a rusty staple in the wall, the knot fat and final. "For later," he said, "if later comes. For the door that isn't a door." They walked back along the lane in a light that had chosen to be forgiving. The stile on the headland stood as it always did, tea against a thinning sky, honest and unremarkable. No tall figure kept coils by it. The cove breathed like a tired chest. "Don't be grateful out loud," the vicar said softly. "Gratitude looks like invitation when it's shouted. Keep it like a coin." They ate bread and stew and talked about nothing delicate. The hour came near. Iris did not set the chair or the breadboard. "Small yes tomorrow," she said. "Tonight we keep 8 like a law." Penmire's practice cough sounded like someone clearing their throat in a friendly argument. Iris stood in the hall and put her hand lightly on the rope above the mirror. Not holding, not testing, just a brief touch you give a dog to remind it that you and it have a covenant. The rope lay easy. The iron above it did not pretend to be a blessing. It was iron. The first strike at 7:12 put its clean weight through the floor, down the joist, along the skirting, through the hearthstone, and out the back door where it told the night to behave. The drowned bell answered with the steadiness of a man who has decided to be sober and kept his promise for longer than his neighbors expected. On the second, the house stood taller. On the third, the mirror thought about humming and didn't. On the fourth, the kitchen glass gave back a soft harmonic that belonged to decent windows. On the fifth, the nursery wall kept still. On the sixth, a picture frame in the west hall corrected itself on its wire, and the tick went away. On the seventh, Iris thought of Eleanor and did not look up. You don't look up when gratitude is meant to be private. On the 8th, the hour shut its lid like a pot that knows the stew will be better if you leave it alone. Silence after 8 felt earned rather than imposed. Caleb let out a breath through his nose. The vicar smiled with only one corner of his mouth, because the other was too Anglican to participate. Mrs. Gwynn flexed her hands. "There," she said, "a decent hour." They didn't get the 9th imitation that night. The caller wasn't patient enough to wait for a refusal that had gathered that much iron. It stood on the headland, if it stood anywhere, and counted the teeth in its rope. Later, when the vicar had gone and Mrs. Gwynn had decided they would live till morning without a chaperone, and Caleb had checked the back door twice, Iris took the brown book down and opened it to a page that had not asked for her attention. In a margin where Eleanor had written nothing but measurements for hooks above a frame, a new mark had appeared, as faint as breath on a pane. A little 8 drawn like a sideways bow. Not a word, not a charm, a reminder. She closed the book and set it under the sleeping glass. "We'll keep it," she said. Night passed without attempted conversations. The house made the minimum of noises, the kind that tell you it still chooses to be what after it might have decided to be a mouth. Iris slept without dream until the hour before dawn, when the sea tried one small trick, a sound like a spoon on a mug from the cove, and she scolded herself for almost smiling. She had learned to refuse even pleasantries. The next morning brought a mild rain, the grateful kind that makes nettles smell green and roofs admit their leaks. Caleb fetched tar and ladders and swore amiably at a seam. Iris took a basket to Penmire for flour and a bolt of cotton toweling and a length of blue braid. She pretended was for the curtains and knew was for courage. At the ironmonger's she found 3 horseshoes in a box marked broken. One had a clean crack, one had lost a nail, one was whole but sulked. She bought all 3 and made the man take her coin and refuse his pity. "For doors," she said when he raised an eyebrow. "And for remembering." "Doors and remembering," he said. "That's a house." On her way back, she stopped at the church. The vicar's note from the early morning lay on the vestry table for her to see when she pretended she had business there. 2 parish records mention a rope laid across a hearth to still a room. "You were right to cross yours last night." The harbor master's son writes in 1874 that he heard the 9th in his father's cough. I am sorry for this line, but you must be told. It will try to use you. Keep your breath to yourself. Ada's a promise. It keeps V. She traced the last sentence with her forefinger and put the paper down as if it might bruise. She left a loaf on the vestry chair, without a note. Gratitude with no witness can't be mistaken for bargaining. Back at Mirevale, the house smelled of resin and rain and tar, and the faint pleasant bitterness of strong tea left in a pot. She set 1 horseshoe on the pantry shelf, 1 on the chair by the library door, 1 on the windowsill of the nursery, where it could rest privately and do its work without having to be thanked. They did no calling that afternoon, and no crossings. The hour behaved as hours do when you stop entertaining them. It put itself to work boiling kettles and cooling tiles and carrying drafts from the kitchen to the scullery, where laundry planned its quiet rebellions. Just before dusk, Iris walked the corridor by herself, not as a dare, but the way a woman checks locks and thinks of bed as a duty rather than a prize. She paused at the mirror, hand light on the rope above it, and let the silver show her what it owed. A woman, her coat, her hair not yet tidy. The hallway behind her with a scuff on the skirting board from a trunk moved badly 3 weeks ago. It showed none of the other place. It did not hum. It took the light it was given and returned it in smaller, tidier portions. "You're a mirror," she said, "because sometimes objects need to be reassured they are not stories." Be one. The mirror did its best. At 7:12, the bells were an agreement rather than a performance. Even the drowned voice sounded less like a miracle and more like a bell. The 8 finished and left nothing asking to be completed. The house did not attempt a 9th, not even shyly. They ate soup that tasted of patience. Caleb told a story about a man who tried to teach a pig to fetch and ended with a bruised shin and a pig that had learned to resent sticks. Iris laughed until she had to put her bowl down, so she wouldn't drop it. When she went to bed, she stopped at the nursery. On the wall, the marks still kept their count. Ada, 5. Ada, 6. Eleanor, 8. Iris, 7. Ada, 8. Between the 7 and the 8, a new, faint notch the height of a child cautious about claiming growth had been joined by an even fainter shadow of another, not yet confirmed, as if someone had measured the day with a piece of string and decided to wait before tying the knot. "Not yet," Iris said, and loved the restraint with a fierceness that frightened her. She slept without waking. In the morning, the wind had turned again, off the moor, dry and full of curiosity. The vicar brought a small parcel, a brass plate the size of a book cover, polished and blank. "For later," he said, "when you're ready to write a sentence on the wall that isn't a warning." "What should it say?" she asked. "Not tonight," he said, smiling with the part of his mouth that had learned. When you know, you'll know. They set the plate in the drawer under the stairs with the napkins and the iron hoop and the good tablecloth, and the small store of courage a house builds when it's been taught to keep to 8. The drawer shut without complaint. After he left, Iris and Caleb sat at the breakfast table with tea, so hot it scalded the lip if you forgot your manners. Outside, the headland had the look of land that might be believed. The cove kept its breath. The house, taking them at their word, pretended to be only a house. 8 keeps its promise, Iris said. It does, Caleb said. We will, too. They let the day begin. Chapter 18. The letter in the wall. The rain stopped before dawn, leaving the air so clear that even the hum of the sea felt smaller. The light came early, soft and diluted, touching the stone walls of Mirevale House, like someone checking for a pulse. Iris woke to it and knew, even before she moved, that the house was still at peace. Not cured. Houses like this never cure, but momentarily content. She made tea and drank it standing by the kitchen window. Outside, the headland shone with a brittle kind of calm, grass slick with silver. The lane toward Penmire was empty. Somewhere behind the cliffs, a single bell from a fishing boat drifted in on the wind, harmless and far away. Caleb came down the stairs a few minutes later, boots in hand, hair untidy from sleep. Dreams, he asked. None worth remembering. That's new. Yes, she said, smiling faintly. I think the house is letting us rest. They ate breakfast in silence. Ordinary silence, the kind that doesn't mean danger. Then Caleb went out to check the roof where yesterday's storm had left its mark, and Iris found herself alone again with the ticking of the clock and the faint smell of soot. For a while, she worked through the list she'd made the day before. Linen folded, herbs hung, papers ordered. When she reached the bottom drawer of the writing desk, she found something unexpected, a space that didn't sound hollow in the right way. She knocked once, twice. A dull note answered, like a cupboard behind plaster. She fetched a small chisel from the toolkit by the door. The plaster gave easily. The wall here was old and tired of secrets. Behind it lay a folded sheet of parchment, sealed with a knot of thread instead of wax. She pulled it free, coughing at the dust. The paper was fragile, the ink brown and faded. The first line, written in Eleanor's careful hand, read, "If you are reading this, the silence has lasted longer than it ever did for me." Below it, smaller, "The 9th is not the house's hunger. It is ours." Iris sat slowly. The words blurred for a moment before she forced her eyes to focus again. Eleanor's letter continued. Every woman who has lived at Mirevale learns the same rule. Answer nothing that calls in another's voice. We learn to keep quiet, to survive by withholding. But silence feeds as well as sound. The tide waits for our breath, and even refusal becomes an offering if we make it with too much attention. The bell's name was never the danger. It was the echo of our own need to answer it. Every sound it used was once a question we asked ourselves, about grief, about loss, about what waits in reflection when no one else remembers us. Ada asked it first. I followed. If you are reading this, you must decide whether to keep refusing or to speak once correctly and end it. The letter ended there. No signature, just a faint thumbprint in soot. Iris read it twice more before she folded it carefully and set it on the desk. The words felt heavier than the paper that held them. She stared at the last line until she heard Caleb's boots on the gravel outside. He came in with a handful of nails and a wary expression. You look like you've seen something that needs naming, he said. She handed him the paper. He read it slowly, his lips moving without sound. When he reached the final sentence, he looked up, and how? I don't know, she said, but she must have believed it was possible. Caleb ran a hand through his hair. If she meant speaking the name. She told us not to, Iris interrupted. But what if the refusal itself has become the ritual? What if we've kept it alive by denying it? The idea hung between them, dangerous and almost reasonable. He shook his head. That's how it works, Vale. It convinces you the rules are the trap. Then you break them, and the trap becomes the door. She folded the letter again. Maybe, But Eleanor was right about one thing. Silence isn't neutral. It's just another way of listening. The rest of the day passed in a kind of thoughtful stillness. They worked, ate, and moved through the rooms without talking about the letter. But Iris could feel it, like a pulse running beneath the boards, an unease that wasn't fear yet, just anticipation. Toward evening, the vicar arrived, hat dripping from the light drizzle that had returned. He had the look of a man who wanted to pretend he was visiting for tea. Harbor Master's son brought this from the archive, he said, handing Iris a small envelope. Said it might interest you. Inside was a single slip of paper, brittle and nearly transparent. The writing was not Eleanor's, but older. Report, March 14th, 1873. Head property unfit for habitation. Bell mold destroyed by order of the parish. One tone remains audible at low tide. Designated residual, the answerer. The answerer? Iris said aloud. Old superstition, the vicar said. A voice that repeats what's spoken near the cliffs. Fishermen used to shout into the wind and wait for it to come back. Some say it was the wind. Some say it wasn't. Caleb met her eyes. If the house still carries that tone. Then it's been waiting a long time for a reply, she finished. The vicar sighed. You both done more than your share. If the silence holds, keep it. If not, send word. After he left, they sat by the fire, the letter between them. The air in the room felt balanced, listening. Iris stared into the flames until her eyes burned. What if she's right? She said softly. What if the only way to end it is to answer once? Caleb shook his head. Then we'll never know. That's the price. But long after he'd gone to bed, Iris stayed awake. She took the letter from the desk and unfolded it again. The ink shimmered faintly in the firelight, and she thought she saw another line beneath the last, written so faintly it had escaped her before. Answer with your own name, not mine. The hearth crackled. The wind shifted. And somewhere, far below the cliffs, the sea made a sound that might have been a bell, or might have been someone whispering her name through a mouthful of salt. She didn't answer. Not yet, but she didn't look away either. Chapter 19. The sound beneath the cliffs. By late morning the wind had gone slack, as if it had worn itself out arguing with chimneys and wanted a quieter job. The sea lay pressed in against the foot of the headland, the color of pewter rubbed almost clean. Iris watched it from the kitchen window and thought of Eleanor's letter folded in the desk. Answer once correctly. The words had not left her since she found them. They hovered the way scents do, orange peel on a Sunday, tar on a wet day, insisting without demanding. Caleb came in from a yard with the look of a man who has decided to be conservative with luck. Low tide afternoon, he said, setting a damp tide chart on the table. Not the lowest, but far enough to show the black stones. She nodded. If we test anything, we do it in daylight. We don't go to the stile, he said automatically, as if the sentence were a catechism and might keep his bones inside his skin by habit alone. No stile, she agreed. Not the cove, either. There's a notch above it where the wind carries your words down. We can speak there and still have ground under us that belongs to the land. He watched her face, reading what he always read there now, resolve like a small coin warm in a hand. We take the vicar and rope, and we don't speak anything we can't live within the room after. I'll write to him, she said. She didn't. She walked to the church, letter in her pocket, and found the vicar kneeling in the aisle with a cloth and a basin, as if the stone could be persuaded to like his touch. He stood when he saw her and set his hands behind his back, a careful man making sure his palms didn't interfere with whatever was about to be decided. You're going to ask me to help you try the dangerous thing, he said, without flinching. I'm going to ask you to be there, she answered, and to stop me if what I say stops sounding like me. He weighed the sentence and then gave that small nod that had become their ritual of consent. I'll come. Condition is this. You speak once in daylight, with your back to the sea and your face to the land. You tie your sleeve to mine and mine to a ring in the rock, and you keep a refusal ready behind your teeth like a bitten thread. Agreed. He fetched a coil of parish rope from a vestry, the ends neatly whipped, and two old harness belts someone had left behind a decade ago for a harvest play and never remembered to reclaim. Mrs. Kellen, smelling a plan from 3 pews away, appeared with a tobacco tin of coarse salt and a hard heel of bread, because she believed no hour should pass without at least one human mercy in it. They did not tell Mrs. Gwynn. That was not cowardice but courtesy. People who scold well deserved to be offered fewer opportunities. The sky held its gray steady, a gift. They took the sheep track behind the churchyard, not the path by the stile, and came out on a shoulder of turf where the cliff cut inward, making a small listening place. The cove lay below, black stones exposed like vertebrae, in the middle of the water's dim oval. The Bell's pool was darker still, a pupil that had learned not to stare. Caleb drove an iron peg into a seam of rock with 3 hard blows and threaded the rope through. He tied his belt to Iris's sleeve and the other end to the vicar's, then tied both of them to the ring, the knot fat and ugly. The belts bit at first, and then warmed to the shape of their wrists. Back to the sea, the vicar said. Face inland. Speak like a woman at her own door. Caleb put the tobacco tin in Iris's palm. Salt, he said. She took a pinch and let it sit there without licking it. The land smelled like fennel and wet stone and old iron. Down below, the water made a small patient sound that was not begging. What will you say? The vicar asked, quiet. My name, she said, and nothing else. Not Iris Vale, Caleb murmured. Only what you could carry as a child. Only what belongs to the land, she said, and for the first time understood exactly what Eleanor had meant. She breathed once and let it go, breathed again and counted 5, breathed a third time and counted nothing, and then she said her name, just the one word she had worn since she could remember, the syllables plain enough to be shouted from a back door at dusk. She didn't pitch it to the wind or to the water. She let it fall out of her mouth into the air between rock and gorse, as if she had dropped a key by accident. The sound went down. It didn't echo in the way caves echo. It didn't bounce and show off. It traveled along the notch, hopped the drop, and entered the cove by the path water uses when it comes home. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the air in front of them altered the way hot air shimmers above a road. The sound came back, not louder, not changed. Exactly the same size as when it left. Iris. Not a question, not a plea, not a command. A repetition. As faithful as a child playing a game she had been taught. Caleb's hand tightened on the rope. The vicar did not breathe. She stood very still and tasted what the repetition held. It had no appetite. It carried no mirror in it. It returned weight, but didn't ask for it. The answerer, she thought, with a relief that made her knees light. The old name had one honest trick left in it, after all. Again, the vicar whispered. She shook her head. Eleanor said once, she said, if we make a ritual of answering, we teach it to expect a service. She closed her salt hand and let the grains fall, without ceremony at her feet. They waited. The cove resumed its small work. A single gull crossed a circle of dark water, and remembered it had other business. The wind changed by a degree and lost interest. Caleb exhaled through his nose, the breath of a man who has saved something he'd been braced to lose. It didn't borrow your mouth, he said. No, she said. It matched it. Then it isn't the caller, the vicar said. It's the old habit of the place, made honest. The caller needs a ninth. This only returns what it's given. They untied the belt slowly, as if time had learned to be fragile. The rope came free of the ring with a satisfied creak. Iris flexed her fingers until the red marks on her wrists went pale. She looked toward the stile, just a plain teal against a sky the color of soft tin. No figure stood there. The headland was only headland again. What does this end? Caleb asked. Nothing, she said. And maybe that's correct. Maybe ending is not for us. Maybe reminding the place that it can return without taking is the best work we get. The vicar put his hands in his coat pockets and watched the water with the unsentimental affection of a man who has blessed both marriages and weather. Come on, he said. You've used your boldness for the day. Let's go home and be boring on purpose. They took the path back past the north wall. On impulse, Iris stopped at the unmarked slab and set her palm on it. Warm, faintly, a rock that had decided to hold the day's heat. She didn't speak. The vicar did not ask her to. They walked on. Mirevale House met them with the evenness it had been practicing. The rope over hall mirror a sentence written in a language more honest than charm. In the library, the tin soldier leaned as before. The iron hoop sat dull and instructive between the books. The room held itself correctly. Bread? Caleb suggested. Bread, she agreed. They ate in that comfort only people who have run out of cleverness can earn. While they were washing the knives, a sound came from the porch. One knock, pause, one. Not the old code, not the clamoring of imitation. The polite request of a person who had remembered the difference between a house and a bell. Caleb looked at her. She dried her hands and opened the door. It was a harbor master's son, the present one, a man younger than Iris by 10 years and twice as he worn, with a smile that lived on the reserved shelf. He held a parcel wrapped in oilskin and string. To be put into the keeping of the head, he said, reciting. Family tradition says your people look after what we find when we shouldn't have. She stepped aside. He stood on the mat, careful with his boots, and unwrapped the parcel with more ceremony than you'd expect from a man who spent his days lifting rope and listening to engines complain. Inside, wrapped in stiff wool, lay a brass plate the size of a dinner dish. It had 4 screw holes and nothing written on it. The edges were rough where a name had been filed off a long time ago. Dragged up in a trawl last week, north of the point, he said. Kept it quiet until the tide went kind. I thought it might belong to your wall. Caleb turned it over. The back bore hammer marks, not the clean circles of church bells company work, but the hasty dents of a foundry man doing a favor on a day when orders ran long. A name erased, he said. The harbor master's son shrugged, as if he had learned early not to join other people's stories beyond delivering them to the right door. My father said, when a name gets taken off a thing, sometimes the thing behaves better, sometimes worse. Depends on who keeps it after. Iris slid her thumb over the filed edge. The plate was cold and good metal. It would shine if you asked it to, but it preferred to be useful. We'll keep it, she said. Thank you. He nodded once, as if the plate itself had answered instead of her. As he turned to go, he paused. Do you know why they call the ninth an answerer? He asked, awkward suddenly, like a boy with a rehearsed story he'd forgotten the ending of. Because it repeats what said, Iris said. He shook his head. Because it returns what's owed. That's what my grandfather said. If you owe the sea a call and you don't give it, it asks. If you do give it, it leaves you alone till someone else forgets their manners. He smiled, embarrassed at the superstition passing his lips under a slate sky. I like my supper. I try not to be interesting. Good day to you. When he had gone, the 3 of them stood looking at the plate, as if it might announce its own job. It didn't. The vicar set it on the mantel beside the hoop. Later, he said, when you know where to write something true. They took their afternoon from the drawer, where ordinary lives, and set in the light. Iris polished cutlery until it had the decency not to sparkle. Caleb rewrapped the rope ends in new whipping. The vicar copied 2 pages of Eleanor's recipes, the ones that began as instructions for biscuits and ended as notes for binding mirrors, because he had learned people read what they will if you put it in the right section. At 7:12 the bells spoke their agreement. The drowned voice answered, honest and prompt. The house did nothing flamboyant with the sound. The mirror kept its manners. The plate did not remember its old name out loud. After the last note fell away, Iris set the brass disc on the library table and sat in front of it with a pencil, not to write, but to feel the weight of the thing that had carried a word and had it removed. The pencil left a clean graphite smear on her finger. She rubbed it off on the heel of her hand and felt, unexpectedly, a pressure above her left ear, the place where grief used to settle last year when silence was punishment and not peace. Do you hear it? Caleb asked from the doorway. Low. Not a voice, she said. A space, where a voice might be. He came closer, careful. The room had chosen to be delicate. You don't know what to call, he said. We were careful today. We paid what was due and no more. I know, she said. I'm thinking about owing the living something. A sentence on a plate. A name where one was erased. Not tonight. The vicar murmured from his chair, eyes closed, hearing more of the room than either of them. Let objects be objects for one more hour. Words are expensive. They let the hour be the kind that didn't spend. They ate. Caleb told a story about a fisherman who swore a gull was following him for love and turned out to be right in the way. That means the gull had learned to recognize his boat's paint. The vicar added a parish anecdote about two brides who wanted to same him and ended up sharing a choir. The house took the sound and held it without altering it, like a jar that has decided to behave. Close to midnight, when quiet had grown comfortable and tea had turned to the obstinate brown at the bottom of a pot, a sound came from the nursery. A soft thrum, no louder than a moth's wing against glass, repeated 3 times, patient as a child who has learned how to wait without sulking. Iris rose. Caleb's hand touched her elbow and fell away. The vicar did not stir. He had learned that some pauses made by men are insults to the helpful. She crossed the corridor and stopped at the nursery door. The room held the smell of chalk and clean dust. On the wall, the marks waited in their neat column. At the window, a fine line of moisture had found the lower pane and written the shape there with exquisite care, an oval like a plate. 2 holes drawn in for screws, and beneath it, in the tidy height of a child who hopes to be believed, for letters that weren't letters at all but the idea of a name. Not Ada, not Iris, not the erased word. The shape a name makes when it has not been learned yet. She stood very still and felt the pressure again above her left ear soften, as if the muscle that held certain griefs had let go for the day. Later, she said, to the plate, to the wall, to the house, to the habit in the cliff, when we can afford the truth. When she turned back, Caleb was behind her, steady as furniture. In the hall, the vicar had opened one eye and closed it again, trusting her to report not an omen but a fact when she was ready. The mirror gave back only what stood before it. The rope and the iron made their short sentence. They slept early by their new standards. The house did not try to sing its imitation. The cove kept a small, honest noise of water folding itself back. The brass plate on the mantel darkened by a degree and looked better for it, like a tool that has found its place. Just before dawn, Iris woke to the clean comfort of a bell rung in a dream. Not the 9th, not even the 8th, only a single, ordinary parish bell, sounded by a man who had done it for 40 years and loved it more than anyone knew. It called nobody home and everyone to themselves. She smiled into the pillow and let the sound do what bells do when they're behaving. Measure a day and then get out of the way of it. In the first light, she went to the nursery. The oval on the pane had faded. On the wall, between Iris, 7, and Ada, 8, a new, faint notch had deepened the width of a fingernail, then stopped, as if the hand that made had been called to breakfast. She put her thumb against the cool plaster beside it. "Not yet," she said again, but this time there was no fear in the words, only the odd, exact pleasure of a promise kept and kept again, 8 answering 8, a voice returning what had been given and asking for nothing more. When the vicar came at 9 with his satchel of papers and decent jokes, she showed him the brass plate and the empty oval on the pane and did not offer theory. He touched the metal and the glass with 2 different kinds of respect and said, "We will know what to write when the house stops wanting to read it first." Caleb brought in a length of new cord from the coach house, bright and clean. He set it on the library table and looked at her over it. "For sleeves if we need them," he said. "For curtains if we don't." "Both," she said, almost laughing at how simple the old complications had become. Beyond the windows, the headland kept the decent face it has for people who've learned not to require drama. The cove stayed modest. The sea took its time. And somewhere below all that, in the shape rock makes when it agrees to be argued with for centuries, the habit that had been called the answer turned over in its sleep and listened to a new rule written above it. What is given returns unchanged. What is owed is counted properly. 9 is nobody's due here. The day moved forward as if that sentence had been law for years. They let it. They folded linen. They set iron where iron looked tired. They kept the kettle going out of kindness. They did not name anything that had not asked to be named. And the house, grateful in the way of objects that cannot say it, kept itself to the shape that lets people live. Chapter 20. The Visitor from Penmire. The knock came just after midday, firm enough to belong to someone who believed they had business. It wasn't the house's rhythm. It wasn't the sea's. The sound was simply human, which, after all they had endured, felt like the strangest kind of intrusion. Caleb was upstairs repairing a leaking gutter when Iris opened the door. A man stood there, mid-50s, dark coat, the look of someone accustomed to wind. He carried a leather case and a narrow envelope already damp at the corners. "Miss Vale?" he asked, polite but without hesitation. She nodded cautiously. "Yes. My name's Dr. Marin. I've come from Penmire by way of the archive. I'm told this property was once under the stewardship of your aunt, Eleanor Vale. I'm afraid I have a few matters concerning her estate." Estate. The word still had weight. Even after the letters and ledgers, the bell and the house. "Come in," Iris said, though every part of her wanted to say no. The wind behind him was sharp. It brought with it the smell of seaweed and old paper. He stepped inside, brushing his coat sleeve as if to leave the weather at the threshold. His eyes swept the hall briefly, lingering a moment too long on the rope above the mirror. "A peculiar choice of decoration," he said mildly. "It serves a purpose," Iris replied. "Don't most things," he said, and smiled in that professional way that can mean either reassurance or curiosity sharpened to a knife. She led him to the library. He refused tea, but accepted a chair near the window. His case clicked open like a mouth. "Eleanor Vale left certain papers with the local solicitor," he said. "Most are routine, property deeds, accounts. But among them was a letter addressed to the keeper of the house when the silence breaks. There's no date. I was asked to deliver it to whichever living member of the Vale family held the property." He passed her the envelope. It was heavier than it should have been. The handwriting was unmistakably Eleanor's, precise, slanted, but trembling near the end of each line, as though the pen had been fighting her wrist. "Have you read it?" Iris asked. "No. It was sealed. I'm told it's yours to open." He hesitated, and for the first time she saw something under his composure. Unease, faint but real. "If I may ask, have you heard of a man named Thomas R. Vale?" She froze. "Eleanor's father. My great-grandfather." He nodded. "There's a notation in the archive. 1873 again. A shipment from the foundry. The same entry that mentions the bell. His name appears beside another, Marin, my own great-grandfather. I believe he was the supervising engineer." Iris's mouth went dry. "The foundry that made the caller." He inclined his head. "The same. It seems our families were both present when that particular experiment failed. I thought you should know." Caleb appeared then, wiping his hands on a rag. The air in the room shifted, heavier, as if the house itself had decided to listen more closely. "We were finished with experiments," he said. "I mean no disturbance," Marin said quickly. "Only history. History insists on telling itself, whether we listen or not. Some stories," Iris said, "prefer to stay in the ground." He smiled again, but less surely. "So does the past, until someone digs." He left the letter on the table, thanked her, and stepped back into the weather without another word. She watched from the window as he crossed the drive, coat lifted by the wind, until the mist swallowed him whole. When she turned, Caleb was already studying the envelope. "You'll open it," he said, not as a question. "I have to." She broke the seal carefully. Inside was a single folded sheet, written in the same thin hand Eleanor used in her private notes. A pressed sprig of rosemary fell onto the table as she unfolded it. "If you have reached this hour, then you know the voice that answers is not the danger. The danger is the silence that follows. It waits for a keeper to grow curious enough to listen beyond its edge. The Marins will come. They always do. One of them helped Thomas forge the mold. Another will come to unmake it. They believe knowledge is a cure, but what they offer is repetition. The house can live without its sound. You cannot. If you give it silence, it will fill it with memory. Do not let them measure what cannot be measured. Tell them the tide already answered." The letter ended there and signed, but there was a second sheet behind it, older, parchment-colored, covered in cramped handwriting that wasn't Eleanor's. Across the top margin was a single line, Experiment 9B, Resonance Through Living Structure. Caleb read over her shoulder. She was right. They were building a bell that used a house. Or a house that wanted to be a bell, Iris said quietly. Below, diagrams covered the page. arches, measurements, a series of notations about frequency, tone, and something called human echo potential. The final scrawl read, "Subject loss of sound. Containment incomplete." Iris let the paper fall. He was the one who made it hungry. Outside, thunder muttered far out at sea. It was not storm weather yet, but the sound reached them as a reminder. The tide was changing. Caleb gathered the papers and set them on the mantel beside the brass plate. Then it isn't done. Not if his line still thinks it can fix what should have been buried. She looked at the empty space where the name had been filed from the plate. The edges seemed sharpened before, as though metal remembered pain. He said his great-grandfather was there. He also said he'd come to unmake it, Caleb said. Maybe he believed that's mercy. Or ambition, Iris said. The two were the same coat. The first drops of rain began against the window, slow and deliberate. The lamps dimmed with the pressure in the air. The rope over the hall mirror tightened once, the iron above it giving off a faint metallic sigh. Caleb glanced toward it. The house doesn't like his name. It remembers what it was built for, she said. The storm didn't break until evening, but by then the wind had found every seam in the roof. They sat by the fire with the letter between them, listening to the water in the gutters, the slow rhythm of rain over stone. It wasn't the sound of the caller, but it had the same patience. When the clock struck 7:12, the bells reached them muffled through weather, the 8 slow but sure. The drowned bell answered faintly from below the headland. Between them, just for an instant, another tone flickered. Higher, thinner, almost human. Caleb looked up. "Did you hear?" "Yes," Iris said, her hand tightening on the arm of the chair. The house did, too. The mirror in the corridor creaked once, rope shifting under unseen tension. A small vibration passed through the floorboards, enough to make the teacups tremble. Iris rose, took Eleanor's letter from the table, and held it near the firelight. It said the silence waits for curiosity, she whispered. And curiosity always comes from the living. Outside, lightning flashed. For a moment she thought she saw, on the headland beyond the cove, a dark figure watching, coat whipped by the wind, face turned toward the house. Then the light was gone, and only the rain remained. She folded the letter, placed it on the mantel beside the brass plate, and said, not to Caleb, not to the vicar, not even to the house, but to herself, not yet, but soon. Chapter 21. The Instrument. The next morning arrived colorless. A fog off the cove had risen during the night and pressed its forehead to every window of Mirevale House. From inside, the world seemed reduced to one long inhalation. The walls absorbed it without complaint. The mirrors, for once, stayed dull. Caleb went early to the yard to check the gutters, and didn't come back for a long time. Iris brewed coffee that refused to taste like anything but water and silence. When the clock in the library coughed its half hour, she heard the crunch of gravel. A motor car, slow, deliberate, approaching the gate. She didn't need to look. The sound had that measured certainty peculiar to men who believe in documentation. Dr. Marin. He came to the door already talking, voice mild and courteous, but carrying a small excitement that made the air thinner. Miss Vale, forgive the intrusion. I left too soon yesterday. There's something I think you should see. She stepped aside. The fog came in with him, bringing the smell of oil and cold brass. He carried no case this time, only a small wooden box with a handle and a coil of wire emerging from its side. I found it in my grandfather's attic last night, he said, setting it on the table. It's marked Vale Foundry, 1873. I thought at first it was a metronome, but it isn't. It's a recording device of sorts. Mechanical resonance rather than wax. See? He opened the lid. Inside lay a narrow cylinder of black metal and a stylus the size of a match. If it still runs, it can capture a tone and play it back by friction. Primitive but remarkable. Caleb had come in from the yard, wiping his hands. He leaned on the doorframe, silent. Marin continued. I thought perhaps if we could record the house's ambient frequency, its hum, we might learn what your ancestors were studying. Iris stared at the instrument. It was small enough to fit in both palms, harmless looking, almost pretty in its age. Yet the moment he opened it, the air changed. A faint vibration ran along the floorboards, too low for hearing, but not for skin. The mirrors responded with the subtlest adjustment, a collective breath of glass. "I prefer you didn't," she said. He smiled, misunderstanding. "It won't harm anything. It only listens. That's what worries me." The vicar arrived then, unannounced as usual, with rain on his shoulders and his expression already wary. "What have you brought into this house, Doctor?" "An instrument," Marin said, turning the box toward him like a conjurer unveiling a tame snake. "It records sound." The vicar's eyes narrowed. "Sound is not what lives here. It's what the place eats." Marin's hand paused on the crank. "You're serious." "We spent months teaching this house not to remember its own song," Caleb said. "You win that thing, and you'll teach it to hum again." The doctor hesitated, but curiosity had its own gravity. A brief test, then 5 seconds, purely to confirm. The stylus moved before anyone could stop him. The box gave a single, perfect tick, a sound more felt than heard. The room held its breath. Then came the hum. It began low, like wind under a door, but steadier, a tone without direction, too even to be natural. Every pane of glass in the library joined in, trembling so softly that the reflections blurred. The tin soldier vibrated on the mantel, his bent leg rattling against brass. The rope above the mirror tightened. Once. "Stop it," Iris said. Marin froze. "It's not playing anything." "Then it's not the box," Caleb said. "It's the house answering." The stylus kept moving though his hand had left the crank. The hum rose in pitch. The iron hoop on the shelf began to ring like a struck bowl, thin and pure. The rope creaked again, louder. One of the lamps flickered, coughing smoke. "Stop it," Iris shouted and grabbed the box. It went silent the instant her fingers closed over it, but the sound continued in the walls. For a second the plaster above the mantel pulsed, as if something behind it had taken a slow breath. Marin stared, pale now. "It can't." "There's no mechanism." "No," the vicar said softly. "There's memory. You turn it back on." The tone faded as suddenly as it had come, leaving the room hollow. Only the mirror still quivered, its surface dull but alive. Iris set the box on the hearthstone and stepped back. "What does it want?" Marin asked, almost whispering. "Nothing," she said. "That's what's dangerous." He rubbed his forehead. "Then it's true. The foundry work. They built resonance into foundation. They used the stone itself as a bell frame." "You think in measurements," the vicar said. "Stop that. This isn't an equation. It's a hunger you can chart." Marin exhaled slowly. "I need to document this." "You need to leave," Caleb said flatly. The doctor looked at him, then at Iris. "If I go, I take this with me." "No," she said. "It belongs here." He hesitated again, eyes on the box. "You're afraid of it." "Yes," she said. "That's why it's safer with me." He nodded once, not agreement, but respect. "Then at least let me show you what it recorded." He reached for the small lever at the side. "No," Iris said quickly, but the word came too late. The cylinder turned once. A faint crackle filled the room, like paper burning underwater. Then, through that distortion, came a voice, quiet, deliberate, familiar, not Eleanor's. "Iris Vale, you answered once. Answer again." The stylus stopped dead. The echo lingered. Marin stepped back, as if struck. "It's impossible." The vicar crossed himself without irony. Nothing's impossible when curiosity feeds it. Iris's breath came short. The voice had not been old. It had not been Eleanor's at all. It had been hers, her own, returned from somewhere she had never been. She lifted the lid of the box. Inside, the cylinder was motionless, but faint heat radiated from the metal, as though it remembered friction. She touched it lightly. It stung her skin. Caleb moved closer. "What did you hear?" "Myself," she said. He looked at her, then at the box. "Then it's learning." Outside, thunder rolled again, closer this time. The air inside the house was thick enough to taste. The mirror shivered, then went still, as if pretending innocence. The vicar put his hand on Marin's shoulder. "Doctor, you'll stay tonight. I don't trust a road, and I trust that thing even less unattended." Merrin swallowed hard. Agreed. As he spoke, the clock in the library struck once. Not on the hour, not any proper bell, just a single mechanical slip. But the sound that followed it came from the walls, faint but clear. 1. And from the cove, so distant that only the sea could have carried it, came another. 1. Iris looked at the window. The fog had thickened until the view was nothing but lightless white. The house, the tide, the bell, all of it listening again. She closed the box gently and said the words she had learned by heart, not as a prayer but as an instruction. 8 keeps its promise. 9 belongs to no one. The fog pressed harder against the glass, like something trying to remember the shape of a face. Chapter 22. Night Listening. Fog held to the windows as if it had been painted on. The day dwindled without edges. Evening arrived only because the clock insisted. Merrin stood in the doorway of the library with his hands tucked into his coat, sleeves like a schoolboy who has broken something and is too proud to be sorry. The small recording box sat on the mantel between the iron hoop and the tin soldier, lid shut, harmless as a jewel case. Caleb brought an extra coal and set a second lamp. Light steadied the room, but could not persuade the air to thin. The rope above the hall mirror had settled after its short complaint. Yet Iris felt on the floor what she had come to recognize as the house's idea of attention, a low, patient pressure, like a large animal deciding which way to lie down. "You'll take the little bedroom off the landing," Iris told Merrin. "Door open. If anything breathes in the house, I prefer to hear it doing it." Merrin nodded, chastened. He carried no notebooks, no pens. He had the good sense to leave his cleverness downstairs. They ate without appetite. Soup tasted of useful heat. Bread remembered warmth only as a rumor. The vicar visited briefly at dusk, wet the hems, to bless the hour without fuss. His hand hovered above the mantel, not touching the box. "If it tries to speak," he said, "let it finish alone. We've learned how expensive interruptions can be." 8, Iris said. 8, he returned, and left him to an evening that would not choose a tempo. When the bells came, they arrived thickened by fog, but honest. 7:12 marked the hour, without a flourish. Penmire answered, then the drowned bell below the headland, both in tune. Between them, for the length of a held breath, there was silence, so clean Iris wanted to thank it out loud. She held her tongue. The 8th closed like a lid on a pot, and the house had no argument ready. Night deepened. Fog became a boundary rather than a texture. The lamps made islands on the table. Everything between them belonged to a distance the eye could not cross. Merrin read, until the lines refused to hold still. Caleb dozed like a man keeping watch over his sleep. Iris sat with the brown book shut and the sleeping glass covered, hands flat on the table, counting the quiet like coins. Just after 11, the recording box clicked. None of them had touched it. The click was small but particular, the sound a latch makes when it remembers it has a job. The lid did not lift. Inside, something moved nonetheless, a tremor against metal, a faint scratch like a moth's wing against a window. "It isn't wound," Merrin whispered. "Then it's being wound," Caleb said, "by something that thinks it's entitled." The stylus began to crawl along the cylinder with the same patience it had shown in daylight, but now it drew its power from no hand. Iris watched heat bloom in the black metal, a dark shine at first, then the suggestion of a pulse. The iron hoop answered with a thread of tone too fine to be sound and too coarse to be imagination. The rope above the mirror stretched as if a muscle had tensed. "Let it go," Iris said. "Let it finish by itself." They didn't move. The box made its quiet traveling noise, the small purr of friction. After a minute, the sound stopped. The cylinder cooled, an exhale you could not hear but could feel through the bones of your fingers if you rested them on the table. Nothing played. It recorded. Merrin breathed. "But it won't." The room answered him. Not the box. The room. A voice entered the air as if poured into it. Not from the mantel. Not from the mirror. From the joints. Where wood meets wood, where glass sits in its frame, where mortar learns to belong to stone. The voice had no direction and too much. It was close but occupied distance. Not loud. Exact. "Miss Vale," it said, without reaching for intimacy. May I come in? Caleb's hands closed on the chair arms. Merrin flinched and stood, then sat again as if remembering that standing gave a body too much dignity when dignity might be borrowed by the wrong thing. Iris did not look toward the hall. No, she said, tone as level as a man reading a measurement. She kept her palm flat, the refusal stowed behind her teeth like a pin ready to bite thread. Silence answered, not offended, not thwarted, waiting. The voice came again, softer, an imitation of courtesy that had been taught by someone who never expected to be refused. Miss Vale, you have something of mine. Merrin's gaze cut to the box despite himself. Iris kept her eyes on the table. You left nothing here, she said to the wood. We give back only what the living lend. The air gathered itself, not to strike, but to compose. She could feel the house select its next instrument. The glass in the library case, the sliver in the scullery, the nursery pane. The chorus had assembled was so quiet she heard not the tones themselves, but the moment each object agreed to join. Then a second voice arrived, braided through the first. Young, breathless, the size of a child's mouth learning a room. Bread, it said, an old request recalled without hunger. Iris's throat went tight. She said nothing. Caleb did not look at her. Loyalty sometimes is the art pretending you do not notice the places your friend could break. The first voice resumed, patient as accounting. Miss Vale, you answered once at the cliff. You may answer again. Say your name. We will return it. That is not a gift, she said, and wished her voice would stop being what it was, recognizably hers, already collected by the room. The box stirred, lid still closed. The cylinder turned a fraction on its own axle and stopped. The stylus did not move. The echo that came next carried no interference, no crackle, no underwater quality. It was perfect reproduction. Iris Vale, the room said in her voice. Merrin's mouth opened. The vicar would have swatted him if he were there. Iris held steady. The trick was precise and small. Precision is the most dangerous kind. She pressed her palm harder to the table until the bones complained. Pain drew a line around her shape. Wrong hour, she said, not with anger, but like a person correcting a ledger. Wrong house. The tone in the floor changed. She felt it in her ankles where leather meets skin. The voice did not withdraw. It altered its manners instead. Then choose an hour, it said. We have many. Caleb stood carefully, crossed the mantel, and set the brass plate on the recording box as a lid upon a lid. The metal took the weight the way good tools do, without showing off. The cylinder cooled further under it. The house adjusted, noticing, and released the smallest sound of irritation, like slate flexing under a day's heat. Tell it to finish on its own, he said. It knows how, Iris answered and waited. The next sound came from upstairs, a footfall across the landing, then the doorknob in the little bedroom turning, gently, twice, careful not to fail. Merrin went gray, one hand already on the chair back, as if chairs could give the living back their breath. I locked it, he said. The part of the night that knows locks just woke up, Caleb said. That's all. The knob stilled. Silence widened. In that widening, a third voice found its place. It was not human. It carried a timbre that had once belonged to rope and iron and water, a patient low vowel learned under pressure. Not a bell. The idea of one. It did not speak words. It named an hour without numbers. Iris closed her eyes and saw the cove, the black ellipse, the darker pupil, the line of foam at its lip that writes and erases messages men pretend are meant for them. She opened her eyes again and looked at the record of the living on the mantel. The soldier, the hoop, the plate, Eleanor's letter folded beneath the sleeping glass. Refusals had to be made toward something. She faced her own life. No ninth, she said. No borrowing. No breath. The pitch grew almost too high to hear, then fell suddenly, like a hand taken off a wire. The floorboard settled. The door at the landing remembered its manners and stayed shut. The box under the brass plate cooled to the temperature of a room no longer being measured. Merrin exhaled like a man who had not known air carries work. It listened. It checked, Iris said. Then it decided we would be expensive tonight. They did not sleep. They divided the hours into watchfulness and tried to spend each fairly. Fog thickened around the house, until noise had to push hard to get out. The walls did not give back any of the voices they'd been offered. The clock behaved as if proud of itself. At 1:30, the box clicked again. This time none of them moved. The brass plate vibrated once under Caleb's hand and went still, as if satisfied by being needed. The cylinder beneath emitted a faint hiss, then a sound like breath sharpening to speech. A woman spoke, audible and near, her consonants proofed in a mouth that took care of words. Not Eleanor. The accent was older than hers, closer to the parish's oldest vowels. The voice was tired but not fragile. It spoke 3 words and placed them precisely. Bring her land name. Iris didn't answer. She allowed herself to recognize a contour within the demand, the curve that belonged to care. Memory is indiscriminate. Even hunger remembers gentleness when it can borrow its shape. She thought of the nursery wall, the notches, of the ribbon circling both wrists in that green-edged photograph, of a tin soldier balanced on a girl's knee while adults made decisions. Caleb said very low, "You don't have to prove anything to that box or that wall." "I know," she said. "I'm proving something to myself. That my name belongs to the land only when I spend it. The rest of the time it belongs to my breath." The woman's voice spoke again, almost kindly. "Bread is warm." Iris reached toward the breadboard, found only crumbs, and smiled despite herself. "And gone," she said to the air, as it should be at this hour. The house chose not to be offended. That was new. The pressure in the floor lightened by a degree. The little bedroom door upstairs clicked once, settling as it does when a draft makes its small argument and loses. "Listen," Marin whispered. "There's something else." In the space the voices had vacated, another sound wandered in, as innocent as kitchen work. A distant scrape, a scuff, the faint, dutiful ring of metal on stone. Not the cove, not the bells, but footsteps outside on the path. Human weight, human errand. Caleb went to a window and tilted the lampshade with 2 fingers so its light would not announce them. Fog turned the world into a blank page. On that page a shadow wrote itself as it came toward the door. Not tall, not narrow. Coat bristled with moisture, hat brim shining with tiny beads. The knock, when it came, was modest, once again not a code, only a request. "Miss Vale?" A voice called, muffled, younger than Marin's, older than a boy's. "It's me. Harbor office." Iris and Caleb exchanged a look. Marin sat very straight, as if the house itself were observing whether he intended to be on the right side of a threshold for once. Iris opened the door. The harbor master's son stood there pale with fog, holding a wrapped parcel where you carry a loaf you hope will still be warm at home. "Found this," he said without greeting. "Dragged up a second time. Thought you wouldn't like it left where men could laugh at it." She took the parcel. It was heavier than the brass plate and colder. Inside the oilskin, a length of iron chain lay coiled, each link the size of a child's wrist, the metal old and pitted, smelling of titterline and a century of decisions. One end ended in nothing. The other carried, still fused, a fragment of a bell's crown, broken clean. "Where?" Caleb asked. "North of the point," the man said, not stepping inside. "Tide makes that place act like a pocket. Things congregate there when they've forgotten where to go." "Thank you," Iris said. He nodded toward the fog. "Heard voices," he said, embarrassed but practical. "Figured they'd be yours. Not my business. Good night." He vanished into blankness that had decided not to be sinister. Iris carried the chain to the mantel and set it carefully beside the plate and hoop, the little museum of objects that had once been a plan and were now only themselves. The room accepted the weight. The recording box made a noise in answer, not defiance, merely correction, as a clerk amends a column with a pencil. "Now," Marin asked, "may we?" "No," Iris said. "We've listened enough for tonight." She covered the box with a folded tea towel, then set the sleeping glass, still covered, atop the plate, a tower of refusals and permissions arranged not as magic, but as household sense. Caleb smiled without moving his mouth much. Even his relief had learned discretion. The rest of the night made no speeches. Fog wallowed. The rafters kept quiet and let the roof do the weather's work. Twice the box shifted an inch to find a new coolness under metal and cloth, like a cat testing different patches of sun. The brass plate darkened another shade. The iron chain dried by miracle or defiance. Its smell mellowed from salt to old cellar. Near 4, Marin rose from the chair and stood in the doorway of the little bedroom. The door did not test his hand. "I've done harm," he said softly, not to be excused, but because naming is sometimes paying. "You've done what men from your line do," Iris said, equally soft. "You came to measure what we were trying not to count. Now you know that uncounted is a number we prefer here." He bowed his head as if a service had concluded, and he was not sure if he had joined it. "I'll take it away in the morning," he said, looking at the box. "No," she answered. "You will leave it, and you will leave a paper with it that says what you learned, that curiosity is not neutral, that it asks the house to find a voice to please it." He studied her. "You trust me with a lesson. I trust you be tired of being a story your family tells itself." He laughed once, the sound an honest mistake. "I am." They slept in turns, such sleep as people give themselves when they have decided to be cautious rather than brave. Dawn didn't so much arrive as admit it had been standing at the window, waiting for permission. Fog softened to mist. The house forgot, quite deliberately, what it had practiced. The rope above the mirror looked like a tool again. The mirror remembered only what stood within arm's reach. When the bells came at 7:12, they were clean. The drowned voice answered like a promise kept. The 8 shut the hour as neatly as a book returned to a shelf. Marin closed his eyes as if the sound itself washed his face. "It's beautiful," he said, "diminish and better for it." "Only because it's ordinary," Iris said. Over breakfast, bread that learned overnight to be bread again, tea that tasted of its leaf and not of fear. Marin took a folded sheet from his coat. "I wrote it when you slept," he said, laying on the table. The handwriting was careful and unshowy. The instrument does not merely record. It invokes. The house responds to any attempt to make it a mouth. Refusal is not absence. It is an active shape that the house can learn. The knife does not belong to any human. 8 is the promise between land and water. It keeps when kept. The answer returns only what it is given. Do not give it names for which you have no receipts. He signed it with his full name and the date and slid it under the brass plate on the mantel without fanfare. "I'm finished," he said simply. "Good," Caleb answered. Finish is a word that can be taught. Marin took his coat from the peg, hesitated in the doorway, and looked back once. Not at the mirror, not at the box, but at the chair by the hearth where certain hours had learned to be decent. "Some things are cured by being left alone," he said. "I'll do my part." After he had gone, the house breathed like a thing unobserved. Iris lifted the tea towel from the recording box and opened the lid. The cylinder lay dull and cool, stylus still, on the metal surface. A new track had been inscribed during the night. So faint a jeweler would have needed to squint. Not a song. A single groove, short as a word. She touched it with a fingernail and felt nothing. She set the lid back and did not test it. Later, she told the mantel assembly. The plate, the hoop, the chain, the soldier, the folded letter, and the sleeping glass. When the day is so ordinary, we'll have to invent a reason to be afraid. Caleb laughed, this time aloud. The sound belonged to the land. The cove, chastened by fog and morning, kept its manners. By noon the mist had thinned. The headland reappeared in segments. Gate, stile, the notch of path above the cove. On the nursery wall, the notches kept their own counsel. Iris stood before them with a pencil, and then put the pencil away, deciding not to add where nobody had asked her to. Restrain is a sentence, too. In the afternoon, the vicar returned to fetch the note Marin had left. He read it, nodded once, and tucked it into his satchel without comment. "He'll be useful in the parish when he's older," he said with a dryness that made Iris like him more. "What now?" Caleb asked. "Work," the vicar said. "Less listening, not more. Bake, sweep, put iron where iron looks tired. Keep 8. When the house tries to be interesting, don't reward it." They did. The day became dull on purpose, a triumph in a place that had been greedy for drama. The only moment that asked for attention was small and private. Late in the afternoon, when the sun tried for an hour to love the roof, Iris passed a library door and heard, from within the recording box, the tiniest scrape. She opened it and found nothing changed. On impulse, she lifted the stylus and, with a care born of practice and refusal, set it at the beginning of the faint new groove. She did not crank. She did not ask. She waited. A sound the size of a whisper across the field came out of the air, a child's breath before laughter or sleep or a question. For syllables, ordinary as a school roll and heavy as a bell, Ada Vale. Not begged, not commanded, returned exact and light, as if the room had learned the correct exchange rate for names. Iris lay her hand flat on the lid and let the sound die without feeding it. "Enough," she said, for tonight. Evening came on us. The bells did their work. The drowned voice answered. The ninth stayed wherever uncollected debts go when someone stops lending them their breath. The house learned patience where it had chosen noise before. When she slept, Iris dreamed not of mirrors or ropes or voices, but a brass plate on which, someday, she would have to write a line. In the dream, the plate accepted only a sentence that did not announce victory, only terms. Here, Ada's kept. She woke smiling and, for the first time in months, did not try to remember what she had feared before she slept. Chapter 23. The Brass Sentence. The air the next morning carried the smell of thawed salt and iron, the kind of weather that pretends to be harmless. A low, silver light lay on the floors of Mirevale House, so clean that dust had nowhere to hide. The house itself seemed to breathe more slowly. Its noises, hinges, pipes, the creak of boards, had settled into the vocabulary of the ordinary. Iris woke early and stood at the window of the library. The fog was gone. The headland spread wide and pale, the cove asleep beneath a sheen of quiet water. For the first time since she'd come to Mirevale, the world looked undecided, neither ominous nor forgiving, simply undecorated. She heard Caleb in the yard, the sound of nails and a hammer that struck not from fear, but maintenance. Somewhere beyond the wall, a thrush practiced 2 wrong notes before finding the right one. For a long time she stayed by the glass, her reflection almost invisible in the brightness. The mirror, stripped of its rope now, leaned cleanly against the wall, its surface modest, obedient. It showed her not as a ghost, but as a woman whose face belonged to mourning. When she turned, the brass plate caught her eye. It sat on the mantel between the hoop and the chain, the color of an honest coin. Beside it lay Marin's note, folded, signed, and already softened by time. She touched the plate lightly with one finger. It no longer held cold. The metal felt ready. Caleb came in, wiping his hands. "The gate's fixed," he said. "Took less time than I thought." "It always does when you stop expecting it to fight back," she said. He smiled faintly. "It's the first day this place feels lived in rather than haunted. Haunting is just memory without consent," she said, half to herself. He nodded. "Then we've taught it consent." She turned the plate in her hands. "Maybe it's time to write the sentence." Caleb studied her. "You know what to put?" "Yes," she said. "It's been waiting for me to stop overthinking it." She found the small engraving tool Eleanor had once used for labeling jars and sat by the table. The brass took the stylus easily, soft under her hand. The words came slow but without hesitation. When she finished, she leaned back and let the light catch what she had written. "Here, the hour keeps itself." Caleb read it aloud, quiet, as if saying it too loudly would make it belong to something else. "Perfect," he said. "Not a command, a boundary." They fastened the plate to the inner wall above the mantel. When the screws bit the stone, the sound was small and final. The house gave no answer, which was answer enough. By noon, the vicar came to check the roof's new lead flashing. He noticed the plate immediately and smiled. "You've done it," he said. "I've finished it," Iris replied. "There's a difference." He touched the brass lightly with the tips of his fingers, as one might greet a sleeping animal. "A sentence that asks for nothing," he said. "That's rare." They shared tea in the kitchen. The conversation wandered to the comfortable terrain of weather, parish errands, Mrs. Gwynne's opinions on chimney soot. The world had decided to return to its business. After he left, the afternoon drifted quiet. Iris worked at her desk. Caleb repaired a shutter hinge. The recording box stayed closed on the mantel. The mirror, now uncovered, reflected only sunlight and the slow movement of dust. It wasn't until late afternoon that the first change came, so slight that she almost missed it. A draft passed through the hall, carrying a scent she hadn't smelled in months. Rosemary, faint and clean. She looked up. The brown book lay open on the desk where she had left it shut. The pages stirred as though someone invisible had turned one back to a passage half forgotten. In the margin, beside Eleanor's familiar handwriting, a faint new mark had appeared. One line, crooked, uncertain, 8 kept, 9 quiet. She stared at it, the edges of her mouth lifting before she could stop them. "Thank you," she whispered. The air held the scent for another minute, then let it go. Caleb came in, holding the last of the coal. "Something's different," he said. "Feels like the house exhaled." "It did," she said, "just once." When dusk came, the bells began as they always did, steady, almost domestic. 7:12, the first chime spreading wide across the moor, the second folding neatly after it. Each tone was distinct but kind. At the 8th, Iris held her breath. The drowned bell answered, quiet, disciplined. The air did not tremble. Then, for the first time, nothing followed. No 9th, no echo, not even the idea of one. Caleb smiled, leaning back in his chair. "There," he said, "a whole hour that minds its manners." The silence that followed was not tense. It was a sound with its work done. Later, before bed, Iris went upstairs to the nursery. The wall still carried its notches. Ada, Eleanor, Iris, and a new faint line that had never been named. She rested her hand there. The plaster was cool and dry. No echo waited behind it. When she turned to leave, she saw the moonlight sliding across the mirror at the end of the hall. For an instant, it reflected something brighter than her, a woman's silhouette, hair unbound, face soft with pride. Not sorrow, pride. Then it was gone, leaving only her own face, older, calmer, real. She whispered to the darkness, "Thank you for waiting." The house didn't answer. It had learned not to. She went downstairs and sat for a while before the fire. The brass plate caught the glow, the engraved line shining just enough to remind her it was there. She thought of Eleanor, of Ada, of the vicar, of the bells, of all the hours spent refusing and listening, of how every haunting, in the end, was just a memory asking for form. Outside, the tide moved in without argument. The cove accepted it. The headland watched, and Mirevale House, content in its silence, finally slept. Epilogue. When the bells are ordinary. 5 years passed before anyone called Mirevale House haunted again, and when they did, they said it with affection. The headland had softened. Grass grew where once the soil had been raw, and the path to the cove had narrowed with the shyness of a scar that no longer wished to be noticed. The villagers spoke of it mostly in summer, when fogs were kind and visitors came to ask why the sea sounded different here. The locals would shrug and say, "It keeps its hours better than we do," and smile into their mugs. Iris Vale stayed. So did Caleb. Their days took on the steady pulse of work, tending the fences, mending the roof, coaxing the old garden into green. In time, vines climbed the walls again, patient and harmless. The brass plate on a mantel darkened to the color of honey left too long in the jar. Its inscription, "Here, the hour keeps itself," had begun to fade, not from neglect, but from use. The vicar came often, always without announcement, to share a pot of tea and complain about small things that did not matter. He never asked the house for signs. The house, grateful, offered none. Dr. Marin returned once, 2 summers after he had left. He came without instruments, carrying only a parcel of books and a letter of apology he never needed to read aloud. He stayed 3 days in the small room off the landing and slept without disturbance. On the morning he left, he stood by the cove and watched the tide come in. "It sounds different," he said. "It sounds honest," Iris replied. He nodded, and that was the last they saw of him. His notes, copied in the vicar's careful hand, found their place in the parish archives, under local traditions, filed between recipes for pickled crab and instructions for mending nets. The world, at last, had learned where to keep such things. In the 5th year, a storm worse than any since the night of the caller came off the Atlantic. It tore through the headland, snapping branches, ripping slate, testing every promise the house had made. The village bell stayed silent, wires down, towers flooded. But when the wind was at its fiercest and the sea rose black and tall against the cliffs, the people in Penmire swore they heard a bell from somewhere inland. 8 clear tones, calm and even, no ninth. Afterward, when the vicar came to see if they had weathered it, he found the house standing firm. A few shingles gone, a gate-post broken, nothing more. The rope still hung above the hall mirror, frayed but steady. The brass plate was unmarked, gleaming faintly where the candlelight caught it. "You kept 8, he said. "We always will," Iris replied. That evening they ate soup and bread, as they always did. The mirror, uncovered now for years, reflected nothing unusual, just the quiet motion of their hands, the fire, and the ordinary comfort of people who had survived something enormous and decided not to tell the whole of it. Later, Iris climbed the stairs to the nursery. The wall was as it had always been. Ada, Eleanor, Iris, the faint unclaimed line between. But there, newly etched and delicate, another notch had appeared, the width of a child's patience, too careful to be accidental. She smiled. "So you grew after all," she whispered. Caleb's voice drifted from below. "What did you say?" "Nothing," she answered. "Only good night." She lingered a moment longer, hand resting on the cool plaster, and thought of all the women who had kept the silence before her, Ada, Eleanor herself, and how keeping was not the same as fearing. The sea beyond the window gave one long sigh, as though it too were tired of rehearsing. When she blew out the lamp, the mirror caught the last light and held it for a second before letting it go. Downstairs, the brass plate glowed faintly in the dark, not from reflection, but from the warmth of a house that had finally learned to keep its hours. And when, far away, the bells of Penmire rang again, their sound reached Mirevale clean and untroubled, exactly as they should. 8 notes, steady content, and no one missing. If you enjoyed this audiobook, consider subscribing to the Inktail channel for more stories and future releases. Thank you for listening. The journey continues on the Inktail channel.